The Yogam Farmlands music is like so Diablo 2, right? Feels like a direct homage. Hello folks, how you going? Hey Nupcake, hey GT, hey Light and Passion, hey Broda, hey Nethermage, hey everyone. How you doing folks? Welcome, welcome. Mate, I am so ready. I'm so ready. I was out a bit later than I wanted to, because I was finalizing some video things. Yo. Alright. Calistri, thanks for the 6-month resub. Mate, look, I'm still subbed. You are. I see it. Ogum is just an anagram of Tristram. I don't know why I believed you for a second there. It just... It barely even has any of the same letters. It's got like 2 of the same letters. You played me. Well done. Well done. Alright, hold on. Let's mute that. Turn this one. Alright. Welcome back, folks. G'day, Ziggy here. Good to see you once again. Welcome back for day 3 of Dawn of the Hunt. I was about to say Dawn of War. That's an old Warhammer game. I don't know why that's in my head. I mean, a banger game. Especially number 2. Ooh, so good. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Path of Exile. Welcome back. We are halfway through Act 3 Cruel. So we are going to be starting Endgame today very soon, ideally. And we are playing on our Bleed Huntress, if you haven't been catching the previous days. Though I assume most of you have been. I'm very eager to continue with that action today. I have been messing around with some Tame Beast stuff a little bit. This guy here is not much use to me, but I got it because I was curious. Yeah, empowering volatile plants. Also, the bleed stuff is kind of cute. They can contribute to your bleed a little bit, but you just end up overriding it. So, the empowering volatile plants adds chaos damage to your attacks, which is pretty cool. What else did I get? I got this haste aura, periodic lightning explosions, all damage chills, extra fire damage, and I was experimenting with the fact that you can put blind on it. So if I put blind on this guy, he blinds enemies. Also, I noticed the Die Tusk boars have maim on hit too. These guys actually maim when they gore things, which is pretty cool. Feels like the bleed guy would eat last rates too. I mean, they all kind of do that, unfortunately, unless you put bloodlust on them or something. But for now, I'm going with the loyalty and last gasp. Although I think I found an elemental resistance one as well. Fizz damage shock, that's my original one. Yeah, I got an elemental resistance trail of lightning one here, which my resists are currently pretty bad, so... And I'm about to fight Seclusion, so maybe I should use that one. Here we go. Blind back on. Disengage for the moment. Loyalty and last gasp. There we go, buddy. You're my... Wait. Huh? Elemental resistance. Haste. I think it didn't update because it was the same beast. It like hadn't actually resummoned. The current link is Spark, which still worthwhile? I have no idea. I know Spark got some pretty hefty nerfs, so it might feel pretty bad if you compare yourself to previously. So I would enter that one with caution. Have a backup plan, maybe. Back for another day of the embloodening. Get an all damage ignites one, and so they don't eat bleed. I don't think the all damage ignites stops them from being able to bleed though. Like it doesn't actually convert their damage. It just makes all of their damage ignite, you know. So I don't think it would actually help, unfortunately. All right, let's go do some Seclusion action. I had a quadrilla. I was trying to get like a thumbnail screenshot. I had a quadrilla fighting Seclusion, and it looks amazing. It looks amazing. All right, let's do this thing. Whoa, just in time to get stomped on. My bad, resists are somewhat of a liability here. It could be a little bit of a tricky fight for me, honestly. The fire on the UI looks so cool. Going here? Yes. Unfortunately, I cannot make the stone pillar bleed. So I'm just doing this as the play. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. And then the stun. Yes. Recurse. Just eat that. Oh, why isn't the bleed aggravated where they're flying around? Come on. Scared. He's like fireballing his own pillar. What? Come on. Why are you like this? I am out of flasks. That could be a problem. Oh, could be a real problem. I can show ground is still there. Well, I love my chances here. The damage is good though. I can get on it at least. Thank you, Pet, for tanking that fireball for me. That would have hurt. We going down here? This one? Perfect. Finish him! We did it! Who even needs flasks or life or any of that, right? We don't need any of that. My blind Ziggy looks really good geared and lots of skill combos, and the damage seems really bad. I mean, I guess it depends on what your bar is for good or bad damage. You may need to adjust from previously seen Path of Exile action. I think my damage is solid to good for current patch. Hindered by the fact that I was dying and unable to engage.
Got one. A soul core.
Oh, I got the soul core. I can just leave. I don't need to go this way. It was like right at the beginning. Who was that? I didn't realize the fact. Just made by the state of the game right now. I feel like devs are actively trying to chase me away from the game rather than play it. I assure you they're not trying to actively do that, but I understand the feeling. What is it for you in particular? You feel like the game's just a bit too grindy, like you can't feel powerful, struggle to get gear, things take a bit too long to kill. Seems like bleed build is garbage. It has been, I would say, very good. So we'll have different bars for what's good or not, but I disagree. I think it's been quite good. But balance is going to be a little bit, you know, all over the place. There are going to be some things that are a little more actively broken, perhaps. But, I don't know. I think this is pretty good. But if you're judging compared to, like, the best of the best from last league, or endgame stuff from last league, after you had, you know, your established characters and everything, then it's going to be a harsh comparison. Yeah, I saw that. It's funny because, like, literally yesterday everyone was saying, like, oh, Bleed's the only good one, the elemental stuff is trash, and now today people are saying the elemental's good and Bleed is trash. It's just like, it just depends on what build they saw playing at endgame last. Yes, I think I saw Pox, like, clearing nicely on his elemental one with the lightning spear. Looked pretty good at endgame, which was my exact expectation, was that it would look really good at endgame, which it does seem to. Do I gamble Amber Amulet? Not too good. Appreciate your positivity. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Appreciate you appreciating my positivity. Well, zone's too large. I agree with that one. That's one of my bigger gripes of the campaign, is a bit too much backtracking, and some of the zones need to be about half the size. I think it's a pacing issue, right? Sometimes you're blasting. Like, I like the combat pace. I like that bosses take longer than 20 seconds, you know? I looked at my footage, and most of my boss fights, apart from like Act 2 end boss, which takes ages, that guy's tanky as and usually pretty badly geared at that point. Apart from him, a lot of the bosses were like 30 to 60 second range, which is not even enough time to see all their abilities. So like, that's, I would say, good to short. Probably good if we consider that, like, I feel like my character's been pretty strong for the most part for most of the campaign. So the fact that I'm like not quite seeing all of the boss's abilities and skills and things that can occur in the fight is probably about right, maybe. Maybe a little slightly too fast. Ogren was way too fast, for example, both times I killed him way too quick. But you know, ultimately people just have different bars for what they consider to be good in that regard. Like maybe your bar is you think bosses should only take 20 seconds on like an average build. You got Stomping Ground? No, I'm still using Stomping Ground. It's not a larger portion of my damage now. Bleed is more. And I could, and I might test, especially as we get into Endgame, I might test dropping it. But the thing is, I think utility-wise, it's still really good. This is a very hard boss. See how we go. Oop. He's got a lot of armor. I see I've got like, it took like 6k armor break to break his armor. Oops. I was looking at the trade message. Got a good way to laugh about. Oh man, when he was doing the movement though, he was eating those spear fields. That was pretty good though. That was pretty good. That went quite well.
Simmer down, you great.
Simmer down. Simmer down. This is Cruel Act 3? Yep, this is Cruel Act 3. Another thing about the zone size is that it's really more of a shape and signpost. There has been a shape and signposting issue, and that was all of my original complaints was like actually like finding exits and stuff is really hard. I think that's less of an issue now that I know the zones quite well, but I still think it is an issue, and the zone size is also its own separate issue on top of that, and somewhat related. Yeah, I think like the base detection radius should be higher, and you know, a lot of zones could be reduced. Their approach is they don't want to reduce the sizes until they've like done their best to fill them with good stuff, and I get that, but I think that's partially true. But I also think just pacing wise, it is good to have a mixture of short and long zones. Oh yeah, I'm not using my damage aura guy either. I was using my resistance aura one. Huh? Problem with the campaign Act 1 normal, I dropped no usable spears, spent all my currency on trying to craft spears, ended up with like mana leech and accuracy. No life. I think there is a gearing variance problem, which I think their nerfing of low and added damage modifiers and runes hurt that even more. What did they want again? Doom Spiral, Sapphire Ring. Did I actually? I did. Going out of my way for one exalt, but singular exalts are kind of valuable right now. Is this mine? I think it is. Those sections that appear on the boss HP bars are weaknesses. Identify weak sections where they take additional damage, or you deal additional damage to them in that section. Let's go and put my damage one back on. Prowling Chimeral. In you go, buddy. Nice. This would be a good league for them to show they're flexible with more frequent changes. Yeah, they did do the hotfix within the first 24 hours, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try and push another one before the podcast interview with Ziz and that. I think that would be a somewhat clever thing to do, and I think they probably will do that, or they will at least go into that basically announcing, hey, this is what we're planning on doing. I reckon they're probably going to do some like pretty large changes, but they'll probably try and hold firm in a few areas because like I think people are pushing for more than what they want to do, or more than what is even good, because they're so frustrated, right? So people probably need like 10%, but they're asking for 30% because they're so frustrated, which is understandable. But so I think they'll stand somewhat firm in that regard about like the magnitude of how much they change, maybe. I don't know, or maybe they'll like overcorrect to try and you know, broker a piece for a bit. Issue with Ranger is it feels like there's no real identity to it. It has so many individual mechanics that I can't seem to figure out what I should actually invest into for Ranger. Guess I don't know enough about Ranger to advise you on that one in particular. What direction do you think they'll go? More power or more loot? Well, they nerfed Monster Life. So I think the biggest thing to do now would really be to adjust like campaign looting and stuff like that. The only problem is if they do that, people have already kind of like got their characters partially leveled, so it's not like it has a retroactive impact on their impressions. People who are just like have already written it off for the league will be like, doesn't change anything. I had a bad time. So I don't know. It's a complicated one, really. Where's my call, man? Maybe I should do checkpoint reset. I'm not finding that soul core. There it is. See, like detection radius on that. I mean, for these like small quest items, I guess it's kind of okay. It did result, like this resulted in more uninteresting running around the zone than what I wanted. If I reset a checkpoint, I drop it, so I can't do that. Have to run there. Hey, is he going to fix Serpent Strike yet? I do not know. I haven't tested it. There isn't much redeeming about PoE 2 for me anymore. I'm very sorry to hear that, Cheesy. I love this game and I've been thoroughly enjoying myself. I totally get and understand a lot of people's like issues, and even like share many of them, but just not to the extent that they impact me to have no fun, you know? They don't get in the way of my fun as much. I feel like my only problem with the game so far is lackluster defensive options. If anything, my damage is too high for how weak the rest of my character feels. There is a push to go somewhat glass cannon-y right now. The fact that like our damage has been lowered so much means that you are, I think, pushed more into going glass cannon. And I feel like that's worse this league than it was last league, for the campaign at least. We'll see how things feel at Endgame. I do agree that I would like more defensive scaling options. I don't know if I want that to just be life. There is some pretty good and interesting stuff you can do with it. And I kind of like some of the stuff that's on the tree. But I'm not sure what I need there, right? I kind of agree with you though. We update max roll build after stream, please. I'll probably do it during the stream, my friend. Best defense is just don't get hit. Absolutely. I mean, mobility here, not getting hit, and active parrying are huge for survivability. Then there's like how I engage and flasks, and then I've got like evasion and block. And honestly, I don't know, that's some pretty good defensive stuff. And I do like that gameplay is a larger portion of it. I don't know though. I think what we're going through now is basically growing pains for early access. I think a big part of it is, yeah. Like, because the game is in so many ways, like, polished and good looking and feels like a much more finished game than it is, people forget, like, it's... Even when you know it's 0.2 of an actual beta, it still is, like, hard to accept that fact mentally, right? Like, there's a cognitive dissonance there for sure. Where you're like, well, it doesn't matter what I say or even if I, like, know that, quote on, you know? If I know that, it doesn't really matter. You can say that to someone all you want, but it's not really going to change the fact that it kind of feels like a a game that is much closer to launch. So I guess there's like a bigger contrast. Like there's a bigger contrast between like things like, so this is like balance issues, right? Like ultimately probably comes down to a lot of it that the numbers are kind of a bit wrong. I think because so much other stuff is okay, that feels like that's all that matters really, right? Like they are way off being able to like fine-tune balance. At the moment it's like, you know, broad strokes establishing baseline. It's not even anywhere near fine-tuning at this point.
This needs a bigger
See if there's one
car.
just here.
The little ones won't do.
The little ones just turned the weens against us. Need to look at some of my gem options here. The dev Mark, I was watching players suffer. I think he's behind it all. Where do you get this idea from though? Like, he plays the game a lot, and in quite a few different interviews and stuff, he's talked about like him playing the game and being like, I hated this thing and I realized you guys were all right, so I'm changing it. Like, that's happened multiple times before with Mark. And then maybe I overtune some stuff. I doubt their goal is just to ruin the game for everyone. Yeah, I know, right? But I do feel like sometimes people assume that's the intent is to like, they want to ruin it. they want me to suffer. But do you think the Tactician will be good for a Tame Beast build? I don't know what a Tame Beast build is. To me, Tame Beast is like a really good tool for supporting and enhancing almost any build. I don't know what a Tame Beast build is, though. Hope they're looking to play minions soon. For sure they will be. There was no way that they were going to launch Spectres without there being like a ton of issues with them. And I hear that like there's some general minion damage issues as well. So hopefully they sort some of that stuff out soon. We have some of these tier 3s. I want to start looking at more of what I can do with it. Discombobulate. I do have the extra job, but do I want to put that on one of these guys or something else? What have I got? Thunderous Sleep. And Bloodhound's Mark might be a good one, actually. Let's see what we can do with that. Probably could have checked first, but it's alright. Bloodhound's Mark. Supported skills aggravate bleeding on hitting heavy stun enemies. So that should pretty much always work on it as a way of just ensuring that aggravate. It is, I mean, I aggravate on crit anyway, but that's going to get it there a little sooner. The explosion here can deal a decent chunk of damage, so could lean into supporting that a little bit. But Rupture seems like an option. Charm Bounty. Aggravate bleed on enemies when pinning them. What other stuff is related to pin? Bone Shrapnel cannot cause pin. Sword skills have more crit, less critical damage. Pinpoint critical, not pin related, but Rusted Spikes. And does not cause stun build up. Is pinning, but that's only going to be one hit. It's not going to do it. I think the aggravate bleeding then. That seems fine. Let's put that one on there. Oh, didn't I pick up a soul core just now? No, I think I was respawning a checkpoint, wasn't I? I got one Greater Jewel. Which support would you recommend for Rake for the next Rake support? I think you have a lot of options there. I haven't really seriously sat down and considered what it might be yet. But I... Oh! Ooh, okay. I got Giga Brapped there. I think... I think like if you get that when you're kind of getting into maps, then it's probably going to be something like AoE, honestly. You could... I want to test, see how the bleed is going. There is that one that's like more bleed damage but less hit damage. That could be worth a test, but that might be more of like a dropping... might be more a case of dropping Stomping Ground or something maybe. So yeah, I'm really not sure yet. The good thing is the gems are easy to change around, and it's not like going to be a wrong choice to put that gem there. Speaking of gems, upgrade that one. And I got another one here. That could be Spearfield. There we go. I saw Wooly playing Bleed too. I told him to try a Rake with Incision mechanic, and his build started deleting bosses in Endgame, so it seems that's potentially a winner. Oh, nice. I'm glad the thing I figured out is a winner then. That's good to hear. Yeah, I have been feeling like that Spearfield setup is looking pretty good. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but the combo finish to support gem isn't actually consuming combo points on the skill use. I feel like I noticed something weird with that too, actually. I couldn't quite put my finger on what was going on. I thought I was just like, kind of like, not paying attention or something. I was like, I swear I used that, but... yeah, okay, weird, yeah. Good to have confirmed I'm not going crazy on that one. Level 59 is Current Spear, Jagged Spears. What's this Coursing Spear like? Oh, not bad. That's probably sellable, but not going to be much of an upgrade for me. It's probably a bit high level for the strength level it has. Transmute, fire damage, no deal. That's what I mean about Ranger Huntress not having much identity. Pin is only found on our side of the tree, but there's literally only one cluster. Marks only have two, and they're super far apart. They have erred on the side of, like, not locking you in. So, like, a ranger is not supposed to reference bow ever. They have more bow. They have the bow stuff in the area of the tree, but their, like, ascendancies aren't supposed to reference bow, so that you can use them with almost anything. But that does have the flip side, you know, of some people being a little bit like lost for what they should do because they don't have a stronger identity. That is the trade-off, obviously. Yeah, I get that complaint. I don't know, like, it's always been kind of referenced as one of Path of Exile's coolest things. Like, I remember back in the early days, it was like, you can play any class you want and use any gems. You can play a Fireball Marauder if you want. That was, like, always the thing, right? I'm gonna Var the belt.
This don't sit well with me.
Nothing happened.
There's no denying that.
Nothing happened. Boo. I feel spread too thin, like butter over too much toast. One could say. What's the incision tech you referenced? Yeah, so yesterday I was messing around with it because, like, people are rightfully asking, like, oh, should you even have the incision when you're playing Rake? Because it's guaranteed bleed, you just consume it right away. And I was like, I was looking for it because I was like, oh man, this stuff seems pretty strong. So I was thinking of ways to use it, and I figured out if I put Bloodlust on Spearfield can't then cause bleeds. But it does hit a lot and is very good at building both rage and pin and incision stacks. And if you have 10 incision stacks on an enemy, they take 20% increased physical damage. Now that applies to a bleed that's already on there. So what that means is you hit the enemy with Rake, apply a big bleed, and you probably have like one incision, generally speaking, because, like, you know, either from the Rake itself or from another hit or from Stomping Ground or whatever. So you get your magnitude here. And then with this one, you then apply Spearfield. So you go Rake, and then you go Spearfield, and it gives them your 10 stacks of incision. And it's like really fast for 10 stack. It's just like 2 hits usually. Does it on a boss, sometimes 1. Gives them 10 incision stacks. You can kind of see it up there. The only problem I have is that the beast consumes incisions when it whacks them. So It's maybe a little worse with this guy. But I also just am kind of spamming it anyway, so the incisions get consumed by this little goober. But yeah, that's the only problem. I haven't figured out a way to disable bleed on them because I'm already using Bloodlust. And that's the only option I've found so far. So, not sure what to do with that one. It'd be good if I could tell it not to attack, honestly, but then it's also shocking enemies, so it's kind of worth the trade-off. But yeah, that's the idea, is you, like, effectively put a bleed down and then make it deal 20%, like, 20% increased damage taken. Any opinion about how weapons seem to be acting as classes right now and trapping you within their ecosystem? Spear reliance on buckler, for instance, with no real option. I mean, what really relies on buckler for spears? Only Fangs of Frost. That's literally the only skill that relies on buckler. I agree it is a little strange that Fangs of Frost is basically useless if you're not using a buckler. But maybe that's like an okay trade-off to like add some stronger identity, which is the other thing people were just talking about, right? Like I know, yeah, you got your parry frenzy generation, but that's actually not necessary for any build, really. There are other ways of generating frenzies, and that's not even really the best way of doing it. But as for the like broader question though of how do I feel about like skills being locked to weapons, I think like they should mostly be locked to weapons with the occasional skills that kind of bleed outside the boundaries. I think there might be some room for hybrid skills down the line, like a skill that works for a spear or quarterstaff, for example. But there are already skills that do kind of bleed the boundaries a bit. You know, things like marks and stuff like that, you know. Stuff that is not specific to one skill, like rower being spears and bows, for example. But requiring neither. Alright, I still don't have the thing. So I think that is a good thing because so it's important for me to try and think this through and justify like why do I feel that it's a good thing. Well, I suppose I think it works well because of the weapon swap system, which people still refuse to acknowledge exists. Because you're able to combine the full pools of 2 skills, 2 weapon types, plus all of the ones that bleed between the boundaries. And I think that's kind of cool. Part of it is obviously rigging, like they want to make skills that, you know, act like they're a spear skill, so it doesn't really make sense for them to work for anything else. Like everyone had a huge problem where everyone played axes or whatever was the best weapon types and all the other weapons got thrown by the wayside. Yeah, that can be a potential issue where you're I'm progressing so slowly because I'm mostly focusing on what we're talking about. That can be a huge issue where you are, you know, if like every weapon's available to every attack, you will just use whatever thing has like the strongest passives or is currently the strongest meta-wise, you know? So you don't get, oh my god. Maybe I should do things the old-fashioned way and just go search, since I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing. When did you say you were talking to the team at GGG? Zizarin is doing a interview in a couple days. Not me. Next time I talk to him might be the next Q&A, maybe. I mean, I talk to him, yeah, privately sometimes, but next, like, interview or something would be that. Like that the new pets are just customizable golems. They are very cool.
You're mine. Bleed to dry.
Where is a bloody soul core? Give me a soul core already.
The hunt only ends one.
Oh yeah, nice. Falcon dive. How much accuracy do I have? I have almost 3k. Cool. That's like, what?
1 way.
12% or something? Hello, soul cores. Based off your personal chats with them, how do they feel this chat has gone? Oh, I'm not distracting them post launch. I'm too busy streaming, making content, and I also wouldn't really want to bother them too much so that they can focus on, you know, fixing issues. Hey Brian, how you going, mate? Alright, we're gonna do a respawn checkpoint because there's no bloody soul tools here. This iron is like sometimes painful. There's a lot of people complaining, but I started to Spear Fire Warrior, pure melee, and it's been a blast so far. Trying to find ground fire pet for perma firestorm. Sick. That's awesome to hear, mate. Love it. That sounds very creative. Assault Stink. Such a good name. Excuse me, what's going on here? What just happened to me? Let's see, what have we got here? Let's see about crafting these things now. Recovery right. You guys stop. Leave me alone for a second. Feather dodge. Increase charges, minions. More recovery on low life. Recovery rate. Charges. There we go. Nice. Nice. And I already have an ultimate mana flask. Excellent. Excellent. What do you think GGG will go down and make it easier game? Don't take me wrong, I like harder one as it reminds me of old school D2, but yeah. I mean, they did a hotfix already that lowered life in the campaign of enemies by 25%, and Rogue Exiles would play even more. And they unnerved a couple things, and that was just like kind of that was just their emergency patch, right? So I think they probably will do more. What will they do? I don't know. There's a bunch of angles for this. I think like making runes more available at low level and Artificer's Orbs, or whatever they're called, to socket would be really helpful. And I think I may have over-nerfed like flat elemental damage. Like when you can get 1 to 4 lightning on an item, I'm just like, what the hell is that? 1 to 4 lightning? 1 to 4 lightning? It's way too low. So I think that's what I'd like to see maybe. And otherwise they'll probably, you know, address skill balance. But honestly, skill balance is going to be like a big thing. It's like, you know, it's a bit of a crapshoot at this point. I also just think like the number that they picked for player damage is what they felt was good based on like how long do they expect players to fight like a rare monster for while leveling, and that number didn't align with a lot of people clearly. Where the fuck is this thing? There's only 2 things that frustrate me in the campaign really, and that is backtracking and spending way too long in the zone that's too big or too obtuse, and trial chaos. What just happened? Did you see that? Huh? There we go. That was so cool. So I've had all my spear fields down, but he was like in front of them, so I wasn't getting hit by them. And then I like knocked it back into the spear field and went, and it got like multiple knockback procs. And just sent it flying across the screen, exploding. It looked amazing. I'm kind of excited to test knockback spearfield shenanigans. That might be what my endgame build is focusing on. We'll see. Mobs have to be faster than the player because otherwise they don't threaten the player ever. But they can probably stand to be slowed down and be either able to swarm you less or give players more tools to help with that.
Back to the main chamber.
It might also just be like, another thing might just be that they need, oh yeah, okay, more and more catch-up mechanics for players who are like falling behind or struggling. Because like, the difficulty tuning for a lot of experienced players is like, fine to maybe slightly too hard. But that obviously becomes way worse for someone who's not super experienced. Or if you just happen to be playing a bad build. I also think like there's a truth to the idea that If you make things too hard, it starts to reduce build diversity because it's like people's tolerance for struggle is only so much that they will only start to play like the top builds at a certain point. I've certainly been an advocate of that idea a lot for Endgame in the past. Oh, that's bad. Woo! Ouch. Oh, baby, that damage though, the knockback. Yes. Oh my god, it's so beautiful.
Shouldn't be a problem,
Like, I think if you look at that and think that bleed is bad, or I have a bad, like, that the character's bad, or that this is weak, or that's not enough damage, I just think, like, you just have fundamentally very different expectations for the game. Trailblazer armor. Check that one. Yeah, I do. So I think movement skills is such a boon for an action RPG. Even if zones are a little large, movement skills can help iron those issues out. Yeah, and I think everyone should probably have a bit more. Like, I think spears are good and warriors good because you've got shield charge, leap slam, and this one's got disengage, thunderous leap. Both of those archetypes feel pretty good in terms of movement skills, I think. This one feels really good. Disengage is amazing. Targeting issues aside. But, yeah, there's a big disparity between the builds, the characters, the archetypes there. It's an okay hat. If I don't need the int currently, which I do.
Don't drink the water.
Bee-bee-doo-boo. One hat's mark. No, not gonna do. It's only a really good accuracy roll in the end, but there's a lot of accuracy. Shame it's not usable. I still need to figure out more of what I can do with this. Mobility on there's mild. You'd exploit weakness. Heavy swing. Could put something else on this guy. Let's go. Yeah, hardly need Galling Strike. Yeah, I'll just dash him for now until I figure out what I'm doing. Quadrilla Volatile one, don't really need you. It's Haste Aura ones a maybe. Elemental Resistance Aura, might use those at some point. Check the amulet. Doo-doo-doo. Nope, nope.
Don't drink the water.
How'd you kill the Dreadnought boss in Act 2? I spent 15 minutes fighting yesterday. Act 2 boss is one of the biggest hurdles for this build, and probably most builds, honestly. End of Act 2 bosses is difficult, and it's also a point in the game where you often experience gearing difficulties. So it's often the case of, like, you actually have to spend a bit of your orbs. Spend some currency and upgrade your gear, either via trade or crafting. Get an extra level. Make sure you got your good lighting res sorted out. And then if you're playing spear specific stuff, if you're playing this, he is very parryable, and that makes a big difference to your fight. So it can be pretty helpful to do that. Engage with the parry mechanic a bit there. You go over here. Don't need you. Actually, I might need to keep crafting those for now. All right, let's go. What's the maximum amount of movement you can get from the skill tree? I do not know. And they changed some of the, like, tiny movement, like 3% movement ones to be penalty reductions. Hold on, just responding to a message. Okay. What do we got? Mercuric, thank you very much for the 98-month Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you, buddy. Alright, sorry for missing some stuff in chat. Catch me up. Holding. I thought it's just early access, but the way skills are designed does feel less open-ended in PoE 2. It seems as though you're more being guided towards specific ways to play the game. I don't know, like, yeah, in so much as there are, like, combos, right? Like, there are things that do explicitly work together. But they're also, like, giving you such an open-ended, like, sandbox of stuff, too. Like, when you, especially when you factor in support gems, yeah? Like, there are so many interactions and possible combinations to try. Like, ultimately, yes, there are some guided interactions. But those are just the surface level things, right? Those are just to get you going, to get you started. Like the fact that you can, you have like a suggested gem or I don't know, an interaction between Rake and Bloodhunt, for example, is just the very beginning of it. Like, you know, like thinking about specifically disabling bleed on Spearfield so that I can apply incisions to maintain incision count for bleed scaling after I've raked something. That is, I doubt that was like a real, like specifically thought of or guided thing. I found that and that's really cool. That's like a custom thing. Is this build good to clear whole act? Yeah, I played through the whole campaign on this. It's been pretty good, I think, overall. Me, you. But it just increased chance to bleed. There's a passive that gives 2% increased damage taken per incision. And then with things like weapon swaps, support gems, and then you add in like unique interactions and stuff like that, right? And you start to unlock even more things when you're like, you know, enabling some status element of a damage type that doesn't normally occur or whatnot. I might have to try Empire's Grasp on this, actually, because if I end up messing with knockback, Empire's Grasp reverse knockback could be really interesting. See, you'll notice that Spearfield tends to have quite a few spears, like, right where you first poke. That seems to be, like, the biggest damage point. And reverse knockback could be interesting for, like, pulling them into that. Regular knockback feels really good too, though, but so I don't know. Well, it could be worth a test, though. Oh yeah, wait, we do need to go do that. Giving so much stuff, but only the best stuff works since it's so hard now. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, the idea that, like, if things are too difficult, players will gravitate only towards the top 10% of builds, whereas that, like, expands to the top 30% if the game's not as hard. So, there's something to be said for that, for sure. I feel like it's easier to gear this patch than last patch, but I still agree that it is a problem that, like, you don't have quite as much tools for ensuring against variance on weapons for attack builds specifically. Like, the difference between your runs, like 2 players playing a warrior at the same time, can be pretty major if one finds a really good weapon and the other one really struggles. There are a lot of tools there, but the problem is, like, players don't know most of them. But let's say you, like, know and use 80% of the tools at your disposal. That amount may be, like, kind of the average, but that amount is currently not enough. Like, I think it's kind of fine when you really know 100% of the tools you have access to and use them all. Like, you ask the racers, and like, Angormus was saying that like RNG played almost no factor in his runs. Like, in terms of gear, right? Like, it almost didn't matter what weapons he got. That's because, like, there are sufficient tools to deal with that, and the power level was, like, strong enough. Obviously, a bit weaker now, so that's part of it, but I think it's an issue for sure. And I think, like, more access to lesser runes and in gear would be a big thing. Can you call GG and ask them to give my perfect builders back? Open a gamble strong box last time and DC me and delete from my inventory. Oh no, I had a rollback 2 yesterday. I had a good beast companion that I just caught when it rolled back. Sorry mate, rollbacks are usually a very high priority for them. So. But no, they won't give you anything back. They pretty much never do. Right now I'm using Fizz Damage Aura and Shock on Hit, but I have a couple other beasts that I've been using off and on. I have a Haste one that's quite nice, and I have a bit nasty here. And I have an Elemental Resistance one, which is nice for the fact that I have like -2 cold res. I'd like to see a slightly higher Rogue Exile spawn rate. I had a streak of them when I started Cruel, and I haven't had too many since. But they're really good for gearing. They're awesome for gearing. I think they could be twice as common, would be pretty cool. Come here, you. Skip the spear fields here. Lol. Amazing.
Now that's a kill worth. Spirit watch over us.
Spirit watch over us. I don't need any of this at the moment.
Scene.
Looks good. Is there support for increasing the companion aura AoE? Seems very easy to run out of currently. I don't know if just the increased area effect gem does it or not. Does increased AoE affect the size of your auras, or has it got its own like separate presence thing going on or something? I agree with Crypt that a game with this campaign speed is not something you want to go through a reset each month. That's definitely something to consider. If they're going for the like reset every 3 months, then you do want to tailor a game design to that. Like, they might be subconsciously trying to design something that feels good to play through every, 12 months, which is not what they want to do. I haven't seen Crypt's video yet, but I think that's a compelling argument. Well, I don't really need any of those, but at least that one's well rolled, I suppose. Pop it in here. Who knows, maybe we will need some of those this time around. I feel like Rogue Exiles could be added as set encounters to some of the more empty areas. Yeah, could do. Could do. Alright, so that was Azak Bog done. I still don't have the waypoint. I don't think. Yeah, I missed the waypoint in Infested Barrens, which is unfortunate. So I did get myself some... Oh, well, I guess I got more spirit now, don't I? So maybe I should drop totem and incorporate another spirit skill. Yeah, I mean, it would be good just to get Wind Dancer even. Actually, Talon's waypoints placement is so garbage that I actually like want to use a portal gem, like portal instead. So you don't know if penetration affects chance to shock. I don't know if penetration's order of operations mean that it's like at the end as like a increased damage taken thing. It should affect chance to shock. Chance to shock is based on, well, a number of factors, but your total hit damage being a big one. So your lightning penetration should affect it, I would think. But I don't know where you might be able to see that one in game. Alright, spirit skill. I could do Trail of Caltrops, which is not what I'm going to do. I don't think, unless there's some good utility there, I don't know about that one. Let's go ahead and find ourselves probably Wind Dancer, I'm thinking. Alchemist Boon, flask charges per second. A very different game that would want you to run Alchemist Boon. The recovery to allies, I guess, is maybe a thing. Alright, I think we're probably gonna do Wind Dancer for sure. Now we'll want to get some supports for that. Cool. I cannot fit cannibalism unless I remove precision. 10, 20, cannibalism is 2% for 15. It's pretty good. Where's the little knockback one? Maybe there's more useful things in here anyway. Untouchable. Increased evasion rating while using supported skills per quarter of a second of attack time of supported skill. Don't think it has an attack time. Vitality's 20. Wind Wave. I'll get Wind Wave on there for now because that's just kind of a freebie. Name's kind of okay there too, but is there any spirit ones I can fit? 20, 15, 15, 15. Clarity. Clarity it is. It's not like I've had mana problems at all. Mana leech. It's pretty good. Many players are ignoring companions for some reason, just because it's another category. It might be the percentage reservation maybe having an impact on that too, but it could also just be that they're like tucked in another menu. That's going to have a big impact for sure. Now, let's go. Maybe Gale Force is an attack, so that's why it could work on Wind Dancer. Yeah, Wind Dancer is an attack, and you can do some on-hit effects and things like that with it. But it doesn't have an attack time, so... Although it could link to it, it wouldn't actually do anything. It would just have a 0 effectiveness.
Back off!
Looks like the wrong way. Blind on Wind Dancer? Blind's alright. Blind and maim on Wind Dancer means that when it triggers, you like, you know, blind and maim them. Those are okay options. I have blind on disengage at the moment. It's also pretty good on a companion. If I 3-socket one of my tame beasts at some point, I'll probably put blind on it. I think that's one of the better ones to do it on. Getting a blind on hit jewel is also a good option. In general.
Nowhere safe.
Good shrouding. Where did the spirit go, though? Did it keep going? Oh. Oh, well. I gotta go find this place I'm going to. I just got a pet. How do you get enough spirit to summon, please? How much spirit do you have? It's a percentage, so any amount of spirit above 1 is enough.
Time to get Elva down. Here goes.
If you're using another spirit aura and you don't have enough, then you should at that point. By the time you get it, you, well, I guess you may still only have 30, in which case you need to go to the Azak Bog and kill the witch. And then you'll get yourself some extra spirit that way. But it kind of scales to the amount you have a bit. Can't go that way. Wait, what? Where's my lever? This way. Does it matter that they're 10 times more expensive? The companions with insane mods are going to do damage of 10 minions. I have heard that some of the modifiers are like really strong, but they're probably tuned incorrectly, so long term that might not be really the intent. But yeah, there's so many variables at play there that I suspect, especially the fact that they can apply an aura to the rest of your minions is pretty powerful, so... Not only are they a minion, but they're also going to give auras to your minions. It does seem like... I know next to nothing about summoners in this game, but it does seem like something that would be useful. Oh, what? It cancel out, did it? What defenses are you thinking about for your builds? In addition to mobility. And flask usage and playing well, hopefully. Probably not. Evasion, block, blind, maim, stun. Very effective stun. What else? Probably a few more little bits. Oh, quite good leech is a big one. So recovery. Good recovery is always good. Different red bars. There, the one that's darker is how much the enemy has bled. That is the blood loss mechanic. And the other ones that are like a bit brighter or something is weak points on their health bar, where I can do bonus damage to them. Ba, 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 ba. Falcon dive is a get. Do I go into that? Or do I come out here and get this next? I've been having too many issues with elements yet. Probably want to see if I can get myself a jewel too, actually. See what the current jewel market looks like for me. Evasion, elemental ailment threshold, debuffs expire faster. It's a low roll. 3 extra attack speed, accuracy, blind on hit. I do want a blind on hit one. Don't know that I have 3x exactly. I'll hold off on that for another little while. My companion conjures lightning storms and all damage shocks. Damage is crazy good. Nice. Yeah, I like those ones that are like, say this guy's got all damage shocks, but it only does little swipes. If it had like another, you know, ability that like struck a bunch of times, it would, you know, big AoE ability or something, it'd be applying those shocks like crazy. The pack there and everything too. But yeah, I think some of those modifiers do some decent damage potentially. I haven't really noticed any of the basic attacks doing any damage. Maybe I'll put my, I got this dire tusk boar here that's kind of cool. It's got haste aura, periodic lightning explosions, all damage chills. And, oh, I can't afford this one. Spirit 50, because its reservation is 39. What's my other guy? 38.4. Apparently that makes the difference, because I was exactly right. I mean, a little bit of quality will let me equip them, but that's kind of funny. Don't have quite enough. I mean, I can always drop clarity. I don't need it. I'll just drop clarity for a sec. There we go. Kind of funny, though. Can also must have more than one aura? No, I'm pretty sure they have kind of like a slot system, and auras can only have one aura. But there are other things that can have on top of that, though. I think probably mostly you're going to get up to three useful modifiers. I don't know if... I think the fourth slot is mostly local things to them. I don't know how many of those are useful. Like, this one's got 4 modifiers. Let's see. Haste, periodic lightning, all damage chills, extra fire damage. So I think the extra fire damage, for example, is stuff like armored, extra fire damage, hasted, stuff like that, which none of that really helps you. But stuff like hasted could help them do other things. If they're doing damage, obviously that's good. Or if they're, So that was volatile plants. Yeah, yes, there is... Okay, cool. I found empowering volatile plants earlier, which is empowered version, obviously. Because this one's just volatile plants, not empowered. The empowered one gave added chaos damage, which is pretty cool. What supports for Spear Field? Rage. At the moment I'm using Rage, Blood in the Eyes, and Bloodlust, which is interesting that it's doing so much single target because Blood in the Eyes isn't even a damage support. Rage is kind of. Bloodlust is. But it does seem like I could use another damage support on there, maybe. Or I wonder if like knockback or some... I don't know if there's any good knockback supports. There is knockback, but... Which that might honestly be good. I don't know. Push through. No. Bludgeon. Knockback on hit. More knockback distance. Okay, I have to test that. Hobble's good, but I can see about putting it somewhere else maybe for now. I don't know where. Probably go on... Wait, no, wrong one. Let's see here. Where'd you go, buddy? Spear Field. Blood in the Eyes. It's not exactly gonna fully hobble them, but it'll lower their evasion a bit at least. Let's try this though. Arm's length, 40% more knockback distance. And there's a passive I want to anoint for this as well. I need a boss or a chunky rare to test this on. It looks... I think that has the potential. Pretty hard for them to walk through a spear field when the spears are slowing them and knocking them back. The Act 3 Curl, that's the one. Ziggy keeps trying to dodge out lightning fields the ball puts down. Yeah, I don't know if I can long-term run a monster that does like enemy effects like that. They really need to be toned down or changed in some way visually, I feel like, if they're a player effect. My problem is it does kind of push them out of this optimal damage spot though, which I wonder if reverse knockback would be good for that. I think that only happens though because like, so you're placing spears, the enemy is consuming the spears here, which means more and more are getting placed in this spot. So you kind of build up a strong point, which then the enemy can end up hitting. So I don't know. Empire's Grasp could be interesting to test with that. Get him, like, you end up kind of pulling him onto that. Could be kind of interesting. Crazy, I just deleted the game. My hardcore tune died while on the loading screen joining a party. Damn man, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's super unfortunate. Effectively bug, it sounds like.
Look out below!
This melee bleed build to work, you gotta be insanely tanky in that game, in my opinion. We'll see. Might be true for many builds now. They've made Endgame harder. Might also be that we just kind of like use bleed and spearfield to build a stun and then just go to town on them and kill them while they're stunned. That might be how it plays. Blood's coolest looking skill. It's so gloriously over the top. Nice. Come on, carnal lever. Alright, dead end. Well, alright, now we go down here. Damn, this one's a confusing one. Yeah, I think I want to stick with my cat for now. I don't like those lightning effects. They're confusing. Polarity back on for now, I guess. Everyone I've heard that used it has switched to something else. That used what? Sorry? There are essence bombers with more than one aura from what I've seen that. Yeah, I don't think you can capture the essence monsters. Unless vanilla Herald of Blood would be like $20 skin for Herald of Fire in PoE 1. Yeah, there were some that looked like that. Alrighty, I gotta take a short break and then we're going on to the rest of this act. Going down into the blah 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 blah. Ghost Dance might be good if we can get Energy Shield, maybe. Yeah, I can see some players going in Energy Shield on their Huntresses. I don't think I want to, though. Especially not with, like, a bleed setup, maybe. I'll be back. I'll see you in a moment. Hello, hello, welcome back, folks. You still using totem? Nah, I dropped the totem. Pretty much in cruel, I think. You can kind of still use it for a while, but I think once you get the extra spirit at the end of Act 3 and cruel, and you probably want to that slot for another spirit skill anyway. So I've dropped it at this point. I just saw there was a hotfix nerfing the life of rare monster companions. we're all mentioning it. It's like they're tankier than the rare. They had a 400% life bonus. They nerfed it down to 94%. So those should be substantially less tanky now.
Be warned, they are queen.
That's good. Good news there. That's good news. That's a lot of accuracy, to be honest. Problem is it's a slightly lower base, but I have spare regals. That's a lot of fizz. Oh man. Gamba? Oh, come on. This is not worth it. Ugh, one more try. No! No! Wasted. Wasted. Alright. I mean, if I was at that level and I was struggling for my spear, that would be a nice upgrade, but it's not. And I'm not. Unfortunate. What is this removed skill? Huh? What? What is this? Removed skill? Question mark? Huh? Spearfield. That's weird. Oh, it went away. Oh, there's like a mini version you can do. Demon Crystal any good? I haven't tested it too much yet. It seems like it might be good for clear boosting on Herald of Blood. And there probably are some builds that take advantage of it specifically. But I'm not too sure yet. Sylvanas, fill me in. Wait, what's this about? I could not power through spamming stomp rakes to map. I mean, if it ever feels like you're having to power through on a specific skill, then, you know, play a different build. Like, you're obviously not enjoying it at that point. I think it's really fun, right? Like, for me, not powering through. I'm delightfully enjoying myself using rake. It is important to note that you shouldn't just be using rake, though. In fact, as you get later in the game, like where I'm at now, I want to use Spearfield a lot more, not just rake. You don't really want to just spam rake at this point. I mean, for clearing, yeah, but we want to use a bit more Blood Hunt and we want to use a bit more Spearfield. Move out of my way. You got a lesser jewel orbs. Don't say drop it. Yeah, they drop. They buff the drop rate on them. They drop substantially more often now. About 3 or 4 drops, which is the same amount I had on my pre-release playtest too. And they specifically mentioned that they buff them. But you know, variance is the thing. I didn't get any for a while, and I literally as we're talking about it. There's another one. Yes, they did indeed buff lesser jewel orb drops. No, they are way more common. Before it was, on average, you would get 1 additional lesser jewel orb. You get 2 from the campaign, then you would get 1 as a drop, and that was basically it. But now, now I think like you should probably expect like 4-ish, maybe. I think I've had like 5 or 6. I'll buy Last Epoch for the crafting alone at this point. Last Epoch's pretty dope. We'll I look forward to checking out the new expansion for it in a couple weeks' time. I kind of wish it was a little slightly later on so that I could have more time enjoying PoE 2 before I started playing that, but I can always come back. See how we feel, eh? Yoink. I think I tried to turn the aircon on and I think it was actually the heater. cooking. It was on auto and it decided, hey, you know what? I think he needs a blast of hot airs. Realized I was kind of like starting to cook in here and it was making me a bit slow mentally, but the heater is not what I need right now. The last Epoch League comes out on your birthday. Oh, nice. Happy birthday. Hope it's a good present for you. Bad time, but I guess no indie tryouts for March. You mean the one that just happened? Or do you mean at the end of this month? Wait, the one that just happened? What do you mean? I tried that indie game while I was reading patch notes. Nah, I didn't really get a chance to do a proper indie tryouts. Sorry. The trip plus getting ready for the launch. I wanted to, but didn't quite pan out, unfortunately. These guys are nasty. They're very nasty.
Just get a move on or else.
Show me who you're coming to empower, my friend.
No time to tarry.
I think lesser runes should really stop dropping by this point.
Keep on him.
But I always think things like this, and devs never agree with me. Taper it off, man. Taper it off.
Time to finish this.
Hopefully tapers in endgame a bit. I suspect they'll always drop. Didge. Don't drown. The blue triangles. I've drowned twice to those in normal. It's quite silly. I love when you get those rakes that like zip around the monster like that. How can you not enjoy this skill? Crazy. So fun. So way to upgrade the lessers into high tier versions? Yep. Yeah, the reforging bench does. You should know, it's rather important. The reforging bench does that for you. If you've got rune, they have a stack limit of 10. Let me stockpile my lesser runes. Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely some quality of life issues and backwards steps in PoE 2 that I'm not happy about.
Take this.
Two tiers of runes and being able to override your socket has me enjoying rune crafting a lot more. Yeah, overriding your socket's really good. And the new runes and the more specific ones and stuff are pretty cool. I think the rune tiers should feel like they have like bigger growth amounts though. Well, it appears I found dead end land over here. I don't think these drop anything, right? I don't think so. Well, where do I need to go? See, this like zone does not need to be... Okay, so like this is... wait, I mean this is an example of a zone that probably should feel really big. But it definitely needs more in it, so I'll give them that one. They could probably keep this one kind of big if they put some more interesting stuff in here, because there's not really anything in here. There's a couple houses you can go into, but nothing really outside of that. And the problem is, like, the zone layout stays consistent with time travel, so like normally you come over in the big door here, right? But you just can't go here in this timeline, so this is just like a big dead end. So like, I don't know, stand to put something interesting here, for example. But like, I don't enjoy going and clearing 2 loops and it being a dead end where there was nothing. If I end up going there, at least put something like very cool there. Feel like enough artificer orbs drop? No, I don't. And I think like grinding the socketed items at the bench is not fun. So hopefully they slowly give way on that issue a little bit. Make that a bit more fun. Historically, that's been the case, but I think it'll be a slow to grind them down on that one.
Abomination!
I'm really having fun with Rake Amazon, but got hard stuck on Jamin Ra. It is super common. He's a really hard guy. I struggled on both normal and cruel Jamin Ra. A lot of people have. It's a point in the game where you tend to have bad gear, and the guy is nasty. The guy's got a lot of area denial stuff. He does a fair amount of damage. You probably have no lightning resist at that point. And he's tanky as. You want to like be approaching the Dreadnought and know, okay, Dreadnought, time to upgrade as much as I can. Spend currency, check the vendors, grab an extra level or two. He's very
Still standing.
the guy's a big scary, and you gotta prep for it. He's probably a bit overtuned. I think I'll probably end up shooting him down a bit maybe, but it's also like if anything's gonna be a bit overtuned, the end of act boss is maybe where it is. But they do have to look at the percentage number of people who get hard stuck and quit at a boss. I suspect they might be a little high for that guy. You're not alone. I don't think I've ever gone left in this zone. This is possibly wrong way, or it's a weird layout. Rare boots, gimme. Yeah, Colossus is a little tricky. I feel I had a couple minor issues with Colossus, and I have seen other people say they've had issues there. By Maxwell not giving you to create builds in the main menu official ones, they've not offered you or not interested? What do you mean? I am a Maxwell creator. I've made tons of articles on Maxwell. I don't do a lot of build guides in general, but I have done one of the most successful articles on the site, which is the grenade witch hunter leveling guide, the great grenade mercenary leveling guide. So just like I haven't done any other builds outside of that. I have a build planner, which is also currently one of the most popular build planners too.
Yeah,
So there's that. But it's too early for build guides for this league anyway. The kind of like the strategy was several days of build planners followed by, because we have some quality control. Like the rule is for Max Roll, we're not really supposed to post, like just scramble to post build guides as quickly as possible. We're supposed to do them a little bit later, or on the side of doing them later, but doing them well, doing them comprehensive and well. Like we're supposed to get to and test endgame even for like a leveling build. So I appreciate your vote of confidence that you feel like I should be more represented there. I feel like I'm being adequately represented. The Max Roll, starting to work with Max Roll, working with Max Roll has been awesome. I think it's been very good. And now this is the first time we've had like a new league, and I'm seeing like content I wrote last league do well at the start of this league, just with like a bit of maintenance work. And I think that's very promising for my future. So I'm excited about it. I like it too. I like making content for that. But yeah, I mostly make other guys, like mechanics guys. I did like a gigantic leveling comprehensive guide for this league, and I did like a bunch of mechanics guides for the others, and some meta guides like chancing unique items and stuff like that. Remember Ziggy's Chronomancer? Yeah, I was like debating whether I wanted to make a build guide on that, and I was like, I mean, I feel like this stuff's going to change so much, and I was right. I'm glad I didn't make a build guide for that, because I would have just been like completely scrapping that now. That would have felt like a bummer.
Leave to dry.
So don't like the well? Yeah. I'm okay with where the well's at now because it's like you barely ever really need to use it. But that said, I do kind of like, I often take some passives early in the campaign to give flask charges, and I usually try and roll flasks pretty aggressively for, like, extra fast charge gain. I like max roll, just wish there was more build variety represented in build guides. That's the trade-off of, like, having the quality control. Like, we are made to, via the peer review process and the general rules that we have for ourselves and for each other, to, yeah, not just spam builds on there. So, it's gonna grow over time because we'll, like, have more builds that we can kind of keep maintained and update and build from. So the variety will increase slowly over time, but it's not the high priority for us.
Enough to get a stew going, I reckon.
But I like that. I mean, that was ultimately why I partnered with them over the other options, because I was able to look at them and be like, yeah, you know, they're a lot of what they're doing aligns with the way I like to and want to do things. Prioritizing, you know, sacrificing some revenue for quality. Wave ascending do you find easier? I do Sekima's quest, Chaos quest, and then Sekima's and Sekima's.
Up and away!
I kill Viper just because I put level 4 Spearfield. You your Spearfield did some work for you, did it? Yeah, I made a large guide to Sekima, so Ziggy's preference on which one should be clear. I do need to do more Trial of Chaos so that I can expand the Ascendancy guide with some more Trial of Chaos info. Like, I don't have enough guidance on the bosses there. Although one of the bosses is a placeholder anyway, so... Tornado Bird, I think. Or Bloodbird, one of those. That leveling guide might be up on my second screen. That's very good to hear. I'm very happy about that. I keep getting controlled by your in-game voice lines since they're nearly the same volume at the moment. I liked a I killed a skeleton and I heard enough to get a stew going, I reckon. No, that was me, I said that. I want to like Trial of Chaos, but it's just all punish, and it's slow, and the modifiers are annoying. It's kind of embodiment of a lot of the design ideas that I dislike. Like the idea of, you know, just making things that hard counter certain builds. No, I don't need the mushrooms. Get out of here. Ooh, shiny. I don't need it. It's supposed to be like a snail spiral in, so I'm going the wrong way. See, I learned that from racing. I'm supposed to snail in like this towards the center. You can actually, I think, kind of see her from near the beginning somewhere. No, I don't know if I need to go this way or this way, though. Check this way first. Yeah, no, it looks like it's the other way. Bomber. You know how pinpoint shot notable gives accuracy based on crit, works with the critical hit ascendancy node? Are you talking about this one? Yeah, I looked at this and I'm like, there's no way that works. I haven't tested it, but I reckon it probably doesn't work. Because it's like attacks gain increase accuracy equal to their crit chance. The thing is, I think that so you're like probably thinking, oh, maybe I'll get like 50% increased accuracy from that. It'd be amazing. I think you'll just get like 6 or whatever your weapon is. Because the way I think it's done is that bonus accuracy, bonus crit here is like a separate line. So I would get like 15% accuracy, which honestly would probably be okay, but yeah, I don't think it like works in the good way. Should I commit to Bleed Amazon or redo for Elemental Twister? What do you think looks more appealing to you, mate? Both of those potentially pretty strong. I know the Twister's got a little bit nerfed, but I think they're still pretty good, right? And the spear throw stuff's good too. So you can also go Storm Lance, Lightning Javelin, Lightning Spear, whatever it's called. I like the Explosive Spear, Storm Lance as well combo. Pretty fun. Ow. Oh. Chaos. Oof. Damn it. There we go. She couldn't roll onto me because of the knockback. That's awesome. Oops. Not as smooth as the previous bosses.
Now there's a fight I hope to... Alva'll want to say this.
Nice. Giant pillar monkey on Act 6 got wisped. That was unpleasant. Oh! What we're working on, news post? Oh, hello. Oh, it's looks chunky. Okay, okay. Many people are reporting that gameplay is feeling too slow. Sometimes this comes in the form of people saying that monster life is too... Just kidding. Is too high, or that player damage is too low, or areas are taking too long. Yeah, it's a mixture of things, isn't it? That's not necessarily all been too... It's not all been necessarily super consistent either. In this post, we will talk about some of the things that we've already done, and more of the changes we're planning on making. The builder Maxwell only has 3 skills with lesser Jeweler's Orbs, but in the main game you have more. Can we expect soon update? Yeah, I'll do another update as soon as I finish this act. LTU. Huntress specific concerns. One of the major concerns that we've seen for the Huntress is a lot of the power of the class is locked behind parry mechanic, and some players do not wish to parry. Getting frenzy charges without parry is an option available to the class later on, but there are no other early game options that don't involve parrying. Yeah, I think it's mostly just like an Act 1 issue. And only kind of early Act 1 even. We want to give early game players an option to get frenzy charges without parry, but we have to be very careful not to make this too easy and remove the rewards for doing the parry combos. I do like parry a lot, and I think making it really rewarding is good too. The damage bonus on it is nice. I could make that last longer. In order to do this, we're adding a new skill on the second row of spears called Cull the Weak. Cool. The skill is effectively the same as killing Palm Monk, but for frenzy charges. If a monster is in culling range, using Cull the Weak will charge towards the monster, kill it instantly, and give you a frenzy charge. Dope. The skill should be patched in over the next few days. I think that's a fine way of going. Cool, cool. I like it. Expands out that early game a little bit. Gives you that culling strike action, which is, you know, you have to use a support gem or something for at the moment. So we have a nice cull option now. Cool, cool. It's pretty thematic to Huntress as well. We also want to improve the feeling of parry more generally. 2 issues we've identified are that in some cases it feels like you should parry monsters but don't. And that in other cases you get heavy stun in cases where you feel like you shouldn't. I don't know, I haven't done that first one, but I have had ones where like I get surprise heavy stunned. Normally like you expect to get heavy stunned after, you know, 2 or 3 parries if you do them sequentially. But sometimes you run into like a rare monster that has increased stun and they get you in 1 hit, which is like, I don't know if they should ever get you in 1 hit. But since like your maximum like heavy stun threshold is kind of a thing, I guess that's naturally some enemies are going to exceed it at times. Currently investigating improvements to these. Yeah, I think as long as I ensured that you never got stunned from 1 hit, unless it was like something you weren't supposed to parry. What What is this spam in chat? Could a mod kill that kill that person's account from my chat? Just please, can you, what is this? Someone spamming their channel in chat? Gross. In game, in Minecraft, please. Could someone please murder that person in Minecraft? Purge the heretic. Can someone please? What is it called? Call the week. Thank you. Mod's too busy playing. Thanks, mods. Do. I appreciate you, mods. Now, I was very, very distracted. Parry. Okay. The other bit of feedback are players who don't want to enter melee range at all, while the primary role of the class is incentivizing melee ranged hybrid playstyle. I mean, wait, what? This is a thing? I mean, you can just play ranged, but like, I guess for the first 5 levels or so, you can't really. We do think we can improve on this type of gameplay somewhat while still incentivizing using both types of attacks. I do doubt that there's going to be many endgame setups that go the full hybrid melee ranged thing. I think it works pretty well in the campaign, but I doubt it's going to happen too much at endgame. Just because it kind of makes sense at a certain point to start investing more in like the range stuff, you know? I don't know. Maybe with the changes to weapon swap where you can use the same weapon might make it easier to use like 2 trees for that. To make this type of gameplay feel better, we're going to be buffing the speed of spear throws generally. Okay, cool. But especially lightning spear. Damage will remain the same, meaning that you'll get approximately 25% buff to DPS from only using lightning spear. Some other spear throws will receive slight speed increases too, but they generally have other mechanics that mean the attack speed on them is less relevant. Cool. So, speed buff to some spear throws, especially lightning spear, which that skill's already looking insane at endgame, so. Whoa. Riding around on a rower and just spamming lightning spears is probably going to be something. Something else unqualified here. Something to do with making parry feel a bit better. New skill for culling and getting frenzy charges. Yeah, cool. Player minion damage and life. One of the areas major balance adjustment is 0-2 was the minion life and damage curves for players. In 0-1-1 endgame, minion characters were getting very out of control values, mostly due to being able to significantly increase gem levels. We previously significantly reduced the growth of minion life and damage as these gain levels, and the intention was mostly to hit the top of endgame, but it seems this has had an unintended effect on the campaign play as well. How does that happen? We're making a change to increase the damage and life that the minions get during the campaign to be more similar to before, while still keeping the scaling nerfs. Yep, fair. Monster life too high. One of the first things we looked at when considering clear speed concerns was monster life curve. We found monster life throughout the campaign after Act 1 was probably too high. We've made adjustments to lower monster life by 25% through most of the campaign. It's been deployed already. Second issue we found was that the life bonus on rare minions was incredibly high. That's been deployed this morning. One of the reasons why we feel this is particularly bad is because these monsters are still white, but they had more life than blue monsters. This calibrates players' expectations incorrectly and makes rare fights harder than they should be. This number has been set back to what it was in 0-1, which lowers rare minion life by about 60%, also to being deployed. Large area sizes. So no further changes to monster life, but I think that probably makes sense. They want to attack other things, but I don't see any other mentions of like damage for general gems and things like that, which is probably the thing that I think people will see is missing from here. Large area sizes. I asked them about this in the Q&A. I'm glad the recent outcries reinforced that point. Many players are reporting that areas feel like they're too large. Normally when this is the case, the main reason is due to other concerns such as monster life or play damage being incorrect, or just lack of entertaining content in the area. Those like exacerbate the issue, but it doesn't remove the fact that the issue is there. The areas are, I think, too large. In theory, if you had no load screens and like every moment of gameplay was interesting, then sure, yeah. But the problem is, with large zones, even if there is content like wall to wall in every single large zone, at some point you're going to get a quest and you're going to have to backtrack. So unless they completely eliminate backtracking, or like getting lost trying to find a quest objective, unless they somehow magically eliminate those game design problems that have never been really a thing you can eliminate without making some major sacrifices, then zone size is its own problem, I think. However, we're checking to see if there are any outliers that players are spending too long in to see if any changes to area size. I can tell you which zones. In the meantime, we did notice that there are some areas that don't have sufficient checkpoints. Yeah, the checkpoints has helped a lot. So we're doing a pass of adding some more. More is always good. Here, let's have a look. Let's go act by act. Okay, so Act 1. Start at the beginning. Clearfell's fine. Grellwood is, I think, fine. It's a pretty big zone, but it's got a lot in it. The only issue I see is that finding the tree and the waypoint is a bit hit or miss if you don't know how the zone layout mechanics work. If you don't know there's a diamond pattern, and the 4 encounters in that, the witch, the thorn beast, the tree, and the where you go underground to the next zone, they're in a diamond pattern. So they're always in a diamond pattern. So once you've like located 2 of them, it's easy to find the other 2. But if you don't know that, it's very easy to like not find the tree. So they could do something about that, I think. Red Veil is, I think, bigger than it needs to be, but not massively. It could be like 20% smaller. Grim Tangle could probably be 20% smaller. It kind of feels like it's supposed to be kind of a claustrophobic zone. Cemetery of the Eternals is... it varies. Sometimes it's way too big. Other times it's just like... I had a tiny one this time. So it's weird. It really depends on where the things spawn. Some sort of like more logical consistency as to where the 2 partners' tombs are. Like maybe if they were divided into sections, like his and her private plots or something, would help a lot. Mausoleum of the Praetor, these ones are fine. The underground ones often are. The hunting grounds, I think, is mostly fine because everything's located around the outside and there's not really much reason to go in the middle. It could probably be smaller, but I don't think it would really make any difference. Freythorn is larger than it needs to be. Sometimes you get through pretty quickly if you hit the rituals fast, but there could probably be a little, like, the zone's tight, but it is like a bit large too, I think. Ogham Farmlands is... You kind of want it to feel like open farmlands, I guess, but you can do that with areas you can't get to with walls. They could probably like remove like 1/4 of that. Village mostly feels pretty fine, I think. You tend to get through there pretty quickly. It's just like got slightly weird layouts, but I think it's fine. Manor Ramparts is fine. Ogham Manor is, I think, fine. Having a big, like, kind of like a zones that you really battle your way through for a while at the end of an act is kind of fine. Act 2. Act 2 is all over the place, man. Act 2's got a whole bunch of problems. Quarry and mines are a bit empty and boring. They could definitely be a lot smaller. Especially because they're like the introductory zones to the act. I think they could be like half the size. Valley of Titans I think is fine. I like that being kind of big like it is. I think it works pretty well. Especially because it's kind of like a loop and it works okay. I think Lost City, Buried Shrines, and Keth mostly feel fine. They could be like 10% smaller or something and it will probably help the pacing. Trader's Passage, and that feels okay for the most part. Could probably have a few dead ends cold. Mastodon Badlands is way bigger than it needs to be, but maybe it's just the combination of these 2 zones being a bit bigger than they need to be. I think Dreadnought's kind of fine. It does drag on a little bit long, but again, it's also the last area of the zone, so I think that kind of works. Act 3 has some of the more egregious ones. Jungle Ruins and Infested Barrens are like way bigger than they need to be. I think you want to keep Drowned City big, but it needs way more stuff in it. Apex of Filth is kind of fine. Sandsport Marsh is okay. Chimera Wetlands actually feels okay most of the time. Chicani's Sanctum is one of the few underground areas that is kind of awful. The second place of the generators is frustrating, man, but that's more of a quest design issue, I think. Apex of Filth is too long, you reckon? Yeah, since it's like the top of the temple, it could be kind of like a small, just a much smaller version of that loop, maybe? Like the little spiral could feel more like a little spiral into the inner sanctum. If it was smaller, you'd actually kind of realize that more, maybe? Doo-doo-doo-doo. What else is there? Anything else? I think you could almost hit every zone by 10 or 20%, and then a couple zones by like 50%. Blah, blah, blah. Was there anything else in the notes? Crashes and disconnect. In the meantime, we did notice that there are some areas that don't have sufficient checkpoints. Oh, yeah. On launch day, we had a severe and common client crash in town. Failed to deserialize object. It was fixed on the first day, but there still have the clients and server crashes that remain. Currently, the number of client crashes is actually a bit lower than 0.1 due to working around somewhat common NVIDIA driver crash. But the rate of server-side crashes is approximately 6 times higher, which results in you getting suddenly disconnected. Thankfully, server-side crashes are significantly easier for us to debug. Resolve them in the next few days. We'll continue to work on client crashes as well. We're additionally working on a few extra features that should be released soon. Adding a system for bookmarking on the Atlas map. Nice. The system will let you save locations with a name on the Atlas so you can find them later. Oh, cool. Another is adding stash affinities for more types of socketables and tablets. Include socketables and tablets, yeah. Updating the flask affinity to include charms. Adding a way to rebind specters and tame beasts so that you can experiment with these options more easily. What does that mean? Rebind them. Huh? What does it mean by rebind specters and tame beasts? I don't know what that means. As in reuse the skill gem? Really? I thought that was like fully intentional to just have you cut a new gem for it. So a way of like releasing the beast so you can get the gem back. I guess that's nice. I guess that's nice. I don't feel like getting normal gems is all that hard, but... Even if it is intentional, it's pretty meh if you want to experiment. Yeah, I guess like when you first get access to it, you might be a bit low on gems, and that could make it a little bit tricky to, experiment, I suppose. What am I up to, by the way? What did I do last? I killed what's-the-face. Gotta go back down the stairs, eh? Clear my inventory too. Yeah, I think they don't need to make that change, but yeah, it's still a nice change to make, I guess. Annoying design, yeah, I get that. Ba, 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 ba. 10% movement speed. Ooh.
Don't drink the water.
You were 62 base. Attribute requirements is not all that helpful. You worth a regal? Worth a regal try. No, that's not gonna work. I'm not dropping any more exalts into trash.
Take care.
Amount recovered, increased charges. Try you. See how you roll. Ignore. Alright, mate. You got anything good on you, by the way? Just checking. It's an accuracy spear. These are lightning spears. I don't want them. Get them away from me. Any bucklers? No bucklers. I did get myself another dual sword, didn't I? I could put that on my beastie. Or what else have I got? Anything for Wind Dancer, maybe? Could just put Maim on there. Whack it on there. Why not? If everything else is basically 3-socketed, then why not? It's on you. Hemo Crystals and Holy Descent at the moment. Just kind of whatever. Momentum is kind of okay on there too if I do want it to do some damage, but I don't really have like scaling for it or anything. Can you explain to me why is everyone's playing Amazon Ascendancy and not the other one? Is it really that bad? It is naturally a bit biased towards being played later in the league. You'll see more people check it out later because it's a lot of its mechanics are centered around having good jewelry, which is difficult to do early on. I suppose I'm in the minority, but I find larger maps to be a bonus. Yeah, I like the idea of larger maps. I think it's just they're all large. I think you want some pacing changes, right? Like you want to go have some like fun, exciting, quick connecting ones, and then like a large one that you explore and sink into for a while. I don't know. And less load screens is good for sure. There are upsides to it, and I like it in general. But they're obviously a bit large and boring, and too much backtracking and stuff like that is definitely a downside of it. Ba-da-ba-ba. There is... Oh, you know what I could use here, maybe? I think it is... What is it called? Cadence. Split skills become usable after you've moved 10 meters. More skill speed. Or hit and run. Both of those could work. I think I might not like that. That it might not like work occasionally. I like to use it end to end, so cadence probably works better, but I don't often use it so many times in a row. That cadence would be a problem. So I think we get to use cadences 6 times. Yeah, so you can use it 6 times in 10 seconds before it goes on cooldown. That seems fine for that. But it's 30% increased block chance, only giving me 12 block, because it's not plus 30, it's 30% increased. So it scales off of the block chance on your shield. Is there a reason you don't use hefts? I just don't have enough gem sockets yet. And it's currently lower priority than the other options. But heft is a very good gem for a lot of builds, including bleed, where you want large hits on occasion for a big bleed roll. I think Endgame could benefit from the same thing, where there would be like different types of maps. It'd have to be a different item though, otherwise it wouldn't work. But if you had like travel maps that were short and exciting, single encounters or something, and then like longer, bigger maps that were your big juices. That's just my slightly gooberish idea. I guess the only thing with cadence for the leap slam is that it actually has like a flat attack speed, and the increased attack speed on it doesn't even really do that much. The attack on doesn't actually update on there. I don't even know if it works. Might try one of the ones that's like healing or something. Or knockback maybe? Knockback would be pretty good. Gives you a little bit more space when you first land. Actually should be this way. No. I saw a legitimate theory that this zone has like a mechanic where it's always the second place you look. Massive spear. Do you think the smaller quick zones will make the big ones seem bigger? And that can be a good thing, right? Like if that's your intent. Like for example, you're trying to make the city feel really large, having it be even larger by comparison. Minor less in endgame because I'm clearing mobs anyway? Yeah. It's much more of an issue on the bad layout zones, right? Ultimately, making them feel way worse. If bad layouts were much shorter and just were dense with content, then the fact that they're a bad layout wouldn't feel like a big deal at all. Ow. Does the damage caused by ice pills exploding get buffed by the max life of the pillar? No, I don't believe it does. You're talking about Frostwall, aren't you? I don't think there is anything like that. Can we jump through there? Yeah. Hey, Ronins, thanks for the prime sub, mate. First time sub, welcome. Appreciate you. There we go. Venom Crypts is too big? Yeah, you're probably right about that one.
Is this a temple of Solaris? Or something else?
They don't have the same gods as you, sorry. You know what? I think the delirium test is often a good way to know if a layout needs work. When there is no path through the map possible that you can sustain delirium, it's a problem. Some PoE zoomer. The PoE zoomer test. Rogues are cool? Rogues are so cool. Hey dude, let's do this thing.
Curl your flesh!
Your son don't impress me.
My blood burns!
I'm liking the Spearfield knockback action.
Touch of Kopek. Touch of Kopek. Be consumed. Euphoria.
I forgot to redo my curse.
Being stuck in here
Dang.
doesn't drive anyone bar me.
Not too shabby.
Vile ingenuity.
So I stick on the bleed build and blast it. Dash in, dash out playstyle is great. Yeah, I like it. And Spearfield's really fun too.
These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's not a blood
Is it weight?
offering, it's someone of vile blood.
I think it's there.
Perhaps if I...
I think you can portal when she says wait, if I recall correctly. I don't know how Serpent's Fury is. It seems kind of like a build around.
Believe it. We were right on top of this device the entire time. Oh.
In I go.
Are these
The irony of the keyword for the impatient being wait. Yeah, so when it says wait, when she says wait, I'm illegally allowed to leave. What was your rotation during the boss fight? Yeah, so the bossing strategy is you rake several times to try and get a big one, ideally when they're in their vulnerable health section, the biggest possible bleed. And then you drop spear fields on them to deal extra single target damage and to aggravate and to incise them for increased damage taken.
Lead to dry.
And then you repeat with your rakes as necessary. Early game you can just spam rake, but honestly Spearfield's pretty good, so you want to weave it in your fights a little bit, at least for rage, if nothing else. And then when the boss is at like 20% health-ish, you drop a blood hunt on them for the finisher. It's basically, consider Bloodhard basically your culling strike. If it's a phased boss, then you want to do it, you know, a bit before they phase if you're familiar with the phases. But it's not a big deal if you don't, though. What do you do about the minion accidentally eating your incisions? I just tolerate it for now. It's unfortunate, and I can't really do anything about it. But it's the trade-off of it is just that oh, the minion's too good, right? I'm not gonna not use them. I could get a slower attacking minion or something like that maybe doesn't do it as often. The thing is, like, I still kind of 10 stacking all the time anyway, because Spearfield hits really fast, and you're kind of spamming it, so it's not too bad. It might mean you average like 6 or 7 incisions instead of 10 because of the pet. But the pet's also shocking them and giving us our aura, so. Oh my god, my dude. It's quite the slam. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Pretty good pair of gloves.
Don't worry. I
Not so much for me, though.
This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you
Pause.
activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lie.
Are the minions that only do buffs or something? The problem is the beasts pretty much all just attack. I don't know of any beasts that
Bring
don't
her
attack.
to Doriani. As for you,
Maybe like one of the poison splitters or something could work?
Every
Those little plants that spit poison?
blood you have spilled.
Something like that could work, maybe.
Or die!
It's that you'll get.
Fight my wound.
Oh, and the other thing I forgot to mention for the boss is obviously you want to put your mark on them. As soon as they get stunned, you replace your mark on them.
You will fall before
And you'll notice that first like big damage really happens when they get that first stun. That's when you really go for your big damage.
I shall crush
Oops.
you instead.
I live.
Feel Arakali sting.
Whoop. Whoops. Oh no. No. Oh god, no. Uh-huh. Alright then. Come on, guys. This isn't cool. You play Witch using Spark? No, I never really use Spark. I have a goal of getting one of the biggest beasts possible, giant elephant turtle. Yes. Yep, and untainted. Awesome.
You are nothing but a locust.
Soften the wound.
You will fall before us. Feel Arakali sting.
Dang it. Just goes immediately into the immune phase. So rude. You could just not do that, please, Viper? That would be nice, thanks.
I will crush you, insect. Pain sharpens the mind.
So she's stunned, so we do our spear fields, make sure we reapply our thing, and she did. I love that burst. When you get the knockback and the spear fields just go big trigger. So satisfying.
That's Gorilla the Hunt.
I was gonna do something else with Thunderous Sleep. I think I wanted knockback. Because I can use it to Bludgeon, there we go. I can use it to bludgeon them into the spears. Or, you know, I'll just buy space when I leap in. I think it's still worth it to grab Polymathy as a merc? I think so. I think Polymathy is pretty legit for attribute requirements. It's basically a life node. There's not many of those. The slow here is insane. Oh god. I got like stunned in the air during leap slam. Might be something to consider. There's probably a support gen that helps with that. Bloody temp bubbles, man. Their slow effect on them is so huge. Gotta get some reduced slowing magnitude or something. I like that affix. Oh, you know, knockback on disengage might be better actually than on leap slam. Because naturally we tend to like rake disengage, and that's going to push him onto the spear field. So if it's like that, and knocks him back into the spear field. That could be pretty good. What's on there currently? Ingenuity, blind, and shocking leap. I do like those. Ingenuity is like action, not that necessary. I can probably do without. I think I have another cooldown that's needed anywhere. Put jagged ground on there, I suppose. But actually, it's just slows, doesn't it? Sure, that works. Knockback on disengage is great. That's just a great idea in general, I think. Kind of does more of what you want disengage to do, right? Which is disengage you. So the idea is we have spears, and then when disengage, it pushes it back onto the spears, which then causes them to get knocked back more into the other spears. As long as the rake distance is still fine, I think it'll be good. I can players get hit mid-air, but not monsters. Because FE, that's why. Blood in the eyes for disengage on hobble. Hobble on disengage. Surely you don't get much hobble build up from disengage though. I've got it on spear field at the moment, but that does eat a potential damage support that I could be using. It is kind of a damage support in that it boosts our crit chance, but if it does work well enough somewhere else. I've seen people suggest using on like Herald of Blood, but that only helps clearing. I don't really think that's important. I want it for single target, you know. I want to hobble bosses. That's not going to happen on Herald of Blood. Woo. Woo-wee! Ouchies. Level up. Oh, 25 dex. Oh, yes. Probably swap some nodes around maybe for some more strength. That is a dead end, and then some. Pretty sure. Put tier 16 maps earlier. I'm not sure what they did to the spiders, but whenever I got hit by them, I couldn't attack or move. Maybe, did they have a pin mechanic or something, maybe? You got a specific base to aim for? Right now, I currently have one that is a periodic invulnerability aura. I don't have a specific, but I'm definitely on the lookout for what cool things we can get on base, for sure. I put up a video on YouTube today of like a spot you can farm if you really search, if you're digging for a specific aura. Still using totem? Not anymore, no. You drop the totem, you can drop it basically around Cruel, but definitely when you get your next bundle of spirit in Cruel. So, where do I need to go? This one? Okay. Maybe here. Get that guy. Ooh, Strongbox. I saw it on the map. Contains an additional unique item. Ooh. Except I need to pause. What unique will be in there? Will it be 1x trash? Honestly, 1x is good. 0x trash or something amazing. Find out next time on Ziggy Ball Z. I'll see you in a minute. Hello, hello, welcome back, folks. Spearfield is currently a source of rage and hobble. It's not good on stationary, but it still works. First part is right, second part, not so much. It is still very good on stationary enemies, especially if they're larger. But with knockback, it can be good on basically anything. The larger the enemy is, the better it is, though. And the more mobile they are, the better it is. But it can work just fine on the others, though. Yes, I'm looking at investing in knockback, and so far, it's going quite well.
A front against nature. From the earth.
The knockback pushes them from one spear to another, and you can get like a chain reaction. I've had enemies like fly across the screen sometimes due to the knockback, which of course acts as an aggravate for bleed, but also just makes them eat a lot more spears. It's great.
Fortune favours the bold.
Doing breaches for a single splinter is destroying my soul. Yeah, that's probably because they made the change to allow them to like drop in low levels, right? But it means you just like get nothing. Is it now 1 of 100 or is it still like 300 or something? Yeah. I don't love what they're doing with splinters overall. Let's see how it feels when I get there, but it's nice to have an incremental build up, I suppose, but god. In size increases the damage that mobs take. Not by default. Its only default mechanic is that it gives you a chance to bleed. But there is a passive that makes each in size 2% increased fizz taken, which is good for amping your bleed damage. There's also other nodes that increase the bleed magnitude as well. Yeah, but there is a node, yeah, with the node, that's right. Guaranteed was so unique it didn't click. Yeah, what happened to the guaranteed unique? Wait, there was a guaranteed unique. Where did that go? Huh? Did it get filtered out? I'll get that checkpoint, and then I can pop back via the checkpoint, maybe. The heck? Where was it? Around here-ish? Is it just bugged? I didn't even think about it. It was a chance shard you obtained? Wait. The chance shard ate the unique slot? Surely that's not a thing. Chance shards count? They do? The heck? I don't even know where it was. Apparently chance shards eat that. Strongbox mode is very buggy and often doesn't drop unique. Now, I wonder if it's actually just the chance shard. Huh. That's what chat's saying. Okay. Wow. Still enjoying bleed? Yes. Yep. And I'm getting kind of excited about what we're doing with Spearfield in here in this build too. I don't think a unique should count as a chance shot. Chance shot should count as unique, sorry. Chance orb, maybe. It's just insulting. Went rituals to set Amazon, crafting blood trucks now. I'm expecting the zoomies in the future. That's good to hear, mate. Whoa! Oop! They won't kick me at the same time or something. I was kind of like dancing around with them bits. That was really funny the way he died. He bled out, man. Very PoE 2 thing to give you a chance shard. Yes. So here's your transmute shard. You'll take it and you'll be happy. And you'll be thankful. Have you seen the culmination bug? No, that doesn't. I haven't heard anything about that one. Any tips for playing with explosive spear and leap slam? I assume you mean shocking leap, or whatever it's called, thunderous leap. Tips for it? Yeah, use Stormlance with it too. Stormlance is awesome with it. the pairing of explosive and stormlands together is super fun. And you know, the explosive detonates the stormlands as well. Pretty cool. And you can set up the stormlands to electrocute enemies so that it can provide you with frenzy charges as well with combat command. Combat frenzy, whatever it's called. Maybe it was bad unique and salvaged it for you. Yeah, I mean, kind of did, right? That's like 99.9% likely to be true. There probably is a mechanic where it's like, if it rolls below a certain threshold, it just does give you the chance shard.
The hunt is on. Nowhere safe.
I think they like almost can't actually get to me now if I'm just spamming Spearfield. Which is kind of fun. Yeah, they actually can't. Pretty funny. If I can do this. I can like dash in, bleed back, and they can't get through the Spearfield. It's not optimizing DPS all that much, but mechanically it does some interesting stuff where it creates this like really dense Spearfield section at the start. Prismatic ring. 10% raw. Ooh. Ooh la la. Got another Jewels Orb, did I? No. Raining in Jewels Orbs these days.
Such horrors. What were my ancestors thinking? Welcoming the Val.
Yoink yoink. Wait, how big is the dagger? Oh, 3. It's a big dagger. Giant oversized ceremonial dagger, I suppose. Glad they made the jewelers more common? Yes.
Spirit, forgive me for this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just lessers. Hopefully they made them all a little bit more common. Alright, do we go towards nearsighted? Or do I work on picking up something else? Nearsighted's a lot of accuracy. How's my crit chance looking? We might not need to get much more. Plus 45, and I've got 15 base. I'm at 60% crit chance. I should probably get crit damage, honestly. Let's go get Javelin for 40% crit damage. There'll be some big chunky damage. Would you say Huntress is good league starter for hardcore? I don't know anything about hardcore specific in PoE to outside of just what I can infer. But yeah, I haven't played hardcore for PoE too. I don't do quite so much hardcore these days, and doing it in like an early access version of the game to me seems like just a recipe for disaster. Is Whirlwind Lance useful for anything? I see people are using the melee one, not the Lance version. Hard to say. In theory, could be used for twister combo stuff. Could be kind of used of its own skill, maybe? Don't know about that one. It's like probably something that people will figure out builds for a little bit later down the line. It's not as obvious as just using like Lightning Spear, which just, you know, you throw it and it zaps packs. There's not really much more to figure out there, so it's an obvious choice. Whereas I think the Whirlwind Lance one kind of requires some like, it's like they just made a weird skill and you left it to us to figure out what to do with it. I just like what you said about the rotation for bosses, and holy moly, it was so much smoother. Excellent. Good to hear, mate. Good to hear.
Naught but darkness about this statue. Lead!
The intruder is here? Out of Nahuatzi. I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
one hair on Alva's head, and it'll be the last thing you do.
Exile's a trap! Hey, why am I fighting my way into a dead end? Get me out of here. You want to try the pinpoint shot notable? It reads like 100% crit chance. Oh yeah, no, we'll talk about that earlier. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work with the crit chance provided from the ascendancy. Because that's like a separate line. I haven't tested it, but based on the wording and how the mechanic works, I think. But I doubt it's gonna work. I think maybe like Araltha might have tested it.
We're at magic or technology.
Fool! There is no time for this. Aziri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
Whoa. Pretty hectic zone with like negative resist. Definitely got some league start resist going on, that's for sure.
Nowhere safe.
Oh, blasted. I feel like the Val would be in a slightly better position if they were just not slightly stabby, slightly less stabby to outsiders. Well, they're also very stabby to the insiders as well, you know, with all the mass sacrificing going on. Gem level 15 requires 64. I'm almost there. I don't think I'm going to get it before the boss, though. It's a cool looking device. The fact that I don't normally see that, though, means that I'm probably a bit off the path I'm supposed to be on. Probably side area.
Take this.
Last I looked, even top people were rocking like 20% resist in a lot of cases. Yeah, it's just like a thing you can... It's better than Path of Exile 1 in the sense that you can kind of like skimp on it for a while into maps. Whereas like you would never think to do that in PoE 1. But I think it's somewhat aggravated as well by like people having a bit nerf damage means they're gonna like build a bit more glass cannon and sacrifice resist to do so. I will try and shore things up a bit. It would be my biggest defensive upgrade I could do right now. I think they'll eventually let us recut support gems, even for a large amount of gold. I've tried a bunch of things that didn't pan out. I'm out of options. I do think that's an issue that they need to address. I think you should be able to buy them from like a vendor for like a large amount of gold or something. Maybe the gamble vendor could offer them. Black market style. Smith of Katava, res cap by Act 3. That's pretty nice upside for that one. Good league starter. Really juicy.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
She yoinked the mic for a second. Like, that does imply that he's got like some sort of thaumaturgic intercom system, right? Doris, hold my calls. You hear his voice resounding through his black chambers. Oh, sir, Mr. Doriani, it's your wife calling. I'm in a meeting. He says while flancing someone. Flaying or whatever. Would you use a greater jeweler on Rake or Spearfield first? I'd probably go Rake first. Because you could whack like increased area of effect for map clearing and stuff on there. And gem swap for bosses if you wanted more single target as well. Like heft. You go like heft or AoE maybe. He put a mic on her just in case you wanted to relay the message. Yeah, I don't think she's not even like near him. Well, I'm not gonna get that level for that gigantic damage boost before this, where I could get like a gem level and 40% crit. So we're doing it without. Yes, let's go. Are you coming with me, little come-here-old buddy? Yeah, I think you are. I think we'll take you in. Do I have a gem for you? Not really. Do 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 do. All right, let's go. Doriani, mate.
So,
let's do it. Watch me get bot lasered. My 27 lightning res.
The demon of Atzoat
Hope he doesn't do any cold damage.
finally come for me. Yeah.
Got my eye on you.
The ends justify the means.
Ow. For sure that doesn't all elemental damage.
Sacrifice is the only path to survive.
Yeah, baby.
Enough of this. Give in.
I don't like you standing on those things. Can you not?
Channel the
Oh, he's
reactor.
dazed.
Can't give up. I must save my people.
You know
Ba
what?
ba ba ba.
It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed.
Face me like a man.
I've had enough of you.
Oh. I'm okay.
The
Fine.
destruction at Atzoat
Fine.
will be
Not even worried. There we go. Oh, baby. That's the hard day.
Get up! I will burn you alive.
It's not bad. It's pretty good.
Self-destruction. This is not over yet. You think you can run? The end of the world is
Feel
nigh.
grabber.
There is no escape.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, he doesn't knock back, so we can't do knockback shenanigans with this guy, but I mean, this is working quite nicely.
One death is nothing for the greater good. Fatal and
Nice. Pretty good.
fail me. Not now.
That was a pretty clean Doriani fight.
This happened. All I've
Whee!
all that I sacrificed.
Now, can you just give me like
Your
loot with,
people
I don't know,
cannot
75
be
auras for maps?
History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
The legacy of the Val must be
Or I'll spear
protected.
filled you.
I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Best
Look,
you
my
start
beast is attacking
talking
him.
then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking
Before there is
type.
an ancient-
So will you?
I suppose I will come.
It's set.
My companion just like swiping away at him. He hadn't
What a
signed the
commander.
deal yet, okay? He hadn't signed the deal. I just had to make sure it was clear that we were being serious. We're not messing around, dude. We're not messing around. Are you able to afford the spirit for companion and Herald of Blood? You get more spirit at the end of Cruel if you don't know. But also the companion's percentage based, so as long as the numbers work out, you're okay. I'm running Herald of Blood, a companion, and Wind Dancer, and thanks to having some spirit on Amulet, I'm also able to run Clarity and Precision. Clarity is highly unnecessary.
Now then, it is time we departed. Activate the portal, and we will see about it.
Whoa! Whoa! Holy crap! Oh, oh. I did not know you could do that. Holy. Oh no. It's the DJ. It's spinning me right round, baby, right round.
Oh, my head.
Not again. Endgame! We made it through. It took 80 years, but we're here at Endgame. Yeah.
You're awake.
We
There's a
did
lot-
it. Yay.
How can I help?
How can I help? 3 items, please. Mm-hmm. You can have some of these. Let's sort our gear and our resources and see what we have to like gear up for endgame, if anything at all. It's probably not going to be a lot. I don't have a lot of cash to my name.
I'll be here.
Take your time.
Waiting.
Who does the
Can't
identify?
say I trust her.
Oh, it's Doriani up here, isn't
She
it?
might prove useful all the same.
So we are living with this. There was some place. Let us.
Nap.
Yes.
Nice. $14. Don't need those. Wait. Yeah, no, we don't need 14s. Thought I had a 15, didn't I? I swear I had a 15. Oh, there it is. But yeah, I need another level for it. Bam, 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 bam. We might. I wonder if I might want to run a resistance pet for the maps, possibly. Possibly. Stash you and you. Drop cadence. Let's see about ingenuity. Gamble an arc on this prismatic ring. Go on. Roll all res. Another resistance. 2 open affixes. I'm not exactly. I don't have any exalts to drop on it. It's not for me, but maybe it'll sell something. I have no monies. Some things do sell for arcs though. I'll be able to buy like a ring to replace this one for an arc or something. I think we'll just be going into maps with what we got though. I don't know, I could try and buy like a helmet maybe. I'm using the int at the moment though. Well, or a buckler. But I still got my level 12 buckler. Oh no, I still have my level 12 buckler. I've had it this whole time. Item level 18, level 12, plated buckler. Oh, how you've served me so faithfully. Stop for guide update before maps? Yes, actually good call, I will do that. This thing might be able to sell. Now,
Here's the equipment I have. Quicken your pace.
you do salvage. The bench is like all the way down here or something, isn't it? So, wait, what? Where's the bench? There it is over here for some reason. All the way over there. What sport do you have in Wind Dancer? Wind Wave and Clarity at the moment. You don't need Clarity. You can put like Precision on there, or you can put Blind or Maim or Knockback Distance. there's a few little cute things you put on there. Nothing is major or significant in any way, really.
Take your time.
What do you like? Mana Leech. Not much else going on. Alright, if we would upgrade anything, it would probably be the buckler. I don't know if there's some 1-alc bucklers I could get. I could exchange some chaos for that. Well, we'll do the update first, though. That's a good call. Okay, let's go edit, add a new one. End of campaign. Let's campaign end skills, and let's have a tinker with those. So what have I got currently? Those aren't really too important, but what have I got in there at the moment? Unbreakable Wind Wave. Yeah, well, I'll change that for mobility. It's not very important, but it's there. Disengage, we changed a bit, and I like that quite a lot. Bludgeon, blind, and shocking leap. But we probably do blind and shocking leap first, maybe. I haven't really needed ingenuity in this setup so much. Blind, shocking leap. Bludgeon. Eventually with another socket, maybe you would put ingenuity back on it. It's always off cooldown when you need it anyway. Thunderous Leap, Holy Descent, and I did add knockback on there. What did I add? I've got Hamo Crystals and Jagged Ground. I haven't really evaluated the Hamo Crystals yet. I'll just do Jagged Ground on there. It's not really like I need to do 3 sockets on all these currently. I need to like figure out if Hamo Crystals is doing anything at all. Last Gasp is very good here. Oh, I can't currently link it to it. It's not updated yet. I've got it in the notes. There's lots of other things you can do on the companion too, but we'll just leave those there for now. Especially because I feel like I wouldn't want to encourage people to use jewelers on their companions until they feel like they've got a good one. Rake's still the same for now. I'm starting, I don't know, Stomping Ground is like, I think we probably still keep it just because of the utility of knocking back and things like that, and extra leech procs and all that stuff is just really good. Bloodhounds, single out, Blood in the Eyes, Rupture. Blood in the Eyes is Hobble because I took it off Spearfield, didn't I? It's not like the knockback distance did anything with Doriani, but I didn't actually see how good Blood in the Eyes was for the Doriani fight. But here's what I can do. Look at my VOD. If I stop and then have a look. Let's have a gander here. Nope, not this one. In here. Nope, not this one. This one.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, it looks like it did 285 reduced evasion. I don't know how good that is, if it's a lot or not.
Those things. Can you not?
And it doesn't really like maintain it or anything. It's only gonna happen a couple times in the fight. It's not a great place for it. Spearfield is a very effective place to have it, but I think probably for the purpose of the campaign, you stick with not having the knockback on there. I think you stick with the Hobble. That's probably a bit more impactful. Blood in the Eyes, Bloodlust. So we stick with those. Bloodhound Mark. That one, and Rupture. Blood in the Eye scales with all physical damage, so as you get your bleed magnitude up, the hobbles will get stronger. It's interesting the bleed actually contributes to it. I wouldn't have thought so. That's cool though. Does Bloodhound's Mark, it could cause a bleed, I suppose, which then does do a better hobble. So, What do you think about adding overabundance support for Shockwave Totem for 2 totems but less duration? No. I think you want to cast it once and just have it last a bit longer. Personally. You can, I mean, certainly give it a shot if you like it. But I don't think so, personally. Am I missing anything? Herald of Blood. Oh yeah, so adding Life Thief and Precision to Herald of Blood as possible is the go. Oh, and we added a new skill, Wind Dancer. Of course. New skill, Wind Dancer. With Wind Wave. And not Clarity. But I will probably put Precision on here. If people have enough spirit to run it. Which I think you probably do. Let's see. If I take Clarity off. Herald of Blood, Companion, and Wind Dancer? No. Not without some quality on the companion, it looks like. 1 spirit. Yeah. 10% reduced? Maybe. Anyway, it's only an optional one. It's nice to have, but it's not super necessary. Have it in the list there as an option. I'll make a note on it. Of it. Wind Dancer. Tame Beast, yada yada. All of those ones. Fearful Blood Hunt, Herald of Blood. So Herald of Blood. Increased area of effect. And Life Thief. I might see about putting something else on here, honestly. Magnified effect and Life Thief. I might test Hemo Crystals on there. Where did I put my Hemo Crystals? Huh? Oh, question mark? It's on Thunderous Leap, that's right. A sail, a singular exalt. That's a big deal right now. You think the buckler is worth it over Dance with Death? In theory, you could level with Dance with Death. I was struggling with resistance survivability enough, and I like parrying. I didn't obviously parry on Doriani much, but other enemies I do. And it's a big damage increase. They didn't join my party, though. I'm guessing they got a better offer. They got a better offer. Party was just... Oh, well, they joined! They joined! Let me give him the ring. I'll go to them. Stacking more evasion buff and does a knockback plus damage when you get hit. Oh, that was the... What does Wind Dancer do? Yeah. Yeah, it builds up stacks that give you more evasion. And then when you get hit, you lose those stacks, so you lose your evasion, but it knocks them back. Deal some damage. So you can do some useful on-hit effects with it. And you can also... Wait, no. Temple of Chaos! Ah! I thought that was a button for this place. There is no button for this place. Ziggurat Encampment. Pretty sure it's this one, right? Offer 3E on the ring that I just sold for 1E. Damn. Wonder if the trade index is being slow then. I got myself scammed apparently. Would decisive retreat work with disengage? Let's have a look. And how do I get to where I need to go? Mercenary, how many skills do you have to have hotkey at any given time? Seems a little unwieldy. I think I only really ever use just every skill binding on here. Not too often have I had to use the overflow ones. And if it feels like too much, then just pare it down a little bit. We'll give frenzy charges. Call of the week will give frenzy charges. Yeah, the new Call of the week skill sounds pretty good. Nice addition. Where the heck? Oh my god. It's because I'm in the wrong timeline or whatever. How do we get to the endgame town again? Isn't it usually here? Huh? Based on parry is 50% more attack damage taken. It's more damage dealt, technically. There's a slight difference there, I believe. But, so if you parry plus set up bleed, it's huge. Yep. But if you're never using parry, yeah. I mean, you can just have it. It's not like there's much of an opportunity cost. But yeah, if you just want a giga clear speed, then you can drop the buckler and take the keystone. That's an option. Not my preferred option, but it's an option. I think I have to go through the gateway and then I can go there, right? Why is it taking me to cruel start again? Oh my god. It's doing weird things. This is like... I've been stuck in this loop before. I feel like I have to actually run through that zone. Parry debuff is more taken? You sure? I thought it was more dealt. Let's see. Parry, oh yeah, take 50% more attack damage. Yeah, you're right. It is take. But it's more, so it's still going to multiply with the other sources of increase. The problem usually is that increase with each other, you know, just additive. But that is multiplicative, so pretty juicy. Go to any other act town, I think. I can't even get to the waypoint now. What the heck? Okay. There's no waypoint there. Why is there no waypoint, huh? What? Took me forever to figure this out. Oh my god, it happened to me before as well, yeah. I think last time I solved it by like running through the bloody Twilight Strand again. Time travel's dangerous, yep. Well, I'm gonna run through until I get to a waypoint, I suppose. Oh my god. Anyway, I need to test Hemo Crystals on what's the face, so I guess I'll do that. Herald of Blood, Hemo Crystals.
Bleed!
So it doesn't trigger on the one that just dies. I think it only triggers if like the explosion hits the other ones. That makes sense. We use instead of Totem in the build. The Totem gets swapped out for Wind Dancer. Once you get some more spirit. Am I in normal difficulty? I'm in normal difficulty. As well, okay. Hideout command? Oh, you know, that's probably the smart thing to do, jeez. Don't drop my portal right now, I can't handle that. I will rage. I think I have like... Go down the stairs and enter the water zone? Is that what you're supposed to do there? Okay. Oh, was I just looking at Act 3 normal the whole time? Like an idiot? I must have been. Time travel's confusing, okay. I do actually need to go back to the zones though. I need to test the Hemo Crystals thing before I put it in the guide. If I think it may be worth it. And figure out what I'm putting on Thunderous Sleep too. Untouchable. 25% increase evasion rating while using supported skills per quarter second of attack time of supported skill. It does have an attack time of at least 1, so it's like just over 1. Almost 1.5. Oh, so that's like 75% evasion while you're leaping. That's an option. What else have we got? Some damage options that we don't really need though. Heavily stunning enemies which are ignited and fully armor broken with supported skills will permanently intimidate them. Huh. Support slam skills you use yourself. Hits from supported skills are considered crushing blows against enemies which are both ignited and fully armor broken. Cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. Heavily stunning an enemy, so if you do that, which are ignited and fully armor broken. It's got a lot going on there, hasn't it? Alright, we can't do anything with that. 15% chance to cause an aftershock every quarter second of attack time. Okay, Jagged Ground Pulse aftershock. I think that could be fun. Maybe I'll do that one. I assume it, yeah, it should be able to trigger itself too. And then I was missing... What was I missing? Nothing. I think we're good. In theory, there's another parry slot, but... As Rapid Assault with Thunderous Sleep. Good combo, especially I think like an Ellie build. Rapid Assault, Thunderous Sleep, or Rapid Assault, Explosive Spears, or the combo. Seems like a good single target option. For Hemo Crystals work with Herald, you need something else spreading bleeds to other targets. Herald itself can't bleed, and therefore won't spread Hemo. I don't remember anything about Herald not being able to bleed. Let me see. Explosion, fizz damage, can't be evaded. Doesn't say anything about it not being able to bleed. It can't proliferate itself, but it can cause bleeds, though. But the enemies, I mean, the enemies need to be bleeding, but probably anything that explodes from Herald of Blood is bleeding anyway, right? Because, or like is next to bleeding things anyway. We'll see. I'll test. Because, you know, I'm raking them anyway. We'll go test in like anything I need to get while I'm here. We'll just go to Agarat. I went with Ritualist thinking it was good for bleed. Bad idea? Not necessarily. Someone else was playing it and said it was going pretty nicely. It seems like it's a little bit more gear dependent early on. I wouldn't have a bleed its fizz. There are some skills that are payoff skills. Oh, is it a payoff skill? Hold on, it might be a payoff skill. Because payoff inherently has that. Oh, you're right. You're right. I think it's a payoff skill. So it's a payoff off of... Is it a payoff off of bleed, though? Payoff skills have powerful extra effects hitting enemies inflicted with specific debuffs. I don't actually know that it has enemies with blood loss. I think it's actually fine. I think that's actually fine. Usually payoff stops them from doing that. I don't know if that counts for Herald of Blood. Because it's not triggering... Herald of Blood's not triggering off of bleed. It's triggering off of enemies that have blood loss. Which is enemies that have bled at some point. They don't have to necessarily be bleeding. Key little detail is blood loss also includes other things like corrupted blood, it seems. Blood Hunt plus Impact Shockwave. Giga single target. Oh, I need to test that. That sounds fun. Especially because, like... Well, yeah, actually, especially because Blood Hunt, its explosion doesn't really scale with these gems, so... I like the idea of putting another thing that then would. That's a clever one. Hadn't considered that one. See what else there is first. What is it called again? Impact Shockwave. It's the same one you throw on Bone Crush, right? Yeah. Cause an aftershock. I assume it's just based on the normal damage, probably not the explosion. What one do we change? I usually use it with Execute, that seems fine. Unbreak seems pretty likely too. Maybe I just drop Heavy Swing then? What's the cooldown on that one? Cause an aftershock when they heavy stun an enemy. Oh wait, Impact Shockwave is only when they heavy stun an enemy. Wait. Are you sure you were talking about Blood Hunt? Were you talking about... You must have been talking about Bloodhound's Mark. Does it work with that? Because I'm not heavy stunning with that ever. It doesn't work with that.
Aware with you.
It can't work with the other heavy stun one? Yeah.
You're mine.
That's unfortunate. I don't think we can do that. The other support makes it unable to heavy stun. Cannot break armor. Which other support does? Anyway, heavy stun's not really been caused by Blood Hunt ever. Ever. Says it in the actual bleed hot word text. What actually says it in the bleed hot word text? It needs to say can bleed unlike other ailments. Its stats bleeding needing a source. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're just talking about in general. We have like things in like incision and chance to bleed on crit and stuff. So it's not always going to do that. But anyway, like I said, enemies will often be bleeding anyhow. But we'll test and see how it actually feels. Yeah, I like the idea of that, but that's not going to work for us, unfortunately. Alright, well, good idea though. Good one to check. Now, what was I doing? I don't remember. Testing blood, I guess. I saw some hammer crystals go down there. Yeah, look at all these hammer crystals. Heals allies and suppresses foe recovery. Ugh. Yucky. Oh. Pay off though. Not bad. Yeah, hemo crystals, and the nice thing is that the hemo crystals detonate from the other Herald of Blood procs too, so like, Herald of Blood procs on someone, hits all the other ones around them, the hemo crystals go down, the explosions go off, and they trigger the hemo crystals, thus killing everything else, so... How much of a net positive it is? It's hard to tell, but it seems like a pretty good one, and hemo crystals being like a hit probably means I can leech off it and stuff, can I? Let's have a look. Hemo crystals are an attack. Deal physical damage based on a percentage of the expected blah blah blah. Cannot cause bleeding. Hemo crystal, yada yada. Randomly created. Deal 8% of the expected raining damage. Supported attacks cannot cause bleeding. Link to that. That's fine, yeah. Oh, hemo crystals disables it on. Wait, hemo crystals? Okay. After all of our discussion a moment ago about Herald of Blood not having any limits to any limits to bleed, hemo crystals does stop it from bleeding. That's just there the whole time. Someone in chat was probably saying that. They're like, ah, finally. Supported skills consume bleeding, maximum 20 active hemo crystals. Yeah. So like, yeah, trade off maybe a small chance of like Herald of Blood causing additional bleeds to clear, but this seems like a net positive. As far as I can tell, we should be able to leech off of that. That might be testable if I just do a thing or two here. Maybe take some damage and then... I'll turn my beast off. A second. I'll take some damage and then have some people get like bleed detonated, maybe. It's a bit hard to tell if they like die immediately though. Kind of need them to like die after a minute. After I've taken damage. I saw like a lot of chunks, but that also could just be the Herald of Blood going off itself as well. I think it would, but it's pretty hard to test this. Oh. Wind Dance is actually hitting pretty hard. Life recovery. I don't know. I don't think it is.
Take this.
Is there any like specific stuff for leech somewhere? Use a result of hitting an enemy based on the damage of the hit. In theory, it should work. Where in the world do you get the cute cat? Cat. It is a prowling chimeral beast. I got with Team Beast. It's a good extra passive AoE if it doesn't live with Herald, I think. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. That's a fine spot to put it. Enough that I can put it on there. I don't think it's like... Certainly not a net negative or anything. Probably a lower priority dual expenditure though. Okay, let me out of here. Javelin. Nice. Using armor and evasion? Not really, just primarily evasion. Wind Dancer unironically kills a lot of enemies I try to parry. I'm fine with that. If they died at Wind Dancer, they probably wasn't a big deal. You can't parry them anyway, I suppose. Bloodhound Mark and Herald of Blood seem like good candidates for GCPs. The stun build up. I mean, I feel like a lot of them are. Explosion radius on Blood Hunt. Sure. I think Rake and Spearfield are the highest priorities though. Okay, so we went... Herald of Blood got Emo Crystals. And Thunder Asleep, Jagged Ground, and Holy Descent. Anything I'm missing? Bloodhound's Mark. Rupture. It's got Rupture on there. Rupture single out. What's the other one? Blood in the Eyes. Yeah, I was like, it's not really a great spot to have it, is it? I have it on Spearfield in the guide, that's right. That makes sense. What do I have on Spearfield now? I've got knockback. Yeah. Knockback distance even. I think that seems good. That's good for that. Let's have a look at the passive tree. Cruel Act 1, 2, and 3. Have I done anything else here yet? I think I already extended the tree basically to where I'm up to. Yeah. It'll also be like this jewel socket, obviously. Other than that, it's pretty good. I still technically have the knockback stuff, but I swapped that out on this guide for like the shield block. That's pretty decent. I might want to get the hazard cluster for Spearfield, maybe, huh? Not in this guide, but next. I probably will like add an endgame section to this, but I might also do is if I change the build a bit more dramatically into like if I pivot into a Spearfield build or something, you know. Campaign end. Oh, you have to scroll for this. No, we're gonna have to change that then. A1, A2, A3, scroll A1, 2. Campaign end. There we go. What's the name of the node for the Huntress that removes the buckler for more damage? Deadly Assault? Dance with Death. Not Deadly Assault. Okay, let's copy some gear. Can I do a little cheeky gear copy like this? Does this work? If I go... Control C there. I think I have to be in the game. Yeah, that doesn't work. Import. Used to be as barely upgrade from the old one. Still got my level 12 buckler. Level 12 buckler. Hat. This spear base is difficult to equip. It's pretty... You only do it if you actually got a good one and you bother to get that intelligence. Bum bum bum. My 20% move speed booties. Gloves. And... I haven't really needed the stun charm since I put on the stun nodes on the tree, which is good. I can use a freeze charm or a resistance one or something. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think I'm going to drop clear speed down to 3. Bossing 4 in context probably seems okay. I'll put gearing to 3 just because, like, it's an attack build. Complexity still pretty low, I think. Defense mediocre. Yep. That looks pretty good. Cruel. Having source of life and mana leech is very desirable. Trade for a 1 to 2x leech ring with resist attribute, life, etc. if possible. There was another note, I feel. Oh, yeah. Let's check, like, skill rotations. Mark, spears, optional totem. Rake more spears. Yeah, that's still ultimately true. The totem gets cut. Oh, yeah, totem does get cut. See ya. Cut totem from the setup for Wind Dancer once you get more spirit in Act 3 Cruel. Can run precision if you happen to get spirit on chest or Emmy, but not high priority. English in chat, please, so I can read what you're saying and interact with you. Think it's ever worth traveling through decisive retreat, nearsighted, maybe reaching strike instead of right side pathing? I feel very meh about all of this. Wait, what are you talking about? I thought you were talking about these ones. Decisive retreat, nearsighted, and maybe reaching strike. I'm definitely open to like revising the passive tree layout. That's for sure. Oh, you mean up through the middle here? Decisive retreat's a little weird one. You crit damage bonus if they've exited your presence recently. So you have to like move. How many meters is presence now? I don't know if I can like get it to show up somewhere. Did they implement that? I don't see it. 4 meters now? 4 meters. So that's about, it was about here-ish, I think. So it's about here-ish. I guess that's not too hard to activate. That's like about a leap away, I suppose. I think disengage might get you out of presence, but I'm not sure. It'd be close. You have to pin the presence keyword? I just did that though. Not the description of presence? Oh, how do you do that? How do you pin the presence keyword? Oh, like this one here. Oh, I see. Aha! Nice. Okay, let's do a test. Okay, so if we're on here on the boss, about here, we need to get to here to be out of their presence. So if we flip back, we are... Wait, where are we? Our center point is here. In the middle. Wait, check that again. Yeah. It's pretty close, but I think it's slightly short. If you knocked them back, it would probably trigger. If you moved back a little bit, it probably would trigger. It probably does actually trigger reasonably often. It's pretty close. Pin the passive you were just looking at? Oh, yeah, it's alright. Yeah, thanks. We have the technology. Yeah, how good is that? So useful. Yeah, it gets us just shy of it, I think. I think it's, like, not quite enough. But that's pretty close, though. Like, maybe close enough that it would end up happening anyway. And then the other stuff is, like, crit chance if they've entered your presence. You can reduce the presence area effect. If you're not doing anything else with it, I guess you could take the node behind it, and then it would definitely reduce, but I don't know if we'd want to do that. So the question was to go through there instead of around the outside. The problem is going through this way instead of around the outside means you don't get access to these nodes, which are really good. And you don't have easy access to acrobatics, which is also potentially really good later on. Not right now, but later. Also, we might end up wanting the hazard cluster, so... the escalating mayhem is going to be very good for us, I think. And efficient contraptions too. I wonder if the gem, if Spearfield only becomes a hazard after it's activated. Spearfield. It doesn't have a damage, so I think the fact that it probably always counts as a hazard, I think. I just don't know if it becomes an object until it activates. It gets the more multiplier. I think it probably works. So this seems pretty decent. Hazard damage, duration, and then also get the rearm chance. The rearm chance is 15% more multi, so we kind of want to get that. Yeah, so I think we're pretty locked to the outside. So this stuff's, there's some cute stuff here, but I think that's much better. I do potentially like the idea of coming here and grabbing this accuracy. 60% at close range is pretty good. You could get the speed here as well. But there's a lot of things we want to do. Oop, I gotta take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. How did you pin the tips? To pin the tooltips, there's a little pin button at the top that you have to be holding Alt. I don't know if you can do it on console or controller, or how you do. You gonna get the +1 base crit note as well? I don't know if that one's worth it, since we already in theory get so much base crit. Assuming it's working like I understand. I guess I'll have to have a look at that. I want to add a final best bossing final mark until stun, then remark. Hopefully that shows up okay. And next is rank. Rake for big bleed. Spear field spam. Rake. Reapply bleed. After 4. Yes. That's the idea. Do-do-do-do. Anything else? I can always add things as I go. If I think of anything else. I will add a ring search for people. Because I'm a nice guy like that. Do-do-do. Gearing notes. Rough jewel search. You know, I might slightly modify it though. Hold on. Let's go stat filters, physical attack, leeches life. We also want a mana one as well. Mana, leech. We'll do that as a count of 1. I'll add mana leech and the other leech in here as well. And give those similar weighting. Then we'll do a search. Nice. And that's not getting a lot of results now, so maybe let's turn the weighting up. Tune it a little bit for people. Keep it around the 1 out mark though. Maybe 1x is fine. That seems pretty good then. We'll just drop it ever so slightly for people. Gun spears have longer range than other melee weapons. I think they do a little bit. Let's do that one. Leech rings. Modify search to get at least 1 mana life leech and adjust weight total for budget. I will link my trade guide so people understand what I'm talking about if I don't understand. Trade. Trade like a pro. There we go. How to do pro trading and tinker with weighted searches like this. Bold and link that. Oh, that's an empty link. Check. That should work, hopefully. Confirm. I think that'll work. Nice.
Trading in Path of Exile 2 is a core skill.
Indeed, I agree with you, Ziggy. What an insightful lad. An absolute insightful lad. Have you considered fast toxins? Is that this one over here? Yeah, fast acting toxins seems pretty good, but it's also points that I don't think I can justify just yet. You changed the build since yesterday? Yep, I just did some updates now. Mostly just some updates and gem improvements. A little bit more information. No major changes to the passive tree. Alright, stash you, stash you. Don't need clarity. Get rid of some of these things. Map. What are you? Shock thing? Nah, don't need you. I have like a tiny budget, don't I? I have 1x or 1 alch. I might be able to get myself a ring upgrade. This ring is being somewhat relied on for attributes, but it's very bad. So it would be nice if I could upgrade that. I will need to weight attributes slightly higher. I've only got dex and strength there. I might actually need to put intelligence in just for me. Weighting of 2. I mean, I can always change things on the tree now, actually, a bit more flexibly. Let's do a weighting of 2 and see how that shows. It might over... I think I'll do like 1.5. It's going to overweight them a bit. 1.45? Close enough. Leech, leech, leech. That looks pretty good. Did I even do accuracy on here? Accuracy is potentially worth putting on here. But we need like a very low weighting for it. So if you get like 100, 200 accuracy on a ring, then I need like 0.01 or something. That's 100 times to get a weighting of 1. No, that's too low. 0.1? Maybe like a little bit lower. 0.08. Every ring's showing with accuracy means it's a problem. There's a lot of them, but it's not everyone, so that's pretty... it seems okay. I think I need to weight resists higher just because they're like so important for me right now. So we'll put all those up to 2. I might leave chaos somewhat low for now, just leave it at 1. And we'll go 6 and 2 and 2 and 2. We'll need to adjust our search. Yeah, the all res showing up as Giga ring. I mean, actually, unironically decent ring. Let's go 120. Okay. Seems about right. Look at this one that's like 20 alks. Clearly the trade site's a little scuffed. I don't think 20 alks is quite right. Yeah, okay. This looks pretty good. Which leech do I need preferably? So I've got life there. And I've got mana here. These gloves are not very good, so maybe we should get the mana if we can. There's a double here with cold res, fire res, accuracy, AFK anyway. Let's look at the 1x ones. Evasion rating. Fears, rarity, strength. Still not loving the rings I'm seeing here. It's a bit of a... maybe search not refined quite as much as I'd like. I think because of the high weighting of the resists, we're seeing kind of trashy rings. Can I bring it just up a bit? Will that help? How quickly does the 1x's go up? Okay, there's like, if there's pages and pages of 1x's, then we need to go up. 150. So we're still seeing 1x ones, but they're getting better. Okay. Yeah, I just need to go way up. Okay. Slightly down from there. Find the right number. Normally I do a budget cap search, but I can't very easily do that currently. Seems to be not working properly or something. Okay, slightly under. 155. Full res, life leech, mana leech, dexterity. Not a lot of life, chaos res. Still not bad though. Good chunk of accuracy is pretty cool. It's not bad. Resist I need the most is cold res. Was that cold res? Lightning. That one's cold res and all res. It's got a bit of fizz. Honestly, this one seems kind of fine, but I kind of wanted the mana leech, didn't I? Some of these ones, if I trade into another exalt. Alba? I want another exalt. What do I have for it? What is the chaos orb ratio currently? Oh, it's never gonna get down to 1.5. Stupid cow swarms. The hell? Regals, 5-1. What about... I can spare some armor scraps for a while. 12-1? 11-1? Looks good. Let's do that. Oh, and I got a refund. Got it for 10. Nice. Alright. Let's have a look at the 2x range. Ooh, that opens up our options a little bit. A bit of Ores. Bit of a mix there. Life Leech instead of Mana Leech, though. This one... Well, if I'm going to do this, maybe we'll buy us mana a little bit. Let's go. I've already done that. 3. Let's put it up to 4. It's a shame that doesn't have another better resist on it. It's kind of not bad otherwise. Mana Leech, Strength, Accuracy. Oh, I like that one. Didn't see that one before. 1x banger. That means I could get a 1x shield, maybe. Oh my lord. Apparently less rays used on Rake to make Stomping Ground do bleed. Yeah, I don't get that, though. I don't really get the point of that. Unless, like, you've stacked enough strength that it's way better than the bleed with the scaled bleed magnitude from the other one. From the regular slash. It's not like the bleed's stack or anything. Buckler Chan. We've had you for so long. Oh, I forgot about the attributes, but we can swap that around, I think. Yeah. So we need a bit of int just for now. A bit? Oh god, I need like 20 int. 65. I have 46. I do need like 20 int. Ugh. Gross. Do we give up pet for Wind Dancer? No, the totem. Got rid of the totem for Wind Dancer. We have the pet, Wind Dancer, and Herald of Blood now. You might be able to... You might have some troubles running like a Quadrilla, unless you get some quality on the pet. I think their numbers are slightly too high. That was mana and life leech there. That's good. It'll solve any leech issues. More life leech would be good, but that's good enough for now. I am going to need an extra jewel. Any good cheap ones? It's a pretty good one for 1x, honestly. Oh, I want the blind one for 1x. That just came up too. Give me. I should probably buy a shield and get resist, but I greedy. Give me that one. Also, just global blind application. It's gonna be nice. Should I get damage with spears? Having low fizz rolls, might need to lean heavily into crit. Don't know, still just trudging through though. I mean, obviously your weapon's always really important, but it's a combination of that. Flat fizz on your other gears if you can. Accuracy scaling with the crit node from Amazon's really good. What about dispatch foes talent? 80% crit if you haven't crit recently. That would make sense if there was like some sort of like big single hit skill you were doing to apply bleeds every so often, then not doing much else. But we're doing like a lot of hits always, so it's not really a good fit for us, unfortunately. Keep this to put in there when I level up. And we still have to go from this act, don't we? Is there any bucklers for like an alk? 1 alk bucklers, let's go. Probably just go in and loot something. Surely. Buckler. There's no total resistances yet, is there? Ugh. I can't remember if all res is the thing on shields. I'll just put it in there anyway. Minimum 45. Literally any resistance buckler. Yeah, look at these. Look at these. Can I do a 1 alk price limit? Yes, I can. I have a price limit of 1 alc, 8 results. There we go. Give me the best one. The best buckler for 1 alc is AFK, of course. Is this one. 33 fire and 19 cold. It's a significant upgrade over my current one. I think I like this one that's like slightly higher cold, maybe. That's got a lot more evasion though. What about this one? That's pretty lit. How's my resists? Definitely want more cold and lightning if possible. Maybe this one. And I'll get the one with the higher amount. Amazing. Sell me your 1 alc buckler. And while we wait for you, I'll get Doriani-chan to give me some
Back to basics.
passive changing. So how much dex do I have? 160. Wish there was like a figure just somewhere easy where you could see how much you needed. I'll just do a mix. You can see how much you needed when you don't have enough, but you know, how much you're allowed to drop, I guess. Doesn't really help bleed though. You could only have 1 instance of bleed, so wouldn't you want a crit plus crit multi? Hey, Mr. Black, good to see you. Sorry, I'm not sure of the context of your question about the crit multi thing. I've been talking to someone else, maybe. All right, we'll try this one. Or maybe this one with the big old cold res. So don't just get frozen constantly. Yes, we have a response. I'm in. I didn't check the level requirement. Requires level 61. Oh god, is that 1 level away? It might be. No, I'm 64, we're fine. That works. Oh god, I went to their zone. They're clearing Apex of Filth right now. I think they're farming campaign for drops to sell for 1 alc. And we broke. Yeah, but I'm rich in bucklers now. Yes. It's one of these orc bucklers. No, not the orc bucklers. Mr. Stream, you have 4,462 messages. Yeah, I do a few of them every league. I answer a few every league. You know, try to do what I can. Amazing. Finally. And look, I gained an extra parry socket now. What can I put in there? Let's find it. Something useful for it. GM. Parry. I could do the spa one. Incision. There's probably something better. Skill effect duration. Huh, the fact that that actually works makes me think that it actually affects the parry debuff. It sounds like it would work with that. I'm totally gonna do that then. It's actually good. Let's see if it works. Parry duration 3.36. Oh, awesome, it does. I'm gonna add that to the guide. I like that. You know, for when you eventually get one of those. Persistence. Nice. Play on the Australia servers? Yes. Yes, I do. Goodbye, Fate Watch plated buckler. No, I can't. It needs to stay somewhere. Look, I'll put it in my dump tab. Pride of place, right in the center. It's gone right on the fridge. Excellent. Mate, it's time to start Endgame. I'm so excited. Let's go. Oh, I can level things too. Let's level rank. Oh, okay. Let's go. Rank 3. Do. This one. Alright. Players are cursed with temporal chains. What a first map. I say no. I'm gonna go a different one. Monster Turbo, Monster Packs. Go on, let's go. Let's go fight some Path of Exile 1 monsters in here.
Rayclast is wounded and broken. We must reshape its future and heal it anew.
Law?
The initial cataclysmic event is over, but corruption is still radiating from certain locations. From these points, it spreads like a disease. Travel to one of these regions and investigate. We must know why it is still spreading.
The map looks cute.
Report back to me with your findings, and we will plan our next move.
Yeah, we started on a
You
Black
must
Forest
start
map
with
this
the
time.
areas of least corruption. They are still deadly, but should be survivable for short spans. Cleanse enough of them to give us an outside foothold.
Yeah, cool. I like how it does a little intro now. That's cool. It's very cool. Savannah. Oh man, let's start with pack size, shall we? Turbo, pack size, pack size. Juicy first map. I'm gonna get murdered. 5 portals. Did they get the... They got the thing in where you can leave as much time as you want though, don't they? Map objectives. Kill all rare monsters. There's tooltips now. Final rare monster slain in an area has a chance to drop a waystone equal to the tier of the waystone. Chance diminishes the tier of waystone used to create the map area, but can be increased again by adding more modifiers. It'd be nice if that was like shown there or something, but fine. Sick. Alright, let's go, dude. I have I don't have negative resist now, at least. That's a thing. I got 18 cold res. Amazing.
Nowhere safe.
I'm gonna play a little safe here until we get a feel for like what our power level's looking like. Those explosions are pretty fun. Oh. Hemo crystals. I don't know. The hemo crystals is stripping the bleed off them though. Maybe earlier than I want it to. Not sure. I'm not as fully sold on the hemo crystals because like it strips off a full strength bleed to do like an 8% hit damage. So I'm not 100% sure on that one. Oh, we've got it. Oh my god, that's perfect. Beautiful. Hey, at least I got multiple attempts now. There's no way. That rare just murdered me. It's an empowered lightning donut. It just like appeared on me and murdered me instantly. Amazing. We're off to a good start. I'm gonna have to play this one very tactically, and by that I mean I'm gonna run away terrified. Like a little baby. Where is the rare? It's coming. It's coming. If the donut touches me, I die. The donut is lava. Oh, that's my minion. That's okay. Oh. Jesus.
Aware with you.
No, 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 no. We don't want to be there. The no res with that thing's a problem. I'm gonna get him. There's 2 rares here. Oh no. Yeah, nice, nice. Where's the other one though? Is that the... I think that was the lightning one that died. Yeah, maybe? Maybe not? Oh no, I think the lightning's still going. Okay. Yes, there we go. Whoa! Bolt health. I'm okay. We're in it. I'm in it. Pokeball it? Maybe I should have, actually. I don't see what else I done. Too busy just trying not to die. Come on, magma barrier, do your thing already. Map sustaining on at tier 1. Good to see. Bloody magma barrier. And Spearfield definitely gives us something to work with while we're like trying to get our footing here. Can we get a checkpoint? We got it. Go over sustaining. Look at us go. Some spicy first map, love it. And that thing did some big damage on the other rare that was next to him. Pretty cool. We can't be doing Path of Exile 1 style clearing here. So play very defensively until we get some upgrades.
Bleed out.
Crazy, this is 2-1? Oh yeah. Pretty wild. I feel like this is twice as hard to 3 times as hard as I remember my first tier 1 being, but I can't really remember my first tier 1 last time, so not entirely sure. Mate, there's no way we kill whatever the wisp wants to give us the fight, eh? And we can't skip a rare, we have to get them all, right? Complete them up. Gonna try our best. Loot the chests. Probably had better resist, most likely. Also, I had like ranged explosive damage, which is pretty good. More mana donuts. I cannot handle mana donuts. Yeah, it's good. Leech is doing some work for me. Very good. No, 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 no. Boar touch has like big knockback or something? So I feel like I was getting knocked back there. Oh. Skull explosion, always poisons. Didn't. Still streaming. Hey, Calistri, good to see you, mate. In maps, yeah, it's my literal first map ever. It's quite spicy. It is quite spicy. We're fighting for our life. Good thing we have multiple attempts now, I'll tell you what. They definitely timed the multiple attempts edition nicely with like the game getting seemingly a lot harder.
From the earth.
I think you could glass cannon your way through a bit easier on a ranged character for sure. So if I go with the elemental route, probably have an easier time in maps for now. Even if like this was a bit stronger in campaign maybe. But this is a turbo map, don't forget. That's a big thing. I will not run turbo on my map again for a while. I'll get a bit sturdier probably. Empowering Volatile Crag. Oh, so that must add fire damage to you, I'm guessing. I mean, this is quite fun, but it's pretty brutal. Whoa! Come through the spear field. Get out of here. Spearfield knockbacks looking pretty good.
The hunt is on.
Self-inflicted pain, I say, somewhat.
Stop my wound.
But it's still, it's just a turbo pack size map on a map that usually has kind of high density, but it's pretty, like, pretty nuts. No floss charges. That's not ideal. Oh, mate. I thought this would be a field on back. Oh, no, ranged. Floss charge. Back in action. There's a shrine down here. AoE shrine could be fun. We can test what we feel like with, whoa, if I stay alive, that is. With a bit more life and AoE. Yeah, stuck. Yeah, get the monkey. Oh, that was the last one. Yo, I did it. I completed the map. Map completed. Savannah. Oh, yeah, the map pop-up's so epic. There's still a bunch of this map I could clear, though. I don't have a shortage of tier 1 maps. I probably don't need to do that. We can leave and go to the next one. Hey, imagine how these corrupted maps are going to be. Oh, it's a pretty good XP map though, so. And we got kind of lucky with like not really being many elemental mobs. The poison spitters kept wrecking me though. Alright, that'll do. Oh my good heavens. Good heavens. Hype for last epoch next week? Yeah, definitely. Last epoch's great. Hope the new expansions are banger.
Now, using the device, you must seek out major sources of corruption for us to cleanse.
I'll do it. $116 life. Oh. Regen's not ideal there. Not quite. Do I want to buy some maps? No. I'm all stocked up on waystones. I don't think I need tier 1s.
Go.
Go. Thorns damage. Love it. Little bit of fears. 55 base. Probably not enough to worry about. Bit of life and resist. Armor base. Nothing there. Picked up a jewel as well. Stun build up and elemental damage. Not exactly much of a pairing, is it?
Move along now.
Okay. Stash, stash, stash. What's this? Number of monster packs. Players have less cooldown recovery. That's okay. I don't see a problem with that one. Do I want to keep my current pet or do I want one of these other ones maybe? I could go an elemental resistance aura. Or go haste aura. I'll hold off and see how we go.
What do you think?
Move along now.
Is close combat not good for Rake? Does it count from where you start or where you move? It should be where you are when you hit, I imagine. But close combat's, I think, pretty decent for Rake. I just don't think it's better than what we have currently. I mean, maybe martial tempo could be dropped now, actually. I'll try dropping martial tempo for a bit. But I'm not sure if close combat is the next one. Let's have a look what other options we have. Because, yeah, we might want to just scale the bleed a bit more. Martial tempo is really good for the campaign. Generally, you're trying to zip around, and it also helps with the just more procs on your stomping ground. But now I might want to actually go for more damage, maybe. So I could go with deep cuts, but maybe heft is a pretty good option too. I don't think we're going to use C red. So heft is 30% more max. Which is pretty good for bleeds. Close combat. 25% more 1 meter. I think even like if it's hitting with its AoE, it's generally within 2 meters. So it's probably the actual target you're targeting is near always 25 though. It's pretty good. I'm actually loving the fluidity of Reg. I love zipping around mobs. Yeah, I love when you like latch onto a mob that's like behind a pack and you go wee around them. You do that like quick like zip around that's like way longer than you normally can. Whoever you two are that are arguing in YouTube chat, stop. Cut it out. I'll time you both out. I don't care who started it. So don't derail my chat, please. Just put each other... I'm sure there's like an ignore feature or something. Just put each other on ignore, maybe. How's our top end fizz look here with that sucker on? Yep, extra 250-ish top end. Estimated bleed goes from top end 250 to 326. It seems pretty juicy. Probably bigger than the Maw. I don't know if there's somewhere else we want this for now. Probably not exactly. Alright, next map, let's go. Can I just go to my hideout now? I think I can, right? I started it.
I like it here.
I believe it unwise to base our operations outside of the ziggurat.
It's like, don't use your hideout. It's not secure.
Facilities.
I love that. Go. Everybody reckon, can we cleanse a nexus at this point? Oh man. Seems like a tall order. What about a boss? You reckon I'm gonna get murdered by the seepage boss? Probably. Let's go into the decay and see how we go. Good to hear, Gino. That's awesome, mate. Thank you, Mr. Black. Appreciate it. Even though you stopped the arguing, I had to migrate to Twitch. I just couldn't. Need that good wholesome Ziggy chat. Alright, alright. Just enjoy it. Enjoy yourself. Don't make it a thing. Ammo crystal certainly looks impressive. I don't know how much it helps. In theory, the extra hit procs should be good for us. Temporal bubble. Oh my god. There's actually some elemental damage in here, so I have to be a bit careful with that. As hard as the other stuff is hitting us, the elemental's gonna hit even harder. Keep moving, keep raking. Don't stop raking, just keep moving. And the spicier packs would drop some sphere fields. Woo! Go watch those slammers there. I think these are all dead ends, yeah? Looks like it. I should probably use a bit more blood hunt, I reckon, to kind of cull things. Picking up my blue rings. Oh boy, that's I really got inside that pack, didn't I? Whoa, yes. Whoa, yep, those slams. Gotta watch out for the ones wielding these things. Got some range on them. Telly 2.0 on the way. Telly 2.0. They'll be their own person. Yes, we did announce their current gestational name is Pila, because they're a caterpillar in a cocoon. Yes, we are expecting baby. Vegemite sucks. Oh dear. Whoa, my god, that chaos damage though. No, not this guy. These things have like 2 screens length. How do they still have that much? It's so crazy. And they're like infinite turn speed as well. Hilarious. Oh, you did. Nice. Good. Well, it should be. Emo consumes bleed and its damage is based on that, so they likely won't feel truly impressive unless you lean into scaling the bleeds more. I mean, I'm kind of leaning into scaling the bleeds. Basically exactly what I have done. How many hemo crystals does it create? I'm just wondering what like the total damage math is, like how much we lose out on from consuming the bleed is what I'm thinking. On paper, it sounds pretty worth it. It was just weird to see like the bleed being gone, you know. But normally I would see them die to that. No. No beaming, thanks. Oh, no, that's bad, Let me out of here.
From below.
No. I'm okay. I didn't get anything useful in my first map to help me. Hopefully I get something in this one. Just a singular exalt would make all the difference. I'm at that point. One exalt would make a difference. I'm not asking for much. An exalt, a nice blue item. All I need. How much should I be prioritizing rake for strength? While leveling, you pretty much put all your points into strength that you can afford. And just get enough dexterity to equip your gear and stuff. It's not really like a bad. That's not really a bad route anyway. Just because, you know, strength is life, whereas the accuracy is not necessarily as useful from the dexterity. Eventually, that becomes crit and much more useful, but the strength is the play. Trail of Fire, Shroud Walker. To me, reading mob modifiers. Old school. Actually, like, fighting the rares has been nice. It's more just like some of the nasty packs, and chaos damage in particular seems to be the issue at the moment. Which makes sense. I definitely can't afford to have chaos res right now. Gonna have to deal with that one.
Aware with you.
Please, no magma barrier in me, thanks. How dare you put up your magma barrier? That's so rude. That is so rude. What, you dead? You dead. Passive point. Now, what was I doing? Oh, I just got the crit damage, I think. Hey, Shift Guys, thanks for the raid, mate. Appreciate that. I wish PoB was updated so I could test stuff instead of just guessing how things will interact. I guess I'm dealing damage. Resist. Not really any resist on the tree. You get like, there's like a little bit of cold resistance in here with the mana leech scaling. Just don't know why you'd ever really get mana leech scaling, eh? Unaffected by chill while leeching mana. Yep. I think could go for some block chance scaling or something. Or what's this one? Evasion from body armor. Oh, a bit on there. Might actually be a fair bit of evasion. How much have we got? 2-4. Might be worth going for. Oh yeah, I've got my dual socket. I remember. Blind on hit. That's good. Good accuracy and attack speed. Cool. Exaltable at some point. And I can afford a spare exalt. Okay, never. Well, snake spitters are a problem for me. I have to just like be aggressive with them. Safer than kind of hanging back where they can barrage me. There's some... Ouch. There's some stuff going on in there I don't like the look of. I was about to say before I got exploded. That was accurate. Yes, yes, you and your beam. Stop that! Quit it, you. There's one good res node to the left of which, just a bit of pathing. Well, I'm pretty hard up for resist, so might as well get on it. I'll start traveling over there. I'll just drop all my damage nodes. It'll be alright, I'm sure. Oh, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Oh no. That was a timely stun. Where's my charges? I just killed a rare. Give me my fast charges already. Fine. I'm okay. I'll just keep leeching. I'll attack my way to health. Some highly engaging gameplay, oh my lord. Attack build skill speed is functionally equal to attack speed though? Yeah. It just like might passively affect some other things you have, like for example casting your Bloodhound's Mark. Slammer guys are a bit problematic, be careful of them. Jump. No slamming. Stop that. I see you trying to slam. Yeah, you with that slam.
Take this.
Whew. Almost got me. Bleeding is bad, convert to poison much better. How would converting to poison help? I feel like I'd have even less support. What sort of poison things can I do? Doesn't mostly just suffer from the same things. I could got like 2 rare monsters all the way down there. Yes, I've got enough augments already. Give me something more useful, please. I need like 1800 augments to get an exalt. The numbers are actually unhinged for some of those currencies. It's like they can only be like botting numbers or something, right? Like is there bots botting like the first zone or Act 1 or something for augments? Must be. Don't like manage anything else. Then again, maybe the bots probably getting pretty advanced these days. They can probably pull off all the combos better than players can. That's quite a nasty choke point. I'm gonna go around. Congrats. Thanks, Tarek. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, using Crimson Assault? Nah, I like the longer duration bleeds, especially because we can do things with Spear Field to like amplify those bleeds as they're happening. If they're only 1 second, we wouldn't get much out of them. Ah, and we aggravate quite easily anyway. Hey, you. Oh, I can go there for the checkpoint. Yes. There's supposed to be more checkpoints in maps. I guess there is when you add like more mechanics to the map. This map went better than the last one. We're on an upwards trend. I'm ramping.
From the air!
God, that slams. Lightning storms, extra lightning damage. That's pretty dangerous.
You're mine!
Oh, God. It hurts. So you stink. No. What the heck? He did it! He dropped me an exalted orb. Man, that's an upgrade. That's a gear upgrade right there. Give it. Get it. Give me the... Ah, give me the exalt. Don't kill me. I got an exalt. We're trending upwards. Ooh. I don't know what my first map Rogue Exile is going to be like. I dumpstered all the Rogue Exiles in the campaign, but this is like such a difficulty step up. You know how I think you know what's going on. They reduced all the like campaign mobs life by like 25%. And then like that immediately stops as soon as you go to maps. So it's like one zone, you know. You just go to your first map as quite a big chunk of difficulty up from there. Probably a bit more going on than that even, obviously. Like the damage just ramped up a lot, I feel, from end of campaign to maps. I think I remember it was a pretty big jump before, but I think it's worse now. It's gonna be tough for a lot of builds unless, except like, if you got pretty good range DPS, you can probably make it through. So you can get yourself some currency and some upgrades. I think the melee map start is gonna be a little more challenging. We did it! Old Warhorse, thanks for the raid, mate. Appreciate it. Pray for that div, Ziggy. Oh. Man, I wouldn't know what to do with myself with such wealth. An exalt though? Man, I can do things with that. Meh.
Speak.
Not a lot of item drops though. Where's all the rest of my items? Okay. You guys can get stashed. Still lacking sockets on gear. Oh, I didn't even put anything in here. Probably should do that. Cold resistance rune. Cold. To do a normal glacial, I think, instead of a greater one. Got my first precursor tablet. There's nowhere to put these yet, is there? Okay. Is this the boss one? Oh, mate. We might want to do it with a modifier that's not going to affect the boss, I think. Temporal chains. Magic pack size. Bleed on hit. The bleed on hit could be a little scary. Magic monsters, number of rare monsters. So that's a good one because that won't affect the boss. Alright, we'll do that seepage boss in a moment. Area contains a deadly boss. Oh yeah. Contains a strong box. Strong boxes are corrupted. Strong boxes are rare. Monsters in your map deal 20% less damage. Monsters have 40% more life. Oh, interesting. Area contains obelisks of corruption. The hell's an obelisk of corruption? Looks like there's some new stuff going on here, eh? I remember those from before. Alright, I gotta take a short break. When I get... Yeah, are you res capped? No. I got 30 all res. I will be back in a minute. See you soon. Last Gasp was never on the guide because it's not linkable on Max Roll at the moment. It's in the notes to put it on there. You do want to have it on there. Unfortunately, I just can't link it in the gem planner. I told him about it so I can fix it. Hello folks, welcome back, welcome back. Oh man. Oh. We got an exalt. Wait, where'd it go? In my stash. Oh. No one took my exalt, didn't they? You guys didn't touch my exalt. Told you to watch it. Okay. What are we gonna get with that, mate? What's our best upgrade? Chest armor might be a big one. Our chest is pretty trash. Helmet I'm using somewhat for the resist. The armor does very little for me though. Belt is probably not gonna upgrade for that price. I'll probably ignore that. I think we maybe go for a chest armor. That might be the play. So the rake bleed bit doesn't do much in that sense. Oh, it does later on. Once you, around Act 3 onwards, bleed starts to get pretty strong and starts to take over from your damage from Stampede, in my experience. But Stampede remains useful because the hits on it are, it's still damage, and it works quite well for various on-hit effects. Getting you leech, life, mana leech, blinding enemies, applying incision stacks, all sorts of things like that. I didn't have corrupted obelisk before. No, it looks like there's a bunch of new things there in the maps. It's kind of cool. Body armor. Evasion. Preferably pure evasion. We're gonna go... What's on there currently is just dex and nothing, so... it's pretty bad. Lightning Cold Fire. Life. Let's go 0.5 for life, 1 for each of the resists. I'm not going to get strength on there unless it's a armor base. What else can we even get on there? Can't remember if there's any interesting goofy modifiers. Not really, we probably just want to go pretty simple, but might want to even weight in evasion or something. There's spirit, dexterity, reduce durations of various things. Chaos rares I should include for sure. But I think we'd otherwise just do that. I could do... There's implicit life. That's the thing we want, because that's there's implicit resistances too, actually, on some of the bases. Implicit, lightning. Implicit, let's go. Yeah. Fire? Here we go. 1, 1, 1, 0.5. I think there's an implicit chaos from my recollection. 199. Let's try like... I don't know that the budget works for this. What do I get? I guess the alks are considered lower. That makes sense. Well, let me sort by some then. I think the problem is that the alks are weighted weirdly on price. It looks like Rat's Cage is the way to go. Fire taken as fizz. Seems like we could do a Rat's Cage. I think we're gonna go rarity non-unique for that one. It's weighting the life very highly there. I might need to put the weighting up on the resists a bit. I mean, okay, it's 15 alks. All right, yeah, we're looking okay here. This looks pretty good. I wish I could just... Oh, if I do non-equivalents, I can get rid of these alks, but I suppose I should probably keep the alk ones in. Let's just see this. Yeah, these are a substantial improvement for me. So what are we looking at here? Hybrid ones mostly. Lots and lots of life on those ones. I think the life is, yeah, there's the fact we're seeing only those life armors at the top. means that life is slightly weighted highly compared to resist. So if we lower those a little bit, we should get a bit higher resistance gear. We'll still see a few of them. Still quite a few there. Oh man, this one's double socketed already. That's actually a big deal because I can't afford to socket it myself. Mate, give me that chest. That's an amazing chest for 1x. I feel like we're doing one of those 10x budget challenges or something. Kind of am, right? Except I don't have 10x. I have 1. Amazing. Amazing. Can't wait for you to get to new towers. Ooh, I'm excited for that. Although I feel like I'm definitely not ready. This chest is a significant upgrade for us. It's gonna help a lot. We just gained like 170 life and some actual resistance out of none. Nice.
Yes.
I do lose a little bit of evasion, but acceptable trade-off. This can be salvaged. Or sold.
Quicken your pace.
I have a bit of gold. Maybe I should consider gambling. I'm broke. You know what? I should consider gambling. Do I have any glacials in here? It's the one low one. Well, put one of those in there. Cold res is still a bit low. I don't have a good one for that. Lightning res. I could do 3 storm runes and just get that lightning res up. Might do that. Reforging bench. Go. 14 lightning res. Alright, lightning and fire looking good. Cold not so much, but that's an improvement still. Excellent. Tune in for Ziggy's 1x challenge. Yes. Pretty good 1x chest, I think. Bit of reduced bleed duration as well. Might save my life, you never know. Okay. We have a boss map. Seepage. I'm scared. Hold me. We're going magic monsters, rare monsters.
I've seen enough ruins to last.
Find a beast with a res aura. I do actually have one with a res aura. I could use it. I just wonder if the damage is not better for my survivability. Also, apparently I don't have enough dexterity to run those ones. Wait, what? Is this? Oh god, all my skills are unequipped. No, at least we can leave without burning portals now, right?
A home away from home.
Huzzah. It actually has all 6. That's interesting, even though it was modded. Doriani.
No.
Doesn't actually tell you how much you need. What do I need? 133. What have I got? I need like 10 extra dexterity. Alright, alright. Yeah, having none of my skills functioning would have been pretty bad. I think we're still too low, are we? Because I upgraded rank as well. Uh-oh. Apparently I was using the dexterity on that chest. There you go. Oh god, I still need more. You kidding me? Wait, I have exactly 143. What are you talking about? Oh, 146. Oh my god. I can see it. I can feel my life draining away right now. Okay, do I have my skills now? Not raise shield for whatever reason. Fine. Okay, let's go. Did pop update, did it? You can put your build in there and see how cooked I am. You see this short video on changing the stats on aura beasts? Feels kind of broken. I'm suspecting incoming nerfs. Changing the stats on aura beasts. No, I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Back off. Bring it on.
Semi shield. Oh, temporal bubble even. Whatever it's called. So slow. Poke him. Yay, a transmute. What weapon do you have? I've got a mediocre sea glass spear, which is pretty low level and not particularly high damage. It's a good spear for level 50. What do I do?
Lead to drive.
I should see what the budget ranges are for like spears that are like level 60 with okay fizz stats. Cause like, what even is the DPS on this thing? Like 100? No, 200 something. Like 200 DPS. Surely I can get like a 300 DPS for an Exalt or two. Surely. And again, if there's enough competition for them, maybe not. It might be high demand, the spears. Is he talking about reloading Trouble Camp? Oh yeah, I made a guide about that today even. Yeah, that's why I have like this haste, periodic explosions, all damage chills, extra fire damage one. I could try running this one for a while. No, I can actually afford it. Let's try a haste chilling one. It's a bit less damage for us, but maybe a little bit more survivability with the chill and everything. Also it maims and stuff too. Although I constantly think I need to dodge its explosions. It's kind of the worst part. If I ever run into an enemy that does this, I'm screwed. We have a wisp. I'm very screwed. Hi, Wispy. Where are you taking me? Taking me to make him unkillable rare? Sounds like a plan. I kind of want that checkpoint. That'll be the boss. That's my explosions, I'm pretty sure. I don't like the fact that I'm only like half sure though. That's not sure enough. I need to be more sure than that. The wisp wants to go in that rare there. What the? Oh god. No, no, no. Why is it? It looks freaky, man. I don't like it. No, 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 no. Oh god.
You're as good as dead.
Yeah, Wriggle. Also, curse magnitudes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can use this beast. In theory, that's good because it's applying chill and all that all around the place, but seems a bit iffy. I'm gonna save that other checkpoint to refill my flask. Do I want to kill other things before the boss or go straight into the boss? It had a warning. Only final map bosses in a map area have a chance to drop a waystone of higher tier. Chance diminishes higher the tier. Okay. Wait, only final map bosses have a chance to drop a waystone of a higher tier? I didn't think that was what they were doing. I thought they were just saying like map bosses had a guaranteed +1. They're the only way to get +1s now? So you can't get higher tiers from non-boss maps? Surely that's not true. That's what it says though. That is not what they were saying. I'm a bit iffy about that. Alright, focus mode. Feels gonna murder me so hard.
Lead.
Cool. The damage is going alright for him. Yeah. Oh man. Spearfield was pretty good though. And the stuns, like 3 stuns, pretty much back to back. That was awesome. Okay, I'm feeling good about bossing. And I felt good about rare fights too. Rare and bosses have gone pretty well. A bit more confident as our resists go up. It's actually just been like dealing with packs that's been the trickiest. It's a fun build to boss on. So maps have always worked. No, because like magic monsters and rares could drop +1 and +2 as well. It wasn't just bosses. And they disabled that. They were talking about not having that be the case anymore. Oh, how's your eyes today? It's funny that you should ask. They've been like weirdly like tired feeling and blinky. I don't know. Excessive gaming will do that, I suppose. I act puzzled after like 16-hour sessions on computer each day. I don't understand the season hunt thing. This what the Dawn of the Hunt means, like what the league is. The leagues are effectively every 3-4 months or so they release like a new expansion, and with it comes like a new, usually it's a challenge league. They often have like challenges and MTXs and things like that you can earn for doing those challenges. That's not the case yet in early access. And they come with like a fresh start opportunity. So your existing characters stay there. There's no wipes. But you can, and everyone does, start in a fresh start environment. Fresh economy, which is very fun. Because, like, items are valuable again. Everything's not, like, super deflated. You know, that random, like, shitty blue ring that you drop is actually worth something. My single Exalt drops have been exciting and valuable and impactful. Like, I just got an Exalt drop and I bought a chest that was like a 8 to 800% increase in my survivability. It was like significant power gain from one Exalt drop. Oh yeah, Haste Shrine, baby. Feels good, man. Map is complete though, isn't it? But if we go kill the rare, there is like an extra map drop. But I guess it's only a tier 1 map, so it doesn't matter too much. I did have a Haste Shrine though. We're heading into some corrupted maps though, so getting a little bit more power or wealth before we do so would be nice. But also more expensive. Ah, you must be talking about something else. Oh, you're talking about Switch. Okay. The bleeds stack? Bleeds don't stack, no. The strongest bleed is the one that is occurring. So you do want to fish for like bigger bleeds sometimes, especially if you're using a gem like Heft, wide damage range, or you've got like crit and things like that. So we have crit and Heft and weak spots on health bars, so those things will contribute to wanting to fish for crits a little bit. So a couple attacks is often a good idea to average upwards. Tempted by the block chance, potentially. Our gear is not super high evasion, so the evasion investment is not doing as much, so the block might be better. Defenses from the shield's no good. Or we just go even more damage. Also an option. The way they implemented the limited attempts on boss is pretty goofy. Once you trigger the checkpoint by the boss, all monsters in the map despawn if you die. Yeah, they said they had to do that so that people couldn't like refarm the map, but I don't actually understand why that would be a problem there, like how that would actually occur. I know the map refarming thing is a potential issue, but I don't quite understand that one. Reached the video just to be sure, and Z's method was only for the Quadrilla Beast, but it still seems to be broken to be able to reset and change mods. Yeah. So you can do the Quadrilla, and there's also the other camp that has 2 beasts, so it's a bit faster to do the other camp, but if you really want a Quadrilla, for whatever reason. Actually, I think the Quadrilla is like not that much better, and it's a bit more expensive too. What's my crit looking like? Pretty good. Crit damage. Increased critical damage bonus for attack damage. It's weird that it's worded different to just like this critical damage bonus here. I think I'll take that though. Nice. I mean, I didn't know there was a 20% of that. That's pretty good. These rares are like all the way around there. Come on, let's go hunt the rares then. Being so hands-on with bleeds now, do you feel like crit is kind of mandatory for it to pop off? Oh, that or some other big source of scaling, but I don't know what else. Maybe Warrior has like non-crit options for that. I don't know.
Take this.
You definitely need something. Oh yeah, tier 2. Crit is a very sizable damage increase, and you want something that's like going to give you big spike damage as well, so crit makes sense for that. So it has to be crit, or it has to be some other big multiplier or something that you can invest in. If it was just crit or nothing, crit or like you spend more points on defenses, it's possibly not going to work. Bleed feels mostly supplemental, or I guess like not that it's supplemental, but just that a hybrid damage approach is natural. There's that new checkpoint, I guess. Cute. Yeah, like you're always, it feels like you're always going to have some sort of hybrid going on here. But we do big bleeds and then we aggravate them, and then it's like, yeah, that actually does, I don't know, half our damage maybe? Half our damage is crit? You, Elva. Is this thing worth anything? No stock. Competing trades. 1.29. Yes, no. or I guess alternatively exalts are valuable right now. Valued more than other things they could be spent on later on. Pretty well rolled pair of resist life gloves there. I did get mana leech on my ring, so I can actually swap this. This might be worthwhile. That caps out fire and lightning rares. It's actually overcapping a bit. Could change runes though. Well, a rune. Yeah, I think that might be a play. Evasion, energy shield evasion. Yeah, yep. Looks good to me. It's like a bit less life, but capping resist is way more impactful. I don't have a way to socket it at the moment, unfortunately. I need to like lower the price on this to sell it, because if I sell for anything, this is like this should be worth way more than 5x, but I would just be happy selling for anything currently, so. Because the currency is highly impactful to me right now. Can't be hoarding.
Cool.
I have my first tier 2 map. We're gonna hold off on that one for a while. I guess the quest is probably to complete a Nexus at tier 1 anyway, right? Do just a quantity rarity easy map. Especially for this first one, maybe, since it's our first corrupted map. And if we don't succeed here, we kind of get stuck. Go around a bit. There's our corrupted Nexus. Contains a corrupted boss. It's interesting that there's this one where it's like monsters deal less damage to have more life. It's gonna be a tanky ass map, 40% more life, jeez. Yeah, there has been a couple rollback DCs, it seems. I had one as well.
The
Unfortunate.
deadlier it tends to
They
be.
usually prioritize fixing rollback issues ASAP, so hopefully you get sorted. Our first corrupted map. See what we're dealing with here. Someone's buying my Entropy Creed for 5 exalts. It's definitely underpriced, but it was up for 20 for a while and didn't sell, so maybe not too severely underpriced. And I love that I'm not consuming a map attempt by trading them. That's really good. Maybe. There they are. 5 exalts. Oh, mate. I think that probably goes into a weapon. I know I need resist, but weapon is a big deal. And 5 should get us something. Amazing. Whee! Spear. Literally just go exalted orb equivalent of 5. Search. Sort by P DPS. We might want to check level requirement though. Yeah. That's actually a slight problem. I'll do like 67 maybe. Required level. 67. Sort by PDPS. 2 chaos? Man, I could have... Wait, how much DPS is this? It's like the same as our current one, but it has a +1. So... apparently my spear is the best I can get. Really? I guess so. So, like, if I keep scrolling down, they'll be 5x, will they? So I can't get over 200 PDPS with it. You're kidding me. I mean, it's not socketed or qualityed in theory, so it could go up. POB is updated for 0.2. Cool. Once I actually have some, like, I don't know, money to invest and stuff, I might take a look at optimizing. Microtransaction. Micro Dash, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it, you legend. Thank you. Might be worth looking for accuracy rolls for Ascendancy. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before I get that Ascendancy done, maybe, though. I don't know. But that's true. A more optimized search later on will probably include some flat accuracy, I suppose. Oh, I was looking at Fizz damage. I should be looking at Fizz DPS. It's slightly better. It's not much better, but it's slightly better. Well, technically, bleeds care more about the raw damage than the attack speed, so yeah, actually debatable. There's a 215 for 4 alks, but can I get 4 alks? That's 4 alks worth. Alchemy is more valuable than Exalt Orbs because people, I guess, need to create items to use right now. Pretty wild. So either we upgrade the rest of our defenses then if we've got basically a 5 Exalt Spear right now. Surprising. Memes, thanks for the 109-month sub, mate. How you doing? Good to see you. What a weapon for 300 Fizz DPS for 7x. Let's go. It's probably changed, but let's have a look. Yeah, only 225 right now. I mean, what we could do is we could watch though. Let's go 250 Fizz DPS maybe. And how did this one? 10 alks. It's not. It's fake. Fake. It's annoying. I don't have a way of filtering those out unless I also filter out other ones that would be good, potentially. Oh well, we'll just have to deal with those ones, maybe. But do I want to... Let's go finish the map and then we'll see. Well, either invest those in... Oh yeah, I'm overcapped, aren't I? We'll invest those in some defensive gear or a spear if one comes up, maybe. Alright, so I'm overcapped on fire and lightning. Cold res. Still need a lot more cold res. I think I'm out of cold runes. I got like only bad ones. Well, bad one it is. Gotta balance those resists out a bit. Okay, slightly better. Arc sales are all scams right now. Exchange rates busted. Yeah, does seem to be the case. There's always a bit of that going on. It's unfortunate. And I think the search is kind of not working right as well for the Exalt Orb equivalent on top of that.
You're mine.
It's amazing how much more powerful I've gotten just over the several maps I've done though. I'm feeling much more comfortable now. It's been a big improvement. Rolly boys, how you doing? You rolling? Can't knock back the barrows, unfortunately, for me. I wonder how many bosses there are that are immune to knockback. If I go the knockback route, I'm not really looking forward to finding that one out. It's just like a pinnacle boss or two, then I can just gem swap maybe, but... Whoa, 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 whoa! Charges are going crazy. Oh. Holy heck. The explosions though. Pretty satisfying. Spearfield, go! Do you think Spearfield? Oh, what's going on? Want to go Beastmaster? Not sure which class. If staying Huntress is okay. What do you mean by Beastmaster? That's not like a thing. Do you mean you want to like use Tame Beast and have like 2 of them and try and do something with them? I don't know if it's really possible, but I'm guessing you'd want something that's going to help you with minions, but I have no idea what does do that. Maybe a Beastmaster Tactician. A Beast Tactician. I don't know. I really don't know. It's a pretty unique one. You try Ritualist? Nope. You can't swap between ascendancies, so... I'm an Amazon, but I'm not. I'm pretty happy with Amazon, though. I think Amazon's pretty awesome. Corrupted Researcher's Strongbox. Or... I kind of want to do it while I have the shrine if I can. I should definitely ID it though. Excuse me. Oh, did I just click it? Oh my god. There we go. Lightning Storms, additional packs, Jin Barrier. Oh, we might be able to ascend if we get that. The Lightning Storm is really dangerous, I remember, so I gotta be super careful of that. Try and draw the monsters outside of its range or something, maybe. Come on. Oh. 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 Just for multiple reasons. It's so insulting, but also like, yeah, we stacked this, right? We did this already. We went through this. You stacked these. This should be transmutation times 5, augmentation times 5. Look at me picking them up anyway. It's like someone just hurled a bunch of pennies at me in the street, and then I'm so broke though that I still need to pick them up. It's like, that's so insulting. That's so cruel. I'll pick them up. And I can't feel the screen sinking. Yeah, you can't get that satisfying. I mean, the epicness of it just kind of made it even more insulting, though. If there's gonna drop that many transmutes and augments, that really should just like roll up into a regal shard or something at least. Because it's like 1600 augments for exalt, so it's not like I can really do anything with that. Feel the weight. Ooh. Whoa, not bad. Not bad. I'm okay. I'm living. I'm living. Oh man, that was pretty spicy. A little bit iffy for a second there. Gold. I could use things that are not gold. Feel like I just got an elk converted to a gold with that 1800 gold pile that was there. Oh man. I'm hurting. I need them drops. I guess I need to gamble, eh? It's giving me piles of gold. I feel like I was getting more loot in the campaign, I'm not gonna lie. So I go back to campaign farming. No. Woo.
From the earth.
Hello, enemies? Heal me, Leap Slam. Jump over this? No. Having a hard time dealing with stuns? Got any advice for that? You gotta invest in stun at some point. I found, I think it was Act 3. I was like, yeah, I have to get something for stun right now. I was just getting stunned like crazy. Just kind of all of a sudden you hit that threshold where like the average monster's attack is exceeding your stun threshold, so you're just getting stunned constantly. So it's often not much you have to do though. Like for me, it was just picking up these 2 nodes. Like instantly stuns weren't really a problem anymore. But that's on a, you know, character that had like a bit of evasion, not necessarily a lot. It'll vary depending on your setup. You can get, you can always get like a stun charm as well. It's an option. Woo. There's a rare in here. Where are you? I kill it. They're right there. Arcane Strongbox. What's arcane? Oh, probably magic. Like spellcaster gear or something. Oh boy. What is investing in STOMP? I think that was a... I don't know that they really changed stun too much from before. That was the thing before. You kind of needed something before as well. Oh god, no. Hairy skull. Barrows must count as beasts, right? Don't think I want this one.
Jack from below.
What is slowing me? Exalted Orb. Yo, I probably just went up like 20 DPS of weapon that I can get now. Now I can look for 6 Exalt weapons. Ooh. Although, if I'm spending that much on a weapon, I might be, like, I'm able to kill stuff at this level. Maybe I should invest that in defense instead. It might be a better use of that currency. Like, the spears are currently overcosted. Like, I actually think gambling on spears is probably a good thing to do. If spears are that overpriced right now. Buying some white spears and campaign spears could unironically be pretty valuable right now. End of campaign spears. These are the broad ones or whatever they are. Great spell to stand. What have you got going on, Strongbox? Lightning Storms, 2 packs of rare monsters. That could be kind of spicy.
From the earth.
Where's those rare monsters? Duck in, slash them, get out of there, watch the bleed pop fireworks. Guessing the rare monsters haven't spawned yet? Huh? Did they like get pushed down here or something? What the? Maybe they got spawned out of the map or something. Titan not supposed to be targetable when it moves location. There's a bug with the Titan at the moment where he becomes like undamageable. You mean the big Colossus enemy in Act 3? 2? Huh. Well. I'm guessing they spawned like out of the map or something. That's unfortunate. So what was Ziggy doing wrong in his search? What was I doing wrong? Spears are much cheaper than what you were seeing. Your search method has effectively filtered out all Exalt trades. Is it the Exalt Orb equivalent? No, it shouldn't have. Like... I don't see how it would have. Like, they just pushed to the bottom, that's all. Like, but they should, well no, they should still be at the top of the DPS, right? Like, because I'm sorting by DPS, how would the Exalts be pushed out? Unless this is literally just bugged. Let's see, Exalted Orbs. Fizz DPS. Okay, it's just bugged then, right? It's clearly just bugged then. Alright. Because like, Exalted Orb equivalent, it's like, it should be including everything Exalted Orb. Yeah, I guess Exalted Orb equivalent doesn't include Exalted Orb. That is stupid. Huh? That is stupid. Okay, let's see what I can get for actual Exalts then. Alright, that's a bit better. Causes stun build up? Oh, I like that. 277 with life leech, some life gain on hit, and some stun build up. It's kind of not bad. The raw fizz is a little low though. Is it? It's, I mean, it's not really a boosted attack speed one, so. I could go like a raw fizz one like this to be a bit higher. So 126 to 234, 270 versus. Yeah, that was significantly higher raw fizz. Could go that round instead. There's also a crit damage bonus one here with life gain. What's that? 104 to 194? That one's quite a bit higher. Do 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 do. 107 to 181. That was the one from before, wasn't it? I kind of like this one though. I did get an exalt drop, didn't I? Yes. I don't have any stun scaling really, so like 64% stun build up is going to make my stun surely much higher.
The hunt is on. Lead out.
It's been a bug since I first released PoE 2 website. It does not calculate relative currency price as well.
It's quiet,
Yeah, but
like.
that just it not calculating them well shouldn't fully exclude them from the trade search. Maybe they were getting cut off below like the top 10,000 or whatever, so it wasn't actually finding them. But surely not. I don't think there was even that many results. Something weird was going on for sure. Hunt. Something bug for sure. Crit damage bonus is super high value, right? Yeah. Crit damage is a good one too, but I can't. I'd have to like sim in Path of Building maybe to do that. Too lazy. It's possible the crit damage one would have been a bit high DPS overall. I should have maybe identified this spear first before it's an upgrade. Nope. It's not an upgrade. Should I keep them and 3-to-1 them? There's no way. I'm gonna see if it happens.
Quicken your pace.
Spirit, strength, double res, armor. No open prefix for life, unfortunately, but it's still a strength 40 life. That's a nice chest. No move speed there. It could land move speed. Pretty big long shot. Nothing for you. +1 with like really low spirit. I don't think that's worth anything. I think it's too. Yeah, that one's too weak. Yeah. Sure, I don't vendor my spear. Ideally, I don't do that. That is a 65 Jin barrier, so I can go get my Ascendancy in there. That would be fun to try. Okay, what are we looking at here? Iron Rune, so this could be turned into a Greater. Don't have enough currently, though. What does this say about my rake damage? Let's just look at the bleed. Where are you? Estimated bleed. 326 top end, 384, and then for average damage. Wait, how is the average damage higher? What? Is it because of the crit chance, maybe? Oh, the crit chance on the sea glasses is really high, isn't it? Did I lose DPS just now? Oh no. I didn't think about the crit chance on the sea glass spear. It is very high. That's interesting. Yes. You got scammed, they gave you a different spear? Wait, what? No. That's fine. The DPS got parried. That's why we that's why you Path of Building sim, right? I didn't even think about the didn't even think about that. Because this is like 280 DPS. I did not think that the crit chance would make so much difference there, but according to our sheet, it kind of does. I mean, our non-crits are going to be way higher. And when we do get those crits, they're going to be higher. You know, fishing for a crit with bleed anyway, it probably still works out that this is a bit better. And I haven't qualityed it yet, so I'm gonna lean into it. Sunk cost fallacy it. Maybe the quality helps. Copium. Okay, now it's a DPS upgrade. Saved. Saved. But only just. Probably not worth the investment. Let's see if I can get a few exalts for this one in return. I don't think it'll sell for as much because people won't think to look for it. See if I can get like 3x back. And as for you, Spirit, let's try the double res Spirit with like much lower armor. Oops. And then strength is kind of a thing on there too. Let's try like 5-ish maybe. Start with. You read the full name of what you intended to buy matches the thing. Hypnotic Edge, Helix Spear. Hypnotic Edge, Helix Spear. Yeah. We're all good. We're all good. I don't think I feel like I've been scammed maybe like twice in my entire Path of Exile career. But that does make me more susceptible to being scammed. I'm overdue for being scammed. And I do barely look at the items that I trade, so
Back off!
I'm kind of ready to be scammed for sure. I think all the hate for the patch has been warranted. I mean, if people are having an unfun time and they're frustrated, then that's like not a thing I can say is warranted or not warranted. That's a them thing, right? Like, did I have a bad time? Really at all? No, not at all, really. There's a few things that I don't like that do grate on me a bit. Trial Chaos sucks on most characters, especially any sort of melee character. The campaign zone sizes are way too big and too much backtracking and too much like getting lost trying to find quest objectives and stuff like that. Even when I know what I'm doing and have like studied races, it's still frustrating. So like that grates on me and that lessens my enjoyment by a pretty good chunk. But I kind of enjoy the struggle and the difficulty and the core gameplay enough in its current state that I wasn't like having an unfun time at all. Had a pretty fun time overall. I think like early maps experience here is like very overtuned though. Like this to me, I feel like my feelings are closer here than they were at the start of the campaign. The start of the campaign was blast. But these early maps are like, oh man. But at the same time, I've been getting very rapid and enjoyable progression, so it's kind of working for me almost. I do feel like there's a massive difficulty leap from end of campaign to first tier 1 maps, which is going to be a difficult onboarding for people. It's almost like they're saying, go farm the campaign. It almost feels like it. Felt the same way in early maps, but I can't remember how it was in 0.1. I feel like there was a similar thing in 0.1, but I'm not entirely sure. Like, yeah, like you, I can't really remember. Maybe this flat crit is worth it then. Yeah, probably is. I did a 217 on PoE 1 character. I know a big thing that makes PoE 2 feel so bad for me. It's significant reduction in movement speed, like a good spammable movement skills. You always need to occasionally backtrack. I feel like that's not a problem if the zones weren't so big though. Like, I do think that boots should have implicit movement speed, ranging from like 5 to 20% or something. That progresses as you progress through the campaign. And then you can get a bit more, but nowhere near as much as you can get now. So like, I think maybe it should end at 40, and it should start at like nothing with your like first pair of boots, and then like 5%-ish, and then yeah, go up as you go up through the tiers. And there should be a little bit of variance where like some boots have other modifiers on them but don't have any movement speed. But I think it should be implicit. I feel like it should just be a natural progression to like make you feel faster and smoother, and then smooth it out that a little bit. We want 300% increased movement speed? No, because if we get 300% movement speed, then you know the mobs are going to get 5 times that. Definitely significantly stronger than I was 3 maps ago. So that's kind of cool. The progression has been rather extreme. God, the slows are insane. Proximity shield feels so brutal. Temporal bubble even. Sword spear. Sword spear. Once every zone is strand, you have to do some backtracking occasionally. Happens all the time in PoE 1. Like, I think it's fine to have a bit of that if it's just like a smaller map that it's not happening as much and the amount of it isn't massive. Like, there's plenty of times in the campaign where you go do like a giant loop and then another giant loop and then it's a dead end. And then you've got like a giant penis and balls dead end on your map over there. Happened in the what is it? The moist city area thing. I was like, I don't want to be doing giant dick and ball based backtracking constantly. Come on. The rest of like their little manifesto they wrote today, I imagine is going to be poorly received, even though like the first few paragraphs were pretty good stuff, because their reply about zone sizes was bad. It was bad. It was like, well, the problem with zone sizes is monster health, so we'll maybe look at adding 1 or 2 more checkpoints. I'm like, that's not a good response for that. Literally a better response would have been like, we hear you, but we don't want to change anything. We want to see this through because we want to make the zones full of more things. We're going to try and do that a little faster. But no. If they literally just said no, I feel like it would have been better. When you misrepresent other people's kind of like desires like that, I think it's far worse than just saying no. So like, yeah, I imagine all of the other paragraphs are just not even going to be like, not even going to be read or seen or heard or talked about. Even though the rest of it was good. It was just that paragraph was bad. It was a bad paragraph. It was not a good paragraph. Adding checkpoints is the quick solution to implement? Sure, yeah. It's not necessarily that adding checkpoints is bad. It's the other part that was like, the problem with zone sizes is monster life. And then just like, kind of not saying anything else. I don't know, I don't think it communicated very well. My stun build-up is pretty insane. Ooh, what are you? Travel to the corrupted nexus. I'll try. Mate, I actually need to pick up like these single socket items. For sure. For sure I do. Have a good one, Mr. Black. See ya. Unfortunately, I never made it to the bottom of the patch notes because I got lost in a side path on the patch note zone. Idle hands. You count as on full mana at 90% of mana above. Increased attack speed while on full mana. I feel like I'm actually on full mana most of the time. Are these good? No, I need resist. The devil finds work for idle hands. Cute. 25% attack speed is pretty juicy. Not gonna be enough though. Sword spear is a bit low base.
You have done well.
Nice. Thanks, buddy.
Time is of the essence.
I appreciate that. Live attack speed leech. That's pretty alright.
Move along now.
What are you? Bam. Bam.
What is it?
You can have this. Honestly, I should like buy socketed items just to vendor.
Move along now.
I need these. I need these things. Do I have a thing? We got a thing. We got a thing. In the gloves, probably? Oh, ad in progress. You would, Twitch. Why you like this? Alright, more cold res, please. Do I even have any? I do not have any gold res. Well, lightning it is. Do a cheap one. I'll be back in a moment. You gonna try and get a Lycosa day? Lycosa day is not a buckler, is it? Someone violed those gloves and made the max mana count at 104. You count as at max mana at 104% mana. That's very funny. Unfair. You can't ever. It is a tower shield. Like I said, it's a tower shield. Okay. Accuracy rating is doubled. So I see. Blocking damage poisons the enemy as though dealing 200 base. Accuracy's doubled. That's pretty fun. Probably gets us to 100% crit, I imagine, huh? Well... Interesting. Interesting. I'll make a note of that one. Mm-hmm. Uniques. Accuracy day. Double accuracy. Shield. Alright. Hello, welcome back, folks. Alright, do I try and get my third ascendancy in Sycamores now? I don't have any relics. So going in kind of naked, what I could do is run one of the lower Sycamores keys that I have first. That could be a play. I have a unique status somewhere, do I? Oh well, that's fine. Do 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 do. 27 cast speed? That's a lot of cast speed. Try a regal on that one. Strength. Ba, ba, ba. Round 7 ultimatum is pointless, right? Yeah, it has to be round 10 for third ascendancy. There's a Jin barrier here too. This one's a 48. I think that's my highest other one. There's a 28 there. I don't do that. I'll do the 48. With the explicit intent of getting some relics to do the ascendancy one. I don't. Keys might be really cheap, so maybe it's pointless. But I mean, can you trust the alch listings? But mate, that's like 2 exalts. I can't afford that. I think I do have a couple here. So I've got... Nice. They fit. Bit of max honor, merchant price, honor resist. Actually did alright with my earlier drops there. And this key is 2 trials, so I can get an unlock to get more spaces as well. So that'll be helpful.
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
Accuracy is capped at 150%. You can only ever get a base of 12.5% base crit. That's assuming the 25% thing is real, which doesn't seem to be. It says 25%, but when you look at your character sheets, it says nothing because I haven't started, I guess. Hold on. It says I'm getting plus 50% crit, so which is my 132 scaled by my accurate crit chance. Bonus crit chance. Ah.
Bleed out.
There are lots of people that like slow action games. And I'd even say like a lot of the Soulsy games design is slow compared to other games. Like if you look at like games before them like God of War, I think like Soulsy style games are generally quite slower than them. I remember when I was first playing like the older Souls games, I was like, I felt like the games were pretty slow. But they don't really like feel, they feel, it's not really a problem that they're slow, right? Because you're still like on the edge of your seat the whole time. So slow is not inherently bad, and slow doesn't inherently have to mean like boring either. I'm not really making a big comment about Path of Exile here and its current state. I mean, overall, I think the game is like you're killing things slower, but you're doing more in the time. You're not just like, you know, going brr. I don't need that. Guess I can. People are saying the character sheet is bugged and it shows you the crit you get from 100% instead of 25%. Yeah, is the character sheet bugged or is the actual crit bugged? I don't know. Maybe it is just the character sheet that's bugged and we're not getting much of what it says. Seems possible. Chalice. Is it monsters deal more damage? That's fine, yeah. Still the same beast, all damage shock. And at the moment I'm running a haste one. It's a haste chills, but the fizz damage, all damage shock one is probably still my best beast. About to start my second farming career here. Probably it would be, if the loot is unchanged from last league, it would probably be way better loot than what I'm getting in loot tin ups right now. If I can farm Level 60 Sekimas. That might be my pathway to currency, actually. Could be a good strategy. I like Sekima's running. This character's not necessarily the best for it, but I could probably make it work. If I got temporal chains mod on me, it feels real slow. I'll tell you what does feel like slow is the proximity shield, the temporal bubbles. Those things are painful. They're like twice as impactful as they need to be, I feel. There's no counterplay to them if you melee, you just get slowed. there's no like tactic to that. It's not like they turn on and off or there's some like thing you can do. Nope. Punish melee. Usually those things like punish range in some way. It's like, oh yeah, it slows down your projectiles or something, but oh yeah. The no counterplay is a big issue. Yeah. It's a bad mechanic. That's a bad mechanic. Something like that should always have a counterplay. Most things do. How's Hemocrystals feeling? I'm like undecided on Hemocrystals. I think it's good. In theory, it's good. In theory, it causes a lot of extra hits, which cause a lot of extra leech, and you know, don't know how it comes out for damage. But I also am not entirely sure that leech is working on it. It really should be, but I'm not 100% confident. Oh, I missed a ritual down there.
Get back!
Dual drops from Sekimas were crazy last season. Good currency for sure. Although there are like half as many dual sockets now, so dual value is probably going to go down. Unfortunately. But I missed one at the start. There's another one down here. That's so annoying. Boo. I guess good thing I got my haste beast for my 10% extra move speed. I feel like I'm running normal boots instead of 20 move speed boots. Look like I'm cleaning up. I'm doing tier 12s and one-shotting everything with a possible crossbow. Your original tactician idea might actually be the best build in the league, FYI. Yeah, it sounded really good. I saw like a very brief clip of someone playing and it looked really good. Yep, looks pretty lit. This is like doing ballista tacticians. Ziz is playing ballista tactician now or something? Or he rolled into it? Well, no, he died. I think he's playing hardcore, so he might have died. Ramon's Spitfield does wonders to keep up rage and bleeds on Pax Mob. Yeah, I want that action. Is it? Wait, there's the support for it as well, is there? Or because there's the node on the tree, which I'm thinking about getting. And there's the quality. I feel like there might have been a support too. Is that what you're talking about? I'm enjoying the shit out of Shock Burst Tactician. Excellent. Excellent. I'm glad to hear crossbows are lit. It's I played crossbows last season when they were struggle, and now I'm not playing crossbows. In before like spears are like twice as powerful next season as well, and I'm playing something else. This is gonna be me every league, isn't it? Not that I think spears are anywhere near as bad as people claim. Just FYI. +1 from me. Excellent.
Better off dead.
A great challenge overcome.
There is a support gem. Yeah, I wonder if I should have been recommending that in there sooner. A rage, arm's length, bloodlust. It might be better than arm's length. Probably is better than arm's length, actually. The knockback distance is really good on there, but that might be a 4th gem, maybe. What have I got? Nothing that matters too much. Less honor lost in boss rooms. Yada yada yada. Nothing of value for me. Go on, random. Roll the dice. You always get like honor restore though. They like have a high priority. You have no armor. Well, yeah, okay, sure. Do the hourglass one for some rare kills. Try and get some relics. That's the idea. You want those rare kill ones for the relics? I've only gotten the 1 seal relic. Hopefully I can buy some from Balbala. Still got a 2nd floor to go. I recall now. Nice. Very nice. Yoink, yoink, yoink.
Swift magnificence.
Why don't you have monster HP bars on? No, I don't like it. No, I don't really need it. Some builds do kind of need it. You need to know what you're hitting, but I know what I'm hitting most of the time. And the game has pretty good hit feedback too, so I don't really need it. I forget that I don't even have it on. I almost never played without it in PoE 1, but I feel like in PoE 2 I don't need it at all. That's the idea. Obviously we're over leveled with this guy, but it's just pushing him through the spear field action. And relic, good.
I shall aid you.
That's a pretty bad relic, unfortunately for us. Move speed. We'll get through it nice and fast.
Is made.
I remember why I love Trial of Secumus. You get things like buffed movement speed. Not many other things do that. Gloves, Gash, Warriors. Steel Point Quarterstaff. What are you, little goober? Oh yeah, they take more space, eh? Stash. Oh yeah, right. And yoink, yoink. Nazia's Judgment. Days build up. Fizz Spear, yes. And bronze. Relic Cache, good. Mage, shield. Alright, save the other one. Next room. Think he's gonna spend another 2 weeks farming only Secumus again? I'm on it. Like, we'll see how the level 60-ish one feels, but if level 60 Secumus feels good, I might literally farm some Secumus, because it has some big advantages for me. My brutal tier 1 maps are not exactly gonna buff my movement speed and damage and stuff, right?
Stop no wound.
Robust crossbow. Nice. Now, stun curse is going to be pretty good for dealing with any nasty enemies that might cause us issues too. Stun, bleed, get out of there, let that stun, like, curse, bleed, let them get stunned to deal with them. Could be interesting. Can't afford anything, sad. Even with my reduced costs, it'll go on the trial. Finally made it to maps with here. Nicely done, Irish Pickle. Not bad, mate, not bad. Whip. 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 I deal with Scorpion boss. I got destroyed. I will see. We'll see how I deal with Scorpion boss in a minute. I mean, I know the tactics and I know the mechanics of the boss, but it's different on every character in the end.
The hunt is on.
Usually, just DPS is how you deal with them. Honestly, they don't have a lot of life, but you want to stand on the very corners of the platforms. If you don't stand on the actual plates in the middle, you don't activate the trap, but you still stop her from doing her leaps. So that's a way to get her out of that phase. And otherwise, it's probably just mostly down to movement patterns. Oops. That was awkward. I was like trying to do my slash, because it's on left click. The character was like trying to activate the vase, but it couldn't reach it, so it was just sitting there like an idiot. Yeah. Pub's getting updates. Apparently it just did, I think. Someone was saying it's updated now, I thought. You have no energy shield, silver. Another gauntlet. I do always play Bleed Ritualist and feeling the Amazon FOMO real bad. Is Amazon really that much better? I think Amazon's better to start with. Ritualist should be pretty good down the line once you get some nice rings and stuff. Tell them to embrace their choice and lean into it and enjoy it. And you know, maybe they would just be FOMOing the other way anyway. Oops. ain't like a dozen fireballs.
To try.
There was a drop there, wasn't there? What does that sound? Yes. Something over here. Oh, it's just a gem. Okay. Game's tricking me. Initial foray in a PoB for this is that bleed scaling barely exists, so it's basically always the right answer to just scale initial hit over bleed magnitude. I need to see it for myself. Maybe. Gold key to open. We'll get gold at the end. I only have one at the moment. There's another merchant visit. I barely have enough water though. Maybe I'll go watering. Past the chest maybe. Maybe it'll be a relic chest or something. I appreciate the sharing of your foray, Metzley. I think bleed is going to be just like a supplemental damage thing, but I don't know about not at all. But then again, I was also half considering just kind of like going hit DPS rake, so and just using bleed as an activator for that. So maybe I will. I mean, am I really that invested in bleed anyway? Like I have like a couple magnitude nodes that I would probably just get anyway because of the other stuff they give me. Like the 20% increased damage taken from physical is good even if you're not bleed, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I'd change anything with that information. Like I don't know if I do anything with that. Maybe I just don't like get bleed magnitude jewels or something. We could see what sort of proportion of our total DPS that they end up making it, I guess. I thought we were done. Punch through feels super nice on spear field.
That was
Notice the
close.
damage increase. I thought punch through was for... Isn't punch through for projectiles or something? So what skills apply easy target on knockback? Easy target is a debuff that causes the next projectile attack hit against the affected target to deal increased damage. Easy target applied this way has a multitude of 3% per meter of expected knockback distance. I think you might want to double check that gem if you're not playing a projectile build, because it only provides a projectile damage buff.
Relish
Maybe you're
your
using Spearfield to like
mortality.
ramp up that or something. I think Bloodlust Stun is biggest argument for scaling bleed. I do love it. It's pretty juicy. Res feel much easier to kill suddenly. Did the like 7th hotfix just go live? They yesterday did a 25% reduction to health in campaign for monsters. So yeah, there has been some reduction in the monster health. You might have also just got some upgrades or something there. I'm using Spear Throw as my main DPS. Oh, okay, cool. Good to know. I just wanted to double check. Collecting my sockets. Bloodlust in general is very powerful. Yeah, I think you still want to scale bleed if you can. Like, let's look really like... This I'm doing mostly for like the Spearfield knockback. It's debatable as to whether it's worth it, but I think the knockback is quite strong. This is good either way, but maybe you would just drop these magnitudes and go this way. But then again, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the bleed magnitude is contributing to stun. It's still an overall damage increase. We might have to ask Pob how much, you know, better it is to just drop that and spend that point somewhere else. But that's like really all. Like this, it's not like there's any other bleed nodes I have. It would make the difference between doing something like going in here and getting this. Like maybe fast-acting toxins isn't worth it if bleed is overall just a smallish percentage of our DPS. Spear Threat getting a 600% effectiveness explosion is nuts to me. Is that the frenzy charge pop on it, is it? Can't believe it's actually so pushed. I question their whole idea of making the default attack like the best thing. You should make the best thing the coolest thing. And default attack is not the coolest thing. Like, their logic makes sense, which is default attacks don't do anything else, so they should do the most damage. Like, okay, sure, I guess that makes sense, but on the other hand, what about the idea of the coolest thing being the strongest thing? So that people use the coolest thing. Do you want the lamest thing to be the strongest thing? Because then people will use the lamest thing, right? Like, for me, that argument is more compelling. 10% magnitude is good bleed node, gives me 1% DPS in this setup. Yeah. What else would you give at that point? Like 4% or something, probably 5%. That's up for another node, maybe. Yeah, so we might have to do those comparisons somewhere, but and evaluate whether there's some like less tangible benefits with stun and things.
Close.
Oh, I hate this mechanic. I can't even watch it. Oh, man, I love Sekimas. If you're going to watch anyone play Sekimas, you should watch me play it. I enjoy it. For me, it's very fun and comfortable. Like, this is unrelicked on setup properly Sekimas, and I'm still enjoying myself. We'll see if I get some good relics for the high level run. The next one might be a little stressful. We'll see. Because there's something on the line. Getting my ascendancy. My guy makes it a little hard to see what the enemies are doing, so I might want to change them. Yeah. Mr. Dire Taskbore, I think you might have to get out of here. Elemental resistance, trail of lightning, we'll do our fizz damage aura. I wonder if the 10% damage taken goes to their life affects our honor. Probably not. Oop. This way. Isn't helping you at all? Yep, 20% increased damage taken and some bleed magnitude. The way we do it, Rake does not have a 100% chance to bleed, it has 0% chance to bleed because I have Bloodlust on it. I put Bloodlust on it, and then I cleave, and then I put Rakes down to stack the incisions. The thing that is consuming it though is my beast, which is slightly annoying. Look, my the name of my the base name of the spear, Sea Glass Spear, because it's got arse in it. It gets muted in chat. Got a language filter. Oh. Man, look at that huge sea glass.
Up and away!
Let me get this one, and then I can trade with them.
An oasis in the desert.
Can you press C quickly? You mean H because I rebound it? Sure. Let's get you a spear, my friend. My hand-me-down sea glass spear. Someone, there we go. Make it back. So my current spear cost me 4x for an upgrade, for a little bit of an upgrade. Probably worth. But it wasn't as worth as I hoped it would be. Just unfortunate. Let's empty my inventory and then we'll go back. And really, I think I got them. If not, it's gone. Just disenchant you. Mana regen, triggered spell damage. It's an okay base, I think. Pretty hard for anything but an amazing jewel to be worth anything at all right now, just because of like how valuable exalts are considered. I don't think I want to suck at those because they're terrible. Look at Chain Sting. Yeah, the, oh wait, no, which one's this? Oh. All damage from hits with this weapon contribute to pin build-up. If only it did any damage. Fun at low levels, though. Be nice to get pin at high levels, but pretty cool. It's a pretty good spear at that level. Dunkelholt. You take 50% from blocked hits, increased parry, debuff magnitude. I like that as a potential damage scaler. 75% increased damage taken, or more damage taken. It's kind of cool. Give me those. Take me back to Sycamores. I think that's nice for leveling because it's free combat frenzy. Yeah, that is really nice for that, definitely. I looked at the unique spears and it looked like most of them were pretty banger for leveling. I don't think there's any endgame ones. I probably have to have another relook.
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
Will. Take me back in. It was right before the boss.
2 ancient guardians await you ahead.
Oh wait, were you asking? The person earlier was asking about Scorpion, yeah? Oh yeah, Scorpion. I'm not doing Scorpion yet, but we will in the next one though. Honestly, these ones can be a little bit more stressful until you just giga wrap them.
Nowhere safe.
Oh yeah, I gotta actually be careful.
Press the assault.
You're in trouble
Nice.
now.
That was an impressive
Bakoom.
display.
Relics slots unlocked. Very nice. Boop. Check her for relics first. Life, quantity of keys, max honor, double sacred, max honor, 24 max honor. Well, I can actually get all of them, so
Ancient power.
they're actually all pretty good.
I
I will get them all. Small relic cache. Mate, we're gonna have our choice of relics. Silver Royal, Silver Royal. Oh, mate. Oh, I should have done the Superior Silver. Damn. I screwed myself a little. I do need a helmet. Although, Superior Boots. Let me see these Superior Boots. Unfortunately, they're low level anyway, so... Can't quite get what I need. Boop, boop, boop. 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 One more bronze. Mm-hmm. Wow, how mysterious. A couple white items. Ooh, so mysterious. Where do you hunt for good modifier mobs? Type in exclamation mark. Tame Beast. I did a video on YouTube earlier today. Infactually. Magnitude of Ignite, recover life on kill. Ooh. I can't search for the life recovery, unfortunate. Recover life. There is a 2% roll. Rate that stat. It's a good one to have. It's like the density of these 1 exalts is pretty low, so it's probably a good one to regal, I think. I have a couple regals. Meta skill energy. Is there a cast on Ignite? I don't think there is a cast on. There's a cast on Shock and Freeze and Crit. I don't think there's Ignite though, is there? It looks like that might be worth something though, maybe. Life on kill with meta energy skill might be worth something as well. Meta energy skill. No results found. That doesn't seem right. Must be the wrong mod. Is that what I have? Huh? You know how to copy items from trade for importing into Path of Building? It used to just be a button you press, right? Did they get rid of that? I don't know if you can on PoE 2, maybe. Wrong rarity filter? Seems fine. Okay, might be worth a few exalts. Nothing too crazy, maybe. Let's see if I can get a few for it. What else we got? Damage crossbows, blind on hits. A little bit of a low roll. Fast charges gain lightning damage. 2 rage when hit by an enemy. Yeah, chance to inflict ailments. So I just should augment the powered attacks, gain increased damage. Probably not. It was on magic, was it? Oh, and that's why it fixed when I researched. When I did a new search, that makes sense. Let's do the crossbow one as well. The damage roll's a little low. Companion life? Nah. Nah. Alright, augments. Okay, life, key quantity, honor resist and honor restored, 13% honor resist, max honor, sacred water. So life, we got life, max honor over here, life quantity of keys, garbage, life honor resist, nice, that's a good one. That's a very good one. Alright, let's see what we can do here. So we got honor resist, max honor merchant prices. That one's pretty bad. Let's pop in life quantity. That one. And then I have We've got a lot of life already, so the other max honor is probably better. Or the honor resist actually might be even better. I think the honor resist is better. Nice. That's actually a pretty good relic board for self-found on that. Wouldn't honestly get that much better if I bought it. It would take a lot of time too. Alright, now we're going to a level 65 one, so we're for real now. Now we're for real. Does the explosion on spear throw shotgun? As in, does it hit the target that it procs it? I'm pretty sure it does. I don't know of any other sort of shotgunning. Oh, can you multi-project? I didn't think you could multi-project any of the spear throws.
Bleed out. Take this.
Alright, this is an escape trial. Run, Ziggy! 2,000 honors, not too shabby. Wait, there's one over here. Wait. Uh-oh. Where is it? Must be over here. There it is. Another one! I'll scuff that one a bit. Didn't you write the guide on this thing, Ziggy? I did miss a few, didn't I? Look at that rare scroll of wisdom. No water. Might need every little edge I can get in here. Alright. Good. What do we got? Starting off with a bronze key. Not too exciting. How bad are we looking? Energy shield's pretty okay. Escape trial rituals, not bad with water. That's probably our route. Yep, that's our route. It's a good start. Oh, yeah, right. We get our energy shield done first, don't we? Bleed you dry. Governor.
Good riddance.
First time joining live, welcome, kicking up dust. How's it going, mate? We just got to Endgame and oh man, maps are hard. I can't remember how hard they were when I first started last league, but I was also doing kind of like grenades, so I could kind of blow things up from a distance and baby it really hard. Whereas now I'm like front and center, I'm melee and I'm getting in there, you know. Build's been going well, but it is melee, so we're in the thick of it. But it's been kind of fun because like over the course of like 3 or 4 maps, I got like twice as powerful. Even though not much is dropping, it's just like even a single exalt gets us like a significant upgrade. And now I'm trying to do Trail of Sycamus for my ascendancy. I ran a low level one to get some good relics, which worked out pretty well. This is escape trial. Focus on escaping. See your body. Just trying out the Twister Huntress, and I just got to crawl. A little overwhelming and too much maintenance, but satisfying when it works. I did have that experience with Twister as well. Like, it had moments where I was like, oh, yeah. Oof. Probably you get like a crit multicast, and it's like bouncing off the walls and stuff and just wrecking everything. And it like picks up some ground effects. Feels pretty good, but yeah, it was a little bit erratic. I mean, I guess that's pretty apt for the fact that these like randomly moving around Twisters. I liked the spear throw stuff more overall in terms of elementals. So if you do an elemental build, you could sort of give it messing with those a bit, but
stand tall.
Have you been running armor on your gear at all? Not intentionally. Sometimes you just... A good chest, like this is hybrid armor evasion, not by choice, just because it had good life and resist that I wanted, so we ended up getting it. Ritual, hourglass with more water, or some keys. We don't really care about the keys when we're trying to ascend, so go the other way. Water is more impactful if we can buy something with it. Have you tried Lightning Spear with Vault and Herald of Thunder? Not too much. I didn't mess with Lightning Spear much. It looks really good at endgame for clearing though. Really quite good. That jump though, painful. Crossbow guys are really tricky to engage with. Make sure they're not blasting you.
Soften the wound. Bring it on.
Hey, Man of Straw, thank you for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome. First time sub. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm probably most nervous about floor 2 boss, I think. Could be a little scary, depending on how tanky they feel. But these guys are feeling a little tanky, so... They're my boss I can not guarantee that I won't get taken damage on. There's a good chance I do take some damage on them. Hey, Dark Agent, ahoy there, mate. Thank you. Almost forgot. How dare you? How dare you forget your daily tithing?
The ritual has been disrupted.
I was hoping bleed damage would pick up in endgame. Doesn't seem like you're doing much more bleed. I was doing about 50-50 and then like... I don't know, now like the mobs are getting a little tougher. You would think it would still be 50-50, maybe... I don't know. Maybe it is, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe like I peaked on scaling for a little while there. Hard to judge at the moment. Less damage, probably not going to do that one. This one is a bit risky. This is a not ideal one, so I'm going to have to go through fewer merchant choices, which is unfortunate. Not that we can buy the merchants out, but we just get less chance of getting good ones. I give it a 50-50 whether I successfully get my ascendancy on this run. You know, either I will or I won't.
Bleed to dry. Die, beast.
Meat Prowler. These guys are a little tricky to engage with. Finish him, that last big bleed. Someone wanted to buy something. Rift Grass, Emerald Ring, list of a 1 Exalt. I probably should. Let's see if they join while I do this. You can leave here, I just kind of annoying.
Anything for a sip.
Okay, so we end on a gauntlet trial for this floor there. Well, I haven't joined yet. Think I'm getting a Stalking Panther with full ES body armor. And getting Ghost Dance. Any answer outside how it would work? I've seen other people saying that they might go the hybrid, like go Evasion ES or something. I like Evasion ES as a pairing. How good it will go here, I have no idea. You don't have access. The big reason to go before was access to Grim Feast. You don't have that anymore, so.
Get back!
Do you have a plan for like keeping your? Oh, I guess Ghost Dance helps keep your energy shield up, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I really couldn't tell you. Sim it out on part of the building, though. Maybe now I think it's updated, yeah. Regenerates life. That's exactly what I want. Oh god. Oh. Armored and regenerates life. Well, at least we can slowly strip that armor down. There's a nice blade. Okay. Not too bad. It was elemental resistance. If I was an Ellie build right now, I would have been struggling. It was elemental resist plus armored plus regenerates life. Man, on tanky monster anyway.
A moment.
We dealt.
Respite.
Alright, Gauntlet. I did try to invite you before, buddy.
Bring it on!
Guess each time they message me, they change their mind. Ooh, that's close. Ah, no, I'm livering.
Bleed out!
Thankfully, I only shoot webs that don't actually do damage. Splap. Fun. Whee. Whoop. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. It's very spiky in there at the moment, isn't it? Splap. Any. I'm going back to PoE 1. I hope you have a good time, my friend. Have they said that they're extending the event? I would have thought they were going to, for sure. Frisia? Surely they extend Frisia. I guess you can private league. Turn off the, turn the Atlas tree back on. No word yet? Hopefully they do for the PoE 1 players that want to play that. Seems like it would be a smart thing to do. Does physical dot scale for max physical DPS per hit? Well, not DPS, but your hit damage. So crit damage, all of that stuff works. The only thing that doesn't affect it is armor. Everything pre-armor, modifiers to your hit damage, etc. works. Even just melee damage, etc. And then after armor is things like increased damage taken. So increased physical damage taken, shock, stuff like that all works too. But that doesn't apply to the initial hit, that applies to the bleed after the fact.
The foe ahead is
Which is only really a nuance you need to know if you're doing like incision stacking stuff. So I do like rake and then spear field to stack incision to like scale damage up. Man, spear field look cool with this new spear. These like twisty ones look sick. The sea glass ones look kind of goofy.
It burns.
Poor BC getting shredded over there. Wraithbreaker's not having a good time either, is he? Yes. Amazing. Ooh, someone wants to buy my juice. Oh, God, I'm done.
I knew you would succeed.
That was awesome. The bossing has been feeling really good. I think the map boss we did too was good too. I mean, maybe I should be picking these up and crafting them. Can't believe I only drop white items. It's pretty funny. You guys go in here. Doo-doo-doo. Person messaged me for a 4x jewel, but they never joined my party. What's going on right now? Why is no one joining my parties? Social. Oh, that's just friends. Whoops. Try again, buddy. Blah. I have months to spend. Reduce monster life? Great.
You will succeed.
Very nice. Do I want to get this for the heal? Normally I wouldn't, but I think I might. Just be a little safer. Hopefully my bleed spear warrior could be a thing. I'll keep trying. I feel like for sure it'll be a thing. For sure. Traps deal more damage. Lose all water on sacred on floor completion. Oh, it kind of sucks. Monster speed. And can't be slowed. That one's pretty bad too. I think I'll go trap damage. It's a gauntlet room as well. Oh god. Maybe I'll go the water then. Ugh. Gross. I don't love it. But you just know I'm gonna get murdered in that trap room. Make some goofy mistake. I generally don't. Probably should have went that route maybe.
The thrill of the hunt. Nowhere safe.
I love that knockback. It's so fun. It feels like it does 0 DPS in the end game. Mine hasn't. Mine's been doing damage. You have to like land a good bleed though. It's high. It's, you know, it's high rolly. But it's not ever going to be like Path of Exile style where it's like all of your damage though, I don't think. Just don't think the game's built for it currently, the way it works. I hate the floor completion counts as killing the boss, not leaving. Yeah, it really should be when you like leave, like open the door or something, right? I agree with that, 100%. I got that like completion even though there's a rare here. That happens sometimes, I've noticed. Get out of here, you. Honest thoughts on the whole parry mechanic? I love parry, yeah. I don't, like, you're not going to use it when you're getting swarmed by packs. It's not really, like, the point of it. The way that they make it seem like you're supposed to parry, or you have to parry, and you kind of do for the first, like, 5 levels or so, to generate frenzy charges or your build doesn't work, is not good. But they seem to be addressing that by adding, like, a culling skill. So that should help. But like parry just straight up embarrasses some bosses and it's pretty useful. You get charged by a random roar or something. You just like bam, bam, bam. Alright, that thing, it feels good. I think it's pretty well done overall. And I usually hate parry mechanics, trust me. I'm not a parry man. But no, I like this one. I think it works well. It's a good way of doing it. Hmm.
Come on.
I haven't really like been testing it in Sekimas, but I think it could be good in Sekimas too. I have to think about what things I might be able to parry.
Soften a wound.
And the 50% more damage taken thing is a pretty good reward for parry as well. Whoop. Well, more damage dealt or whatever. It is taken actually. We discussed this earlier, didn't we? It's crazy you have no evasion, no armor, no ES are in the minor pool. I think they're in the minor pool because they just outright don't affect like 1/3 of builds each time. That's why they're in the minor pool. But they are major when you take them when they are your build though, when you get the wrong one. But unfortunately the side effect of that is that you can't really ever take the gambles where it's like random minor affliction. It's suicidal. Never ever take those. Oops. Huh? Oh, I had to keep going left. I got tricked.
The hunt is on.
Leave me alone, Beetle. I'm clear in here. What sort of companion do you have? This one is giving me a physical damage aura and shocking enemies on hit. It's the one I've been using a lot. I have a haste one and elemental resist one as well, but this has been my favorite so
Rest a
far.
while.
This is unfortunate.
Onwards.
Shop.
Always.
I halved it, but only one thing is... Ugh. Oh, Fickle Blessing of the Wind. That's pretty lucky. Well, I'm going to go that way, aren't I? Except all this water's going to end up going to waste. My water. Sweet, sacred water. I'm going to skip you. I have places to be. Death crystals to click.
Bleed.
Yo, heavy. There was some heavy things in that. Imagine trying to carry that thing around. It's a solid gold urn and it's filled with a heavy plate belt and a heavy plate armor.
Impressive
Good heavens.
endurance.
Boo.
I would give any.
Am I being chased right now? I am. Some random minion. Out of here, you were nerfed today. No one likes you. 102 physical on room completion. I don't have a ton of resist to mitigate that. I have a little bit of armor and a little bit of resist. Hopefully the Fickle Blessing of the Wind pays off. What's your crit bonus? My crit bonus... Critical damage bonus is 239 at the moment. These guys are like tanky. I don't remember them being tanky ever. Did they buff them? The knockback! Oh my god. My Wind Dancer procced and like knocked it into the spears and then the spears all triggered. Like cascade knockback. Hilarious. So never take the minor ones because they're suicidal, but it's okay to take the major ones? No, you'd never take random major either. It's not okay to take either of them. You never take random. Anything random. There's not really major random anyway. It doesn't really ever come up. They're punitive if you take the wrong one, but yeah, you gotta know what you're taking. It's important.
Ritual has been disrupted.
Cleanse a random affliction. Maybe we get rid of the water one. Let's see. No, he lost the other one. Oh, I got ornate dagger though. That's a pretty good trade-off. I'll take that. We lost the merchant choices one, but the problem is I'm not gonna be able to use it unless there's a merchant here. Is it still the case that an affliction being visible on the map means it's removed from the pool until passed? You know, I never knew about that nuance. But that does potentially make some sense that it would be that way. I could see that happening. But I've never heard about that before. Intriguing. That does mean if there's like one mod you can't handle with random, you could take random if you see it elsewhere on the map in theory, yeah. Interesting. Intriguing.
Just take you.
Okay, mates, that's enough of that then. Somewhat nasty. Ouch. Speakers, you can't get afflictions twice. Yeah, in theory, then you could. It has to be that way because if you got the random one and then the room was later and you picked it up, it would. What would it do? So yeah, good. That makes sense. Never thought about that before. It's pretty cool.
A great challenge overcome.
Did you say anything about support queues recently? Not recently, to my knowledge. Not since the earlier We're Swamped. Probably still dealing with the fallout of that, honestly. Scrying Crystal. That might help with the last one. There is a merchant here. Less max honor. Monster damage. Less sacred water found. It would probably be good to spend my 1k water, even if it means taking 25 less max honor. I have Sanguine Vial and Ornate Dagger. So Harefoot would complete the trifecta, really.
Soften the wound.
Desiccated Lich Summoner. Love that name. I feel like a bit of a desiccated Lich Summoner right now. I'm tired, boss.
Ritual has been disrupted.
I'd already been getting up so early. I've been getting up at like 5:30 each day. I'm like, ah. But you know, refusing to go to bed early. And then Daylight Savings kicked in and now it's like even earlier. Ooh.
A moment of respite.
And now I'm gaming all day. Can you help me, peeps, saying this am no good, other one like it on the market? Can I get an opinion? Are you talking about an item specifically, Mizukun? Feel free to link it to me, mate. I'm gonna have to pause maybe. First though. Ooh. Why is that highlighted so much? Tangle Tongue. Big old flat crit. Fork critical hit. Oh yeah, it's that one. It's the fork critical hit one. I don't know why it was so giga highlighted. I guess because it's a new unique. I don't think it's worth anything. It's ultimately still a leveling unique, but unless there's some like added damage shenanigans you can do with the fork crit thing, it is a double crit mechanic. Gotta take a short break. Oh. Be back in a minute, folks. See you soon. And we'll try and finish our segment runs. Every time Ziggy's leaves, he's big sales fire. Oh no, what happened now?
Free to try.
Huh? Still want question mark. Well, the last two trades didn't even join my party in the end, so we'll see if they even respond. Welcome back. Let's see if we can get this ascendancy, huh? Don't know what ascendancy point I'm gonna take though. They sent me a party invite. Well, multi-proj. Very scary.
Bring it on.
Risky maneuver. Need a min in Circuma trial. Sorry. You. Get out of here. Think we did all that without getting hit in the end. Trial complete. If we just go get our reward, we can go trade. Whee! Only have a pure bleed build at the end of Cruel Act 2. Did about 60-70% of Jam and Ra HP in 2 to 3 minutes. That doesn't seem like too far, Alex. Maybe it. Well, Jam and Ra's a pretty long fight. I don't know. How do you feel about it? Sacred water found is increased, yada yada. Sacred water on this floor is doubled. Oh. I still have the Losel Sacred Water. This is no good. I guess I'll restore some honor and move on.
We will succeed.
60-70% was blood loss. Cool. That's I like that you're committing to the pure bleed action. Don't you? It's my ignite, recover life, meta skill magnitude thing. I must have went to my hideout, did they? Oh, here they are. 4x is good. Helpful. I can get an upgrade with that. Huzzah. I'm pretty sure that unique's not worth anything. Tangle Tongue. Tangle Tongue. A large hotfix patch just hit. Another one. It actually looks like it might be worth a little bit. There's only one for one exile. All the rest are worth more than that. Intriguing. How's our rolls? Nearly perfect too, on the fizz. The crit has a wide range and ours is low though. We can maybe price check that then, while we're here. Yep. Tangle Tongue. And research. Okay, so fizz wise. Oh, I can probably just put in fizz DPS as maybe the max quality. No, that includes like corrupted, socketed ones though. I mean, ones that aren't like that. Yeah, where's corrupted? Brain slow. Okay, here's one that's maybe slightly better for 12x. I'll put a minimum of like, what was the worst ones? Oh yeah, that's a pretty big difference. Let's try like 115 fizz DPS then. 1.4. Yeah, we might be able to get a little bit of money for that. This helps it sell. We might have to whack one of these in because people still like, yeah, can't really search still, I'm pretty sure for that. So I have to put an Iron Rune in there. Invest in Iron Rune. What DPS? Oh, alright. It's fine. It's not gonna be enough damage for us to, I think even with the 4 crits, yeah. I mean, it would get you through the campaign though. Maybe it is, like, kind of usable at endgame. The corrupted quality ones probably might be up there. Anyway, what we're looking at? 8 listed an hour ago. See if I can get a faster 7x sale or something. Crash 10 times in 15 minutes now. If you're crashing that much, something specific is crashing you, right? Like, that doesn't just happen normally. So it sounds like maybe you've ran into a zone that is corrupted, or you've got a specific monster or something that's corrupted somewhere, or an MTX that's corrupted. Just have to think about what it is that might be causing it, and see if you can dodge it.
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
Can I just die? Oh, no, bro. Oh, it's a server issue. Okay, that sounds like there's some EU server issues then. I would take a break then.
Two ancient guardians
Go have a snack. Go for a walk. Did someone said there was a hotfix? What's that about? Be in the live updates, if there is. April 7. Fixed a bug where skills that have a percentage of damage gained to a specific element didn't get bonuses from certain combinations of other elemental damage types. Most of the effective twist is being empowered by ground effects when using weapons with some types of added elemental damage. Yep. Flamethrower abilities dealing significantly more damage. Bugs where enemies are unable to hit lingering illusions. Some Team Beast action. Instance crash with Trinity. Fix another instance crash. Okay. Bug fixes, crash fixes, good stuff. Alright. These are the bosses I'm most worried about. Wait, is there something else? Oh, there's a bigger patch. Is this deployed now? It's being deployed without restarting. Oh, okay. Adjustments to player minions, spear skills, some bosses, as well as a number of bug fixes. Oh, no kidding. Minion changes in this patch, readjustments to the changes to the life. Yep. So, level 20 minions, 60% more damage. Level 10, 41% more damage. Good heavens. That's a big buff. They were way off. 15% more life throughout campaign. Life threshold, skeletal arsenates can target other minions and heal amount of skeletal clerics has been adjusted. Adjusted the damage attack speed and mana cost of following spear skills. Spear thrower deals 8% more damage at all skill levels. Someone was already like just talking about earlier how they were using it. Well, stop buffing the basic skills. Lightning spear attack speed is now 60% of base, up from 50, and deals 5% more damage at all gem levels. Honestly, I have seen this skill overperforming, so I'm surprised that it's getting a buff. It did feel bad in the campaign, to be fair. Glacial Lance is now a bit faster. Storm Lance is a bit faster. Storm Lance? Oh yeah, Storm Lance. It is called Storm Lance. They know what their skills are called. So imagine that. Whirlwind Lance is a bit faster. All the above skills except Spear Throw have had their mana cost lowered proportionally to attack speed increases. Candlemass. The Living Right's abilities has had their cooldown slightly increased. Should result in it using attacks that are parryable more often. Nice. I like the idea of them doing like a parry block pass across lots of different enemies over time. When one of Candlemass's living cleaves are unblockable and unparryable. Count Genor's abilities have had their cooldown slightly increased. Should result in him using attacks that are parryable more often. Nice. Blackjaw has been rebalanced. Visuals improved so the damage area more closely resembles the visuals. I like how that parry's resulted in some boss improvements. A bug with banners. A bug with raised shield was missing melee type, so could not be supported properly. Some whirlwinds would disappear instantly when Whirlwind Lance had an extra projectile. Concoction skills were not visually scaling to area of effect. Profusion support was not working with disengage. There you go. So that's been fixed too. That's a good one. That's kind of a big one for early game. Client crash when using Wind Serpent. They finally fixed Wind Serpent. Client crashes for gamepad. 3 instance crashes. Cool. Lit patch. Doesn't buff my build shit patch. Doesn't even buff my builds. Oh shit, hold on. Sorry dude.
From the earth.
Damage is looking good there. Yeah. My only regret is I can't mark both of them. Oh! I was just about to say I'm going to do this hitless. I did not do it hitless. That's pretty good though.
That was an impressive display.
Regal drop. Very nice. Mods my minion has. Fizz Aura. Fizz Damage Aura. And Shock on Hit. No keys. Check Balbala. I don't think we can get much because we are a little screwed. Well, we can get that. It's actually pretty good.
Go with strength.
That's not just do it. I'll be with you in a second, my friend. I love melee bleed spears, but single target is challenging for me. What do you find a best single target? Spearfield. You apply a big bleed, and then you spam Spearfield. And there's some various things you can do to make that better, but it is very good. No rake for boss? You do, but you don't. You only need to do it every now and then. Spearfield is the king, especially for large bosses like that. Boop. Excellent. Yeah, so you go Rake, then you go Spearfield with Rage on hit, and there's a few different gems you can use on it, but I've gone for knockback distance with the knockback nodes, which is really powerful against some things that you can knock back. And Bloodlust is very good too, to make it apply Incision without consuming it, because otherwise it just consumes the Incision instantly.
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
And because it doesn't consume the Incision, it can maintain 10 stacks of Incision, which means that the enemies take 20% increased damage. So it's quite powerful. And then every now and then, the knockbacks trigger in sequence, and the enemy goes through the entire spear field and just gets destroyed. It's quite satisfying. You have no armor, rewards are unknown, 1 fewer trial ahead. I do have the 1 extra ahead. Monsters have max life, I don't really want. Reward types are unknown. Maybe we go that one. No armor is probably fine. We'll do that. Hourglass into Chalice. It's kind of forced into the gauntlet there, but it's going to happen pretty much either way, so. Any tips for defense with Amazon? I feel so squishy with pure evasion. Evasion, block, and slowing and maiming enemies. Parry.
Abomination.
Leech is really big. Oh my god, that hurt. Oops. I goobed. Yeah, mobility in general. Oh my god, what the? Oh my god, everything turned around in this one zone. What the heck? What even was that? Okay, I gotta pay attention. I'm getting like all damage ignites volatile crag minions just destroying me. Okay, I'm gonna really beg at this one. I'm gonna go hide in the corner or something. Holy crap! The whole run was going so well. This one room has deleted my run. Now I'm worried. I could probably try and kill them, but I'm terrified. I must have just not even seen the volatile crag or something. Oh! Damn it. Taking even more damage. The run was going so well. It's pretty much perfect. Until it wasn't, eh? Ah, bubble. Go away. Go away. Okay. Jeez. That's bad. That's very bad.
That was close.
Hopefully I can get some healing. Oof. That went so poorly. Alright, focus mode. This was going to be a sure thing, but... Man, I cannot believe the amount of damage I took there. It's not even that it was like uncapped fire or anything. It's just that thing was like crazy. Aww. These are very difficult to engage here. Just need the one good bleed there. Oh no. Please stop. Uh-oh. I don't think this is going the way I want it to go. No reason to engage them. Don't think there's a rare there. $187. Pressure's on.
Mine.
Multi-proj guy. Oh god. That's just what I need. I need to deal with these little shits. Their projectiles are quite dangerous. There we go.
Nowhere safe.
What? Oh, it's damage is taken from minions, that's why. I was like, why is it not taking any damage? Modifier, of course. Okay. Alright, there's still this jerk down here. We got empowered invulnerability aura. Empowered with additional projectiles. Meat Viper. Alright, Meat Viper. Well, I guess I'll just wait, huh? Oh my god, what is this guy? Meat Viper the Insane. No! That was way too close. Mate, I think I'm going to be doing all this work only to die in, like, the gauntlet next room. Oh, that little grub! You little grubby shit! You little grubby piece of crap. That's so rude. I got, like, stuck on this little bit of, you know, janky terrain here for a second. And then this guy comes out of nowhere. I didn't even see him anywhere. Got wormed by the grub. Well, I was going to say I was going to die in the gauntlet, but I didn't make it to the gauntlet. Oh, no. Hilarious. Well, I did give myself 50-50 odds on that particular Sycamus, so I guess I was true to my word. Either did it or I didn't. Grub MVP.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
Can you explain how low tolerance notable works when transferring multiple poisons with something like contagion? Nope. Not without like doing a bunch of research. But you should at least appreciate that I'm a guy who just says when he doesn't know something rather than trying to fake it and giving you misleading info. Life, fountain, grant double sacred water. You go in here. We'll get it on the next run though. For sure we get it on the next run. Let's sort our dump tab. We did get a bit of loot in those runs. Sorry. Salvage you and you. Honor restored is pretty meh. That's pretty meh. I could recycle them, I suppose. Might want to. Do-do-do.
Quicken your pace.
Ziggy, I appreciate that you're straightforward so much you have no idea. I think that's the way to be, right? I think that is the go. Any of these any good? That one's vaguely okay. That one's vaguely okay. Vaguely okay. And those ones are okay. These ones can be salvaged. Next dump tab. Show me what you got, buddy. Increase life with fountain water. Meh. Dodge roll. I like dodge roll. That's like a water with it's a bit meh. Bit basic. That's right, I called it basic. I don't know why I'm vendoring for gold all of a sudden. It's not, shouldn't be the strategy probably. Okay, garbage. Pretty meh-ish. I don't think just dodge roll radius. It's good enough by itself there. Bad. Actually, we can't. Probably still can't put those in the reforging bench, right? They still haven't fixed that bug. Unfortunate. Double sacred water with that one I can do though.
Quicken your pace.
My shield, my buckler, my beloved. You. Check the boots. Never move speed for me. Well, 15% movement speed. Game's like, yeah, technically, this is what you asked for. I wasn't specific enough. Ba 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 ba. And garbage. What is the, you can't buy second keys on there. You have to do it on trade, don't we? What is another Sekima's key like? If it is Gin barrier, below level 65. It's not requirements. I think area level works. No. Well, but we need it to be between 60 and 64. Okay. Boop. Okay, yeah, looks like there's plenty of ones for an exalt here. Look, there's a 60. See if we can get that. The Sekima's farming continues. If my minions lacerate cause bleed, can I use aggravating and exploding support gems? You can interact with bleeds on an enemy regardless of who caused it. Yep. Whether it's going to be worth it or whether the bleed's going to be enough or whatever is, you'll have to see. Yeah, bucklers are just shields, so they work normally otherwise. Evasion, block chance, all the normal things. They just have parry instead of raised shield, just a difference in their granted ability. And they might be affected by some passives slightly differently, I suppose. Who would not respond for an Exalted Orb right now? Come on. Those things are precious treasures. Actually, I'm floating a few Exalts. I'm tempted to Exalt Slam some things. I feel like my gloves are worth exalting. 20 accuracy. Fire damage. Man, that could have been Fizz and that could have been higher accuracy. That would have made me very happy. Could roll life on that, would be pretty amazing. This is quite good too. The ring next. Oh, I got life, yeah. 40 is kind of low, but mate, I can't complain with that. That's quite nice. Cold damage. Blech. Mana regeneration, light radius. Hey, I'm gonna find zone exits easier to be able to finish the campaign. Well, I used some exalts. Did I get the values worth? No, probably not. And I might need it to buy a Jin barrier here, given that no one seems to be responding to me. No. Maybe I'll get the 3 Chaos guy. Think they'll let us choose a different sound for whispers? I feel like the new whisper sound is too quiet. That would be a nice little feature. Which one was this? For Amazon. The 3 Chaos one. The slightly scam price. Not really even. How's Bleed working so well for you? It's absolutely terrible for me. All of a sudden going into Cruel Act 1. I mean, honestly, it probably just comes down to, I mean, have you replicated the suggested support gems and things like that? Are you following the... Okay, I thought I just vended my Chaos Orbs. I obviously need rest. But I kind of want to go into another Sigma's run, but maybe tomorrow. I seriously just thought I vended my Chaos Orbs. I was like... oh dear. yeah, assuming you've like replicated like correct supports and interactions and things like that, there's two other things it could be. Just gear, like maybe your spear's garbage. Is your spear like 10 levels out of date and not very good to begin with? You're gonna really struggle. There's like a little bit of like monsters instantly feel a little bit tankier as soon as you jump into crawl. It always is funny because you go into that like Twilight Strand zone and all of a sudden those things are in there are like kind of nutty. But it settles in pretty quickly, I feel. And then I feel like crawl was mostly pretty smooth. The end of Act 2 was quite difficult, as it always is. And then the very end of Act 3 was fairly challenging, but not too bad. So the other thing it can be is playstyle. So assuming you're using a similar setup, you really want to be like using... by the time you're in crawl, you want to be using rake and then focusing on spear field for your single target. So you want to kind of rake, fish for a big bleed. So you do your like rake in, dash back, try and get that big bleed, and then spear field to knock them around, amplify your damage a ton. I'll save the Jin barrier for tomorrow. Let's just do a map to begin with, I think. Increased amount of chests and elemental weakness? Sure.
So, these densely corrupted regions contain an active source. Despite the risks, you must venture within. Find the source of corruption. When you have identified it and dealt with any danger, call for me. I will cleanse what remains.
This is neat.
This is the first precursor tower we've seen. You should take control of it so that we may research its properties. There may be considerable foes in proximity. These towers channel forces we do not yet understand.
I thought that was the Nexus.
If you see any sort of central tower or nexus to the network, be sure to let me know.
Pretty cool. Shall I go into the corrupted hidden grotto? Oh yeah, let's go. The buyback tab exists now. We have vendor protection, even if you did vendor your cows. True. So it would have been fine. Yeah. Just getting a little loopy. Increased chest is such a trial mod? Yeah. Yes. Fairly low impact colony. Okay, right, I'm not insecting those anymore, I don't need to dodge every single little thing. Just most of them. Tangle time for 7x? Yo, it's sold! That's spicy. Money. More exalts for me to waste for slamming. Oh, that's bad corruption spawn right on top of me. Calm down, you lot. Go Mauler. Are they going to my hideout? I assume they are, but we'll see. Need to have an intervention about your slamming? It's too tempting. I'm gonna slam one of my jewels immediately. Oh, Shrine Hideout is my hideout. I thought it was in the forest one. I changed that ages ago. I'm a goober. Sorry, dude. Made him wait. I was just increasing their sunk cost so I can jack up the price now at the last second. Like, you know what, actually? 9x. Throw in a couple glass blowers bobbles. That's right. Give me the bobbles. Speaking of bobbles. Yay, 4%. Huzzah. I'm gonna slam some more things. Hey yo. It's time to slam. I have a jewel that I want to slam. Hold up. This one. Give me crossbow mod. Lightning damage. About as good. About as good, yep. Anything else to slam? There is only 2 prefixes on this. Yo, it's time to slam. Well, that lightning damage scaling I got is going to help with my brutality skill. I guess it'll help on Spearfield slightly. This shield is not good enough to slam. I don't have anything else good enough to slam. Stop slamming, Ziggy. Buy things with that money that will be far more impactful. Ziggy sells a habit of unequipping items. Oh, I can't help myself. I swear there is one thing where you actually have to do that, though. Like, it's corrupting. Another way, labels. I'm gonna craft this strong box like it's 2012. See you right. Flip. Oh yes, there's a mob there. Hi. Rarity of contained items. 3 packs of magic monsters. Yeah, I'm ready, let's go. No falling on me, please, Skellington. I didn't even see the magic monsters. I swear these things don't actually spawn what they say they spawn. Is worth valuing gems after using lesser jobs? That does, like, stop you from being able to quality them and all sorts of various other things, so probably not most of the time. You got 4 DPS on one skill for 2x? Yep. I just can't look at a 4 mod item and be like, mate, what if I slam something big on that? I can't. I can't look at an Exalt in my inventory and a 4 mod item on my character and be like, yep, I'll just not do that. Impossible. Not even possible. Something about this ring is cursed. Whenever people try to buy this ring off me, they never join my party. It's like the 4th person. I'm going to delete that ring in a second. I reckon probably because it's like a pretty middling, mediocre ring and they're spamming non-responding 1x trades. So they just get a response from someone else and they're like, you know what, that ring's slightly better. I'll go for that one. I'm gonna delete that thing. Or maybe like turn my stash tab up to 2x. I'm getting bougie. Look. Bougie Ziggy now. Strongbox false advertising is a huge problem. It kind of always has been with like the 2000% increased rarity. He's like 2000% of nothing is nothing. Classic. Ah, gosh. Good. Defeat Zawali, Bone Tyrant. Oh, that's her name. Oh. Normally have a name? Yeah, I think it did last time, I guess. Because the mobs are set to the map, I suppose. So. Bloodstone amulet. Give. Passive point available. I'm gonna decide what I'm getting next. Question mark. Debuffs expire faster. Let's go. Block chance.
Get back!
Stomping Ground is like way better than pure bleed rake throughout X1 to 3. The bleed can start to take over in crawl, I felt at that point. But Stomping Ground remains worth using in my opinion. The fact that it hits enemies is just good by itself. You can use it for knockback, incision stacks, bleach. Just the damage ends up still being pretty good. But it's definitely not the majority of my damage anymore. The way I'm playing at the moment against a lot of these things, I probably could drop it. I should test dropping it. And see how another damage support feels on there, maybe. Just to get those bleeds a bit chunkier. Green element magnitude node? You mean the faster bleed one, basically? Well, I need some more points together to get that one. You have element stuff by the left side? Is Emo Crystals really worth? It's hard enough to tell that you could probably go either way and wouldn't really notice. In theory, it's good. It certainly looks flashy. But whether it actually helps all that much is really hard to say. I at least don't think it's like hindering us. So it might be better to have another gem there, but I guess blind would be pretty good on them. It'd be good coverage. For mapping at least. Doesn't help us on bosses, but can you explain when to use Blood Hunt? When the mob has about 20% health left, you use Blood Hunt to finish them off. Pretty much just that. Or if you know, like, oh, I really need to, like, these guys to die right now a little bit quicker, I'll use Blood Hunt to pop them a little sooner. I probably could use it a little more, but I'll try and slowly kind of work it in a little bit more to like regular play. But as far as single target situations are concerned, it's basically when the mob is like getting low. So like probably around here, right? Just use it to finish them off. Use it for the quick kill, because at that point their blood loss is high enough that, you know, the explosion will finish them. So it's basically a culling strike style effect. But a bit chunkier than that. Supports are with Rake at the moment are slightly different to what I was using before. It's Stomping Ground, Brutality, and Heft at this point. The bigger bleeds. Do you have an updated build plan? I updated at the end of the campaign, so there's a fairly recent update. Oh. This is the boss one. No, it was probably like up here or something. I don't see any checkpoints. Oh god. Awesome. Off we go. I'm on my way.
Salt in the wound.
Salt in the wound. I'll sit me hoose and read me book. Not basically the right accent. Armor is strong box. Craft this sucker. Let's go. I like how they like shrunk down now. They feel more realistic size, but they also feel kind of cute because I'm so used to seeing the gigantic ones from PoE 1, comically large ones. They're like big enough for the monsters to hide in. Volatile Crags. Huzzah. My favorite. Basically what ended my second run. It technically was the grub, but it was the Volatile Crags that led to that beforehand. They prepped me. They tenderized me for the grub. The volatiles. You. And there's the grubs again. There's even more grubs. Grubs and volatiles. Oh, I'm having flashbacks. Now. A blacksmith whetstone. Don't mind if I do. Pop it on that weapon. I haven't seen another Rogue Exile yet. I had like wall-to-wall Rogue Exiles when I got to Crawl, and then none through... I don't think I got a single one in Act 3. And none in Endgame so far. So sad. I guess I wasn't going to see any in Sekimas, so that probably didn't help me. Extra content. Rare monsters. Yep. Replaced Marshall. Yeah, I figured at this point for Endgame I wanted like the chunkier bleeds and I wanted the faster swipes. Since Stomping Ground is less about damage, Martial tempo doesn't do as much. She's in the middle, okay. Oh my god. Now it shows me that I killed enough monsters though. Well, I thought they were adding more checkpoints to maps, but it's probably over there actually, oh god. There's a checkpoint. Did I even have any other ones? The one at the start? That doesn't help me much. I'll go get this rare, I suppose. Oh my god, the backtracking. Killing me. Oops. That's a fancy looking chest. Watch it have a scroll in it. Transient close. Don't know why I'd chase the rares down here anyway when it's like, it is over there. When it's like, only gonna drop a tier 1 map anyway. At this point. When I start climbing, we want to be a bit more proactive about that, I suppose. Off I go. Time for a walk. Is Falcon Dive worth it for the 0.4 minimum base time for the rank? Or is Falcon Dive a passive or something? What is Falcon Dive? When I hear Falcon Dive, I can only think of the last Epoch skill. It's probably something I know and have seen and have. It's going to go more strength based with surprising finesse, strength to accuracy, and then go slower but strength and crit. I like it. Yeah, I did consider going like just full strength, but I was like, yeah, I should probably be playing like a Titan or something for that. Wonder if this guy's going to give me any problems. Oh, the rank damage though. Oh, the spear build even. I think there's some spots where you can get him real well. Oh yeah. Hey, can I just do wall-to-wall bosses? Because the bosses have been fun. The rest of it's been a bit of a struggle, but the bosses, oh man. So dramatic. Go in your hole. Yeah. More bosses. I want more bosses. Those bosses are fun. Oh, the attack speed per accuracy. I see what you mean.
A place to put my feet up.
I got it on one of my original messing arounds, but I'm not so sure. What is it? If we get to 150, it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attack speed. So it's 2s and then 6. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Seems maybe a little bit mild. Nearsighted seems interesting though. But apparently we cap out at 150, but that said, I think I am not near that, so. Estimated accuracy 127. We're ages off that. We could get way more accuracy. Now I'm tempted to do just maybe one more map. Just one more map.
Speed. Until next time.
Mm-hmm. Probably not worth a regal. I don't have that many. Too low on the life count, I'm afraid, my friend. See ya.
Move along.
What is it?
So cranky sounding. I had one tier 15 gem drop and now I just keep getting the tier 14, level 14s. Boo. Need some more 15s. Alright, what do we got? Rare monsters, reduce extra damage from crits. Pack size, bleed. Rare chest, monster early resists. Guess that's kind of a freebie. What do we got? Is this the Nexus? Alright, let's try the Nexus. It requires at least 4 explicit mods. Okay. Something like this is maybe a fine one to Regal then. Got a Regal and Exalt, huh? Magic pack size? Penetrates, resists. Okay, well, the resist penetration sucks, but the rest of it's okay. Let's try. Corrupted Nexus. What are you running on Spearfield compared to me? I have Rage, Arm's Length, which is knockback distance, and Bloodlust, but the knockback distance does... I have the knockback here. Knockback against bleeding enemies. I want to mess with Empire's Grasp at some point, but anyway, better gear overall.
Where were you?
Extra content is a breach.
Come on.
Kill all rare monsters, and then that'll summon the boss, why not? Breach might be a little risky, especially given that it might spawn a bunch of elemental monsters on me, but...
Strange energy about this rift. Can only spell trouble.
Spooky. Iron Rune, that's cool. Money. Nice background tiara. Woo woo woo. Looks like we're feeling alright here. Monsters. Look at the wrong nodes. Falcon Diver's on the right by the bleed. You have it spec'd? Oh, sorry. What was I looking at then? Some other Falcon.
No
Falcon jump.
through these rifts as long as I'm about.
It's on the right by the bleed and you have it. On the right by the bleed. Oh, this one, attack speed per accuracy. Oh, I see what you mean. Yep. Given that these nodes are pretty good, I feel like it is worth it. How much attack speed are we getting, I guess? We have 3,500. It's more than the other node would give us. I'm pretty sure. It's like half a more than half a Martial Temple there or something. Martial Temple. Like Lightning Storm. Don't know about that one. It's a bit chaotic in there. Nice. Sweet. My increased rarity got me a white Wayfarer's jacket. Amazing. Ow. Rude. Falcon technique, not Falcon dive. I was close then. Similar. Are there noticing server issues? None here in Australia, it seems. Ah, boss zone crashed again. Oh, yeah, take a break if there's like mega server issues going on. Go for a walk or something. Don't try and do a boss zone. You're It'll only end in tears. Sorry, the servers are being dodgy for you folks at the moment, it sounds like. It's rough. Anchorite Garb. What are you? You look cool. Glowy.
No telling what this is seen.
Red Flare Conduit. In all things control. Mana. Lightning Res. Chance to gain power charge on hit. Lose all power charges on reaching max power charges. Shocks you when you reach max power charges. That sounds like a useful item for things. Seems like you could do things with that. If that existed for frenzy charges, people would want to use that.
Big gun.
Oh, the Wisp went the other way, eh? You would, Wisp. Fine, I'm coming. I don't know if you're worth it, but I'll give you a chance. Ooh. Oh, jeez. Oh, rare monsters in there somewhere. Now. Yeah, Exalt drops too. Very cool. Any uniques looking to add to the build? Not currently. There's a couple uniques that look alright. A lot of them are kind of more leveling oriented. I would like to try Empire's Grasp for memes to see how the reverse knockback feels with the spear fills. But I haven't identified anything yet, but there's still a lot of uniques, new uniques for me to look at. But I had a look at the bucklers and the spears, and it was like, at most I was kind of like, ah, that's alright, but I need the resist. That's kind of the theme. Like I can't do whatever that buckler wants me to do. It doesn't have any resist on it. I said minions, suggesting that there was a rare monster around here somewhere, but I don't see him, so I guess they died? The Wisps, I am a little disappointed by so far, yeah. The early hands-on I played, I was impressed with the Wisps. They were dropping lots of loot. So I don't know if they nerfed them or if they've just been unlucky this time around or what. Like, so far they haven't really done anything interesting. Whereas like in the early hands-on I did, they were doing interesting things, like they were dropping like unusual item drops, all of one type of item, for example. I don't know, maybe they're doing that a bit still, but maybe I just been unlucky maybe. Need to build, exclamation mark build, my friend. Atlas passives juice them up? Yeah, but it shouldn't be completely lame without those. How to scale damage? Fizz damage or skill level? Skill level is usually secondary to the raw damage on a weapon. But it's just that sort of question is just a mathematical question, right? Like, which one gives you more damage depends on which one gives you the higher math number. You can ask Path of Building that by, like, if you want to compare two weapons, you can import your character into Path of Building and try and compare the weapons in there. Generally speaking, though, for attack builds, weapon is everything. Weapon and other sources of added flat damage. Because the gem is effectively a scaling for that. The gem levels are kind of like second most important thing behind, like, raw weapon damage. because the order of operations is effectively like your weapon damage, then the gem multiplier, then all other multipliers and increases. My single breach splitter from my breach. Amazing. Amazing. You gonna spawn the boss then? Is that how this works? Well, here it comes. The Eater of Flesh. Oh, the bleed though. Sorry, Eater of Flesh. Ow. No consuming for you tonight, my friend. Juicy bleeds. God, I love bossing on this character. Can I have more like that? He's gonna slap it. He's sucking it up. Ew, dude, that's gross.
So,
Ew.
this is the source of corruption in this region.
Grants 2 Atlas passives. I'm gonna click it. You shouldn't have done that. Exile, what are you doing? You fool. I figured I should click
The
it.
source of corruption was a creature? I wish I could perform a detailed autopsy of its corpse, but its passive emanations alone would quickly kill us. It looks to be significantly more mutated than other beings we've encountered. I don't like having insufficient data on new threats. We are vulnerable until we know more.
Oh. This thing looks like money right now. Spell damage, +4 fears, and then cast speed. Surely money. 2x, 5x, 1 divine. That's kind of a spread, isn't it? It's a bit of a wide spread. I don't know if the mana plays a role here. Probably it's... this 2x one is a bit sus. That seems like a big wand. I feel like I should exalt slam this wand. I'm going to. I got spell damage and mana. Actually good. Mana regeneration. Guess that doesn't hurt. Either 5x or 1 div. Let me have a look at those. I need to see. Big drop though. This guy has no mana. A little bit. Well, the 1 div one hasn't sold. I'm not going to try and post it for 1 div, but maybe I can get like 20x or something. Actually, I should probably check what div prices are. They might be that much. I'm not coming back, so... That's a hybrid life roll. If you exalted a flat life on there, it'd be pretty good. Uh-oh. Here I go, exalting again. Dang. Was trying. Very trying. Not quite. That was cool. I want to go cleanse more corrupted Nyx eyes. That was fun. Or more boss fights, please. What program is that where you can put it on the trade? So how much it is? That is. Oh, Exiled Exchange. That one.
The breach you encountered was a weakness in the walls of reality. I am not a member of the cult of Purple Flame, but I am aware of their beliefs. They worship beings from beyond this world.
Was this here before?
These creatures may seek to use our vulnerability to enter last. If you find and collect residual splinters of breach energy, I will study them and learn what I can about this threat.
Wish there was a firebase spear skill.
Traveling to
There
another
is.
realm's no stranger than traveling
I
through
don't remember this being a thing. There is 2. There's Spear of Solaris and Explosive Spear. So I mean,
On with the work.
they exist. They're there.
The sheer force of the cataclysm scoured away much of the surface and disrupted what remained.
This
Sturdier
was
than
here before, I
most.
think. Yeah. That was there before. Cool. That was a fun way to end on the day, I think. Alright, I'll have to take a look at this tomorrow. I need to go get some dins and have a rest. That was fun though. Man, we started with a real struggle at when we first began. A real struggle. But we're getting powerful. We're getting more powerful. At a rapid rate. Oh, I'm gonna head off for the night. Thanks very much for hanging out, folks. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow for more Path of Exile action. Bye! See ya! Okay, see you, bye. Need to put that wand up for sale, maybe. Let me see what a divine costs. I want a divine. Oh, yeah, Exalted Orbs. 40x for a div. Alright, well, let's go like 20 for this wand. Maybe like 25 or something. I don't know if there's really any fizz spell builds, so that might be that might tamp down on the price a smidge. It is 4 splinters to 1 exalt. I guess it's pretty early, so no one has any splinters. And it's still a 1 in 300 stack though. Ugh. Bye chats. See yous. Bye bye. He plays by not living near you. And that's it. No crash here.